So guys, we're live, guys. We're live. Welcome to this thing, guys. Welcome. It's a weekend of football. We're gonna talk about the Premier League, the La Liga, the Serie A, and the Bundesliga. We're gonna touch on some of the matches. We're also gonna talk about Eduard Mendy and Jorginho Fiesco and Romelu Lukaku. Also, we'll discuss what has been going on in the in the weekend matches as we look forward to the Champions League coming up this week. Also, like the vid, subscribe, like the vid, subscribe, like the vid, subscribe, like the vid, subscribe. But before we start, let's kind of open up the way we usually do and kind of comment. How you guys doing, my people? I hope everybody's fine. Welcome to the weekend matches for this week. We're gonna be talking about, like I said, we're gonna be talking about the Premier League, the La Liga, the Serie A, the Huber Heat, and like what my boys always say, Blue Heights, the agricultural science. So we're also gonna be talking about the La Liga. So like the subscribe. I know so many people it's kind of like fiestas today as a Chelsea fans. I already braced myself already because I knew when this stuff happen, we have to just be ready and just take the hell. So like I will be humble. Like it's big, but we can't just kind of just because we kind of we've been top of it for like since October or how many months now. So just have to like, oh, just is a bad team. We go through bad spell and I kind of understand that, but it's understandable. It is understandable. It is very understandable. So like the vid, subscribe, like the vid, subscribe. Let's go. So let me come to Emmy on this. Emmy, your take on the match started from Chelsea. What exactly went wrong? How can it be fixed?
So, nice one, Jerry Abdullahi. So today's game, against West Ham, West Ham played us a tradition. They played us traditional English style of football. They were, they hustled us. They played, they kicked the ball long. They tried to get the first ball. In the first half, we managed them very well. In the first half, when Havertz was leading the line, we were, we're in control of the game. Apparently, um, you know, we scored two goals in the first half. We're leading 2-1. What really went wrong was in the second half. In the second half, it felt like we had when Lukaku entered, and it felt like we just lost that ability to combine in the final third. So the combination between the midfield and the front line, it
Mm-hmm.
just collapsed. It collapsed. And also one thing happened too. West Ham did, they changed the way they approached the game. In the second half, if you look at Declan Rice.
Mm-hmm.
Declan Rice sat deep. He just sat right deep and was mopping up things. And then they were pressing with the front four. Hence the reason how they scored that first goal in the first place, where they pressed. So they pressed our front three and our back three, and then still had an extra man that went to press Mendy.
Mm-hmm.
They went all full four, and Jorginho could not turn right. He couldn't turn. Although I blame Jorginho because he would have actually booted that ball. He had his back to goal, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, he was facing our goal.
Yeah.
All he needed to do was just boot the ball to the throwing, because guess what? His other option where he normally should have passed to, that's Reece James.
Mm-hmm.
And all and the right center back were already marked. They marked those guys, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because that first half, remember, Westham matched us. They
For
matched
me, with the
our
formation, yeah.
formation exactly. So their wing back marked Rhys James. And in everything, you just see that in that passage of play, all Jorginho needed to do was put the ball out. See, they had already and he didn't do that on time. He passed the ball back to Mendy, who received the ball, who should have also gone ahead to put the ball up. But guess what? He didn't do the same thing too. And at the end of the day, it just led to a goal. It became an error, which led to a goal. This is the second, or this is the third. No, this is the second
Third time
error.
he's doing it. Last season he did it under Lampard.
No. On that, in the last 3 games, this is second error leading to goals.
Individual mistake.
Exactly. Really against Manchester United, we did it today again. So to me, we have to find out why we bought Lukaku, because I won't lie to you. When Lukaku entered in the second half, our attack died. And as soon as these guys noticed that, guess what? Havertz, who used to pop in and pop out because you don't know where he's going to go to next,
Mm-hmm.
that threat was gone. And they knew, okay, all we needed to do was mark Lukaku. They're going to pass the ball to Lukaku. Block the passage to Lukaku, and guess what? Chelsea is toothless. They will just be passing the ball to the wing, trying to cross, of which we are as tall as them. We'll win all the headers. And that's what just kept happening in the second half. We didn't have any clear-cut chance. People say, okay, well, we didn't create any chances for Lukaku. But the thing is, we can't keep saying we'll create chances for Lukaku, although this team still lacks that natural creator. I think that's why we're going to trying to get Chiesa. But if I was Thomas Tuchel, after I noticed what was going on with Lukaku after 10 minutes, right? All he needed to do was switch the system, play back four, switch the system. But instead, he kept on playing with a back three, and he brought in, he took out Ziyech, who was his most creative player, took out Ziyech and brought in Hudson-Odoi. And then
should have kept Ziyech and just brought in the defender or a midfielder, switch it up.
He would have taken out a defender. He would have taken out one of the defenders, right?
Take out Christensen, then switch the formation up. It's simple.
Yeah, switch it to a back four.
You tell Akizes to be the middleman, to be spraying passes around.
Exactly. Since they don't want to come and press, all we need to do was push them back. Keep Hudson-Odoi on that left wing, because every time he gets the ball, he's going to run at somebody. And what I just saw today was Tuchel is still, after 10, 11 months with this team, he doesn't trust this team with the back four. I don't know why. Like, he just doesn't trust the team in a back four system. It has to be a back three. And today, normally our defense bails us out. Today, our defense did not bail us out. Our defense, they were all over shop. But they're okay to have a bad day in the office, right? Because guess what? They've always kept, they kept clean sheets, clean sheet after clean sheet. We have the most clean sheets in the league this season. But the thing today, today was just, we've considered 4 goals in the last 2 games. That's the most we've considered, before the Manchester United game. We had only considered 5 goals. And now we've already considered, I think we're on 10 goals, right? If you check the table. I might be wrong.
I think 10. So this is the table here. So our goal against is 9.
Oh, yeah, okay. We considered 9 goals. Yeah? Consider 9 goals. And before United, we only considered 5 goals. So that means we considered 4 goals in the last 3 games.
Mm-hmm.
That's almost as much as we considered in the first 12 games. The first 12 games this season. So it tells you that something is wrong. So I know we're missing a lot of players, with our, with Chilwell, very, very important. Kante also important. But the thing is, if I'm missing those kind of players, it only makes sense that, we actually play to the strengths of the available players. I am still advocating I will switch to back four, because People say, why would I switch to a back four? Back three brought me where I am. But guess what? The available players we have are not effective in a back three. Yeah, they're not effective in a back three. A back three will send Hudson Odoi to wing back. Hudson Odoi is useless. He's too far away from the goal to affect the game as a wing back. As much as you tell him, oh, he can go attack, because people say Tuchel sees wing backs as midfielders, but the thing is, guess what? They still have a lot of defensive duties in a back three. They still have to fall back. But if he's a winger, he has two layers behind him. He has a midfielder and also a fullback. That they can form that defensive unit three, right, on the left side. So I still believe that, man, we need to go back to the back four. That will solve, at least that will keep us till January, when we can now see if we can buy players. Or if we cannot buy, I think we'll have to buy some players. I think we'll probably need to. Because Kante's injury, Chilwell's injury.
He said he doesn't know when Kante will be back, but he said Kovacic is closed though.
Yeah, Kovacic will not come till like a week before Christmas. So at least he missed the next 2 weeks. At least, because he hurt his hamstring, right? So that's going to be at least 2 weeks time, which is a lot. That means he'll miss at least 3 more games.
Not 3 more games. So Conte said he doesn't know when Conte will be back, and Ben Chilwell, there's not any result about him yet until January. We have to know what's going on.
I think they need to go buy that Tchouaméni boy. Get Tchouaméni in January. I think Monaco will sell. If you give them good money, they will sell, because they're not in any, they're in the Europa League, right? Yeah, they're in the Europa League, and they will sell if you give them good money. Now, because we need that cover.
Because people will be like, will Tchouaméni solve the problem happening in the midfield right now? That's what.
Yes, he will. He settles that midfield immediately. As soon as he comes, the midfield will just relax. Because then, guess what? He'll be able to. I'm not saying that he's the savior. People will always take it out of context and say, "Oh, you're saying Tchouaméni is the savior." What I'm just saying is that he adds something to that midfield that we currently don't have, and that's that ability to actually, move the ball forward to the striker very fast. Yeah. Because we take too many passes. Like, we make like 6-7 more passes. And the striker must have run back and forth, enter offside, come back, and he's frustrated. He's tired of making a run. But with Tchouaméni will actually, his first look is always looking up. And that combination, and that will help us play back four easily. Yeah, he'll help us play back four. We can play back four with him. Because he'll be like that Mikel guy, right? He'll just push that ball, rotate that ball, move that ball quickly up front, either to the wings or to the striker.
Fair enough. Chimere, give me your take on the matches. Are we, as a Chelsea fan, are we overreacting, or is it just a bad day at the office?
No, I mean, losing to West Ham away is tough. It's tough to beat West Ham away. That was going to be a hard match to win. Like, I knew going to this match that Chelsea wouldn't win. Like, it wasn't going to be like 4-0. I know that Chelsea would have won the match. They were going to have to struggle to win. You know what I mean? It's going to be like 2-1.
They beat Liverpool also in their stadium too.
Yeah, isn't it? West Ham are competing for top four. They're not a cheap team. You can just go in there and say we're gonna beat West Ham. You know what I mean? It's hard. So, I don't think you should overreact too much. Because to be honest, even before the season started, a lot of people thought Liverpool and City were the teams to continue for titles. So I'm not. So for me, I didn't pick Chelsea to win the title. So for me, I'm not gonna go and say, oh, Chelsea is overrated, this, that, because I didn't think Chelsea were going to win the title to begin with. So I had Liverpool and City as a top two. So to me, it's just, to me, it's not. I don't think it should be overreaction, man. I think just if it becomes a habit, then overreact. But the West Ham away is not the game to overreact to. It's not Burnley or Leeds. You lost to West Ham. West Ham isn't it's not an easy team. So I think just be okay, because even City, remember, City played West Ham at home and struggled to beat them in City, and that's Man City. Liverpool lost to West Ham. So big teams have struggled against West Ham this year. So, I think Chelsea should just relax, just go into the next game, collect your 3 points, and just keep going,
On your take on the what happened between Jorginho and Edward Mendy? Who stopped? People say Jorginho, people say Mendy. I think for me, I think it's Jorginho because you are putting a goalkeeper in a very difficult situation by passing that ball to him first. And even if you want to pass that ball, if you know you don't trust Mendy to boot out the ball, just take out the ball to throw in. You are facing him already. Just make a little bit of fun and just boot the ball out. It's simple. Don't put your goalkeeper in a situation where now we're gonna have a little bit of debatable. I don't want to do that. I trust Mendy from day one because it's helped Chelsea a lot. So I'm not gonna be saying Mendy is gonna be on the bench. No. But when I see Tuchel said Mendy has lost confidence in himself, that makes me worried as a fans watching that what's going on. This this is not the Mendy I know. The Edward Mendy I know. When you give him that ball, immediately boom, out of the way. Today, Mendy was not in space at all. It was out of the equation at all. It wasn't complete out of the equation. It was.
I mean, I think to be honest, I don't know, man. I don't think Chelsea, bro. It's a long season, like SB said. I think it's a long season, man. A lot of teams will drop points. I think a lot of teams will still drop points, this season. Because even City, Liverpool, they have tough games coming up themselves. They'll drop points. Like City will drop points to some teams. Chelsea will drop points. Just like Liverpool will drop points. The main thing is now is to just don't don't let this don't let this the result become a habit. Just keep just go on a run now, because West Ham is not a hard team. West Ham is not a cheap team where you can just go in there. It's easy to beat West Ham. West Ham is tough to win away at West Ham.
This is what Joe said after the Edward Mendy. He said Edward is dealing with a rough period. I don't know why exactly, but he seems to have lost confidence in himself. Okay, his decision making was not on the highest level today with the first goal, but we also bring him to the really hard-court situation. That's what he said. He also continued by saying, he also said it could have saved the situation, but it did not. We are far, far away from blaming anybody, but we need to admit that we did too many crucial mistakes at the moment that cost us a win against United and today as well. So I think after the match, it could start a lot of the players a lot. This is because now we're not just gonna be losing matches. We're losing matches stupidly. It's like stupid loss, which we don't even need to do. It doesn't make any sense. We're making individuals mistake that we do. Like before, we don't do the mistake. Now we are doing it. Is it about being comfortable or just like lack of concentration? That's what I need to get into. What's going on exactly? Yeah, continue.
Yeah, I mean, Mendy's in bad form now, but he's also going to the African. He's also going to the African Cup of Nations. So that's I mean, that's the thing coming up for Chelsea also. But then I think let's not overreact to this match, man. let's it's a long season. A lot of teams will drop points. So let's see if it's in March and coming up and Chelsea are struggling, then maybe. But it's just December now. The season is way too early. It's way too early. So let's see what happens. But it's not. I don't think it's a result you should get. Honestly, I mean, maybe the matter of the defeat, yes, but the result itself, I don't think is something to panic about.
Yeah. Even the attitude, the same thing you said. He said the same thing that you don't need to panic about the result too much. That you just worried about the performance. That's when they asked him, "Is he going to switch to a back four?" And he was like, "We'll take about it." That tells me that thinking about it means is something could go on because people has been questioning about his back three, but they want him to play back four. And it's like it can't. For me, I can understand what Tuchel is doing because he cannot play back four with the player we have right now because he doesn't trust them at all to play back four. You can't just come boom in the training pass implement the back four when you're not even been training for a very long time. It doesn't make any sense for me. It doesn't because to play back four you need to teach those players, let them understand their responsibility as a player. Then you can implement that system to work. They have been used to back three, so you have to change the back three entirely to a back four, which I don't think is difficult to do as a manager. But you have to implement it to the player and let them understand they have a responsibility to take to do. So also give me your take on Romelu Lukaku because he's been getting so much abuse on the team. Romelu Lukaku, give me your take on it. Because I remember what Tuchel said very clearly that there's a difference between a matches, a training pitch match and a football match. That He's been saying it for a very long time. Romelu Lukaku is not ready to start yet. That he's been carrying so many injuries that he's not ready to. He wants to use him to the team. That when he's ready, when he thinks he's physically ready to play, he will play him. But Lukaku is rushing him. He said that he wants to start, and he said clearly, he told him that you are not ready to play yet. When you are ready, I will play. I will play you. But Lukaku wants to play now that he's played now. Is putting up a super performance now. So where do we go from here, Romelu Lukaku? Or are we like too overreacting on Romelu Lukaku? We just have to like just wait and see how everything pans out.
Lukaku himself, bro, is just coming off an injury, so I can't really judge him and criticize him too much. Let's see. Let me see him for like a month first, before I start talking about him, because he's just coming off an injury. The past two, he hasn't even been starting.
Yeah.
So he's not really in rhythm. It's hard, and these things are difficult. It's difficult to just come off an injury, just jump back into the team. And I can't believe, because you guys were playing well without him. That's the thing.
No, yeah, exactly.
You guys were playing well without him, so it's hard for him to just come back into the team. That's well, So
Yeah.
I have to see it for a month where he's been starting for like 3 to 4 games, and then if it continues, then I'll say okay, something is wrong. But he's just coming off an injury, so I can't really criticize him yet.
And one thing I wanted to add real quick is, why don't we play that same front three that played against Juventus? I think it was Pulisic, Hudson-Odoi, and Ziyech.
Yeah.
That front three gave us the best game we've ever seen since Tuchel came. Why are we not playing them? Like, we just stopped playing them against Manchester United. Do you understand? We abandoned them. Like, we now turn to Timo Werner. Now we're turning to, Tuchel needs to say, hey, this is the best mix I have up front. I'm going to play them until they give me a reason not to trust it. Do you understand?
Yeah.
But we played Juventus. The next game was against Manchester United. I thought that same front three would start, because that front three gave Juventus all kinds of problems. Juventus is not an easy team to play. And guess what? We played the strongest Juventus team. This time they had all their players back, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Guess what? We gave them, we bamboozled them and gave them a thorough beating in Stamford Bridge. Guess what? On the next game against Manchester United, we switched another different front three. Why doesn't he want to play? I understand Pulisic cannot play, many games. But Pulisic just started that Juventus game. I thought he would start the Man U game and maybe skip the Watford game, start today again. Do you understand? People will say, well, Mason Mount has come in. He has had 2 goals and 2 assists in the last 2 games. But my people, we're missing the picture here. Who is our best front three?
We don't even know. We don't know.
Exactly. And that's where the problem is. Because you don't know who your best front three is. We're just mixing and matching. And these guys nobody has built up a chemistry with each other in that front three. And I think that's one of the key problems of this, of our setup currently. Our midfield is not bad. The only problem we have is our midfield lacks that forward passers, that person that can actually look up, ping a pass to the forward line. You understand? And start off an attack. Instead, our back three are the ones that actually ping the ball up. You understand? They're the ones that try to create from the ball. Where they are creating from is too far. It's too far, because guess what? Teams already know once Rudiger has the ball, he's looking for Reece James on the other side. Once Christensen has the ball, he's looking for the Chilwell on the other side if Chilwell is playing. So now they're able to now counter that. And since they've been able to counter that, we've not been able to create a lot. In the last 3 games, against United, we huffed and puffed. I know it would have, if Hudson-Odoi had passed the ball to Werner, or Hudson-Odoi has taken his chance, or Werner has taken his chance, would have scored more goals. But that's a lot of ifs and buts and all that stuff, right? Against Watford, we played horribly. We just were able to get the result against Watford. We were lucky. Today, we controlled the first half. We scored 2 goals in the first half, but we went dead in the second half. And, at this level, you get punished.
So, Chimere, we are saying we should give Lukaku to like a month to see where we're gonna be at, because I can understand people are not questioning Chelsea signing of Lukaku. Is it the right signing? do we even really need to sign Romelu Lukaku? Why do we have to spend money when we are playing very well without him? Then
You do.
why would they have to sign a striker who we know is not going to fit into the system? Or
You
does
did have to
Lukaku
sign
himself
him.
need to kind of invent himself into the system?
No, you did have to sign him because you needed a striker. There's no two ways around it. You needed a goal scorer because there's no way without another goal scorer. There's no way Chelsea can win the league without a consistent goal scorer. Because that's what you guys were missing last year, goals. You know, that's the main thing. There's no way without a consistent goal scorer. So Lukaku was the right signing because there's no other option really. There's no other. He was the best option available. So you do what you have to do. Now it's just for him to play well because he was playing well in the beginning of the season. So we know
Yeah,
he
it
can
was
play
playing very
well.
well. It was, yeah.
We know he can play well. Now it's just for him to find form and play well. And if he clicks, then it takes your team to another level because you have a consistent goal scorer now. But he has to click. That's the thing. So you have to give him time, maybe a month or so. If he's still playing bad, then we'll come back and we'll say, okay, maybe Lukaku, is a flop, maybe. But he just now you have to give it time. He's just coming off an injury. He hasn't even been starting, So he's not, this team has been on a run of wins without him. So the chemistry it doesn't seem like it's there. So you just give it time and see what happens. But you don't want to jump too much and jump to conclusions and say, oh, Lukaku's a bad signing. Just give it time and see what happens.
Legend Break, give me your take on what we're going on today with Chelsea, and also your take on them Romelu Lukaku and Edward Mendy and then Jorginho's fiasco.
West Ham are top position, so there's no shame in losing to them.
But
Liverpool
the manner we
lost
lost,
them.
I don't like that. I don't like that manner we lost. I don't like that at all. I don't like that. There's no shame in losing. I can take that. But the second half, the manners we lost in the second half, I cannot take that. I cannot. No, I'm sorry, I cannot.
The offense doesn't fit Lukaku. Movement. I mean, if you wanna compare strikers, you watch that Origi goal. The movement, the reception of the ball to create the space so he can score. We don't see that from Lukaku. Maybe it's because he's coming from an injury. Maybe he needs some
Yeah,
time
he just
to
came back from
iron out those issues.
he just came back from injury. So yeah. And Tuchel has been saying it in his press highlight. Lukaku is not ready to start. He's not 100% ready. And he said I spoke to him 1v1 that there's a difference between a training and a football match, a competitive match. That when you're not on it and your level is not up to the expectation we wanted as a manager and the fans wanted, you will keep making mistakes and your form will not come back to the level we want him to come back. That was the conversation he had with Lukaku. So we know when I listen to that, I know he's not 100% fit to play. Then why are the fans kind of coming and say, do we have to because he just came out from injury. So we have to give this man time to kind of gel and pick up the form. Because when the season started, Lukaku was scoring goals. He was scoring goals. Then what happened entirely? It became flop overnight. That doesn't make any sense. Football's not played like that. It isn't.
I mean, maybe the Arsenal start. He bodied Pablo Mari, so the expectations were high. Oh, he's changed. You don't. It's a long season. We'll have to see what happens with him. I think the Mendy error. It happens. It happens. Every goalkeeper
I think it happened to Alisson last season. Is it last season?
Yeah, it happens. It's not a big issue. I think that's part of the reason why I wanted to see another season or two just to give him that world class label. Jorginho, I don't know, maybe the Ballon d'Or hype got into his head. He's messing up as of late. West Ham are a very well coached team. David Moyes done a good job. They got quality players. I'm really impressed with Jared Bowen. Very good player. He was giving you guys trouble all throughout the game. He got the
Even against
penalty.
Liverpool, it was the one that was giving an issue to Liverpool.
Yeah.
Players.
And he was the one that won the penalty, and that's a very, very well taken shot for the goal. So it's just a hurdle along the road to the treble.
Relax.
That's about it.
Dr. Leftover, I don't know who this person is. Please, can you identify yourself?
Maybe you'll recognize my voice. I don't know, man. But
Chris, how
I'll
you doing?
keep you.
Relax, relax. Firstly, give me your take on them, Jorginho versus Mendy fiasco and Romelu Lukaku. And looking at the table now, because people are saying it's over now, it's between Manchester City and Liverpool. But Chimera and the guy said it's still like a long season. You can't just judge it because with a couple of love will be lost, and it's still December. So it's a long season. Play team
Nah, like
club will lose
I,
matches.
I echo I echo legendary brick, and I'm assuming Emmy said the same thing, and Chimera's sentiments. Like, bro, it's still there's still a long way to go. Liverpool
Yeah.
and City will drop points, so
Mhm.
Chelsea fans don't overreact. Like, this wasn't a good result. Don't get it twisted. You guys were garbage, but don't overreact. Like, you'll bounce back, hopefully. Well, hopefully not. Loki, I don't want you to, but I think you will bounce back. You will. You will bounce back. You will have good form. Like, don't be reactionary. That's all I'd say. But
Yeah.
just on this game, bro, like, man, I don't think there's anyone that painted themselves in good light except Mason Mount. Like, I just want to shout out to Mason Mount before anything because I've been throwing like stones at this dude from the beginning. I've been counting him out, and he keeps proving me wrong. Like, he's a very good player, like very very good player, and I don't know where his ceiling is, but I'm not gonna cap it. So
Hmm.
I'm just gonna praise him whenever he does well. Like
Yeah.
took his goal very very well, like an amazing goal. But on Chelsea's like overall performance and Lukaku, I don't know
Hmm.
if you remember, but
Yeah.
when you guys were linked to Lukaku, I
Yeah.
I, I kind of shared my sentiment that yo, I don't think he's that guy. Like, cool. I think his mentality is a bit better. Like, I think he has a bit of a stronger mental fortitude as opposed to when he was at Man United. But
Hmm.
I don't think he's a better player. Like, his footballing ability, ball to feet, on the ball, off the ball.
Yeah.
I don't think this man has improved. He's still rocking his Timberland boots. I'm sorry. He's still got them jeans and Timberlands, man. So, as opposed to when he was.
But
So,
the argument could be
I'm
like
not exactly shocked.
In Inter Milan, it was a much improved and better player than Inter. Then what happened? Then what happened?
Yeah, I'm sure a couple of things factor into that. Firstly, like the Serie A, the Italian league, it's not as in your face as the Premier League, right? So when you make a mistake, the mistake won't go all the way around the world to the same magnitude as the Premier League. Like whether people like the Premier League or not, it still has the biggest buzz. It's still the most popular. So news will always spread a lot quicker. So the negative things that you do, it'll spread so fast and to so many people as opposed to the Serie A, right? So there's elements of that, elements of it's not right in front of like people weren't watching this dude every single week, so we were only really seeing his highlight reels. We weren't seeing the flaws that were still in his game, you know. Unfortunately, we weren't seeing the flaws that was still in his game, and you could argue that's like those that had high expectations for Lukaku. You could argue that's their own fault, you know, that because you are only focusing on the good, you weren't really questioning, maybe his football hasn't exactly improved as much as I think it has, you know.
Okay, okay.
So
Let me let
just
me
on
let me let me counter that. Right. So his football improved in Inter Milan. Right. I think what he doesn't have in Chelsea is the supporting cast. He doesn't have. Remember, Abdullahi, we had this conversation in July, right? If you like, buy Haaland, Lukaku, Benzema. If you like, buy whoever you buy Mbappe. If you don't have the supporting cast from midfield that can, or from the wide areas that can create for your striker consistently, the striker cannot score 20 goals. Remember when we had Diego Costa, we had Fabregas, we had Hazard. In the first season, we had Oscar. In that 14-15 season, um, those guys were creating constantly for Diego Costa. Do you understand? If when we moved to the 16-17 when we won the league again, we had
hmm
Fabregas, we had Hazard at his power, at his peak of his powers, right? People that could
hmm
decide games by themselves, that could create, that could combine, that could pass, that could dribble, you know. In this current
Hmm.
team, we don't have those kind of players. I dare you call somebody that gives you hazard vibes, no, or someone that gives you Fabregas vibes, no.
Mm.
So if you like, buy Haaland. If you like, buy Lukaku. If you like, buy Benzema. They will not score in this Chelsea team as easy as they score in other teams where they're coming from.
I think you're
Also,
right. I think you're right. Okay,
also,
continue. No problem.
also another thing people need to also take into consideration is we play Chelsea plays against most teams sit on the mid to low block against Chelsea. There is no space in behind. If you look at most of the strikers we have, like Werner, those are strikers that play when there's space in behind. They the ball to space. They prefer to get the ball to space. There's no space to run into. When we play against most of the teams we play, unless maybe when we play the likes of Man City, Liverpool, who play possession based football like us, and then we can we actually play better against those teams. Hence the reason why we won the Champions League last season, and the reason why we beat City a couple of times before the end of last season. Now, this season, things have changed with Lukaku. The chemistry, the dynamics of our front three, which up till now we don't have a recognized front three that will say, "Oh, this guy will give us, are the best combinations in our front three." We don't have any of that. How does the team build chemistry in the front? And that's where the big problem has been, because we keep chopping and changing. I don't know. I don't know why Tuchel does that, because I still believe the Juventus game, the one we just beat them 4-0, was our
Hmm.
best game. Apparently, apparently, yeah. We the next game we changed the front three and brought in Timo Werner against Manchester United and took off Pulisic, who did a fantastic job against Juventus. I'm just trying to tell you that. So there's a lot of factors that are impacting Lukaku, and of course, I won't take it away that he just came back from injury, which was a very strong. He hurt his ankle, right? Although he
Hmm.
has gained some weight. I won't lie. I think if you look at the first game he played against Arsenal and today, he has gained
Hmm.
at least 8 to 10 pounds easily somewhere. I don't know whether it's muscle fat. I don't know if it's muscles, or he just looks a lot bigger. He's not as trim as he was when we played our first game against Arsenal. So yeah, I don't know.
Okay, Amy, I,
Yeah, go ahead.
I hear you. I hear you, and I feel like you have valid points there. But there's a couple of things that I
Mhm,
see a bit problematic, because if you look just from the jump, the rhetoric that I heard from Chelsea fans,
mhm.
like during the summer and before the season started, before you signed Lukaku, was, "Yo, we create so many chances. All we need is somebody to take those chances, and that
That's a
will
lot.
equate to us being so much better, right?" So
I
that's
know
when you got
that
Lukaku.
that's what the Twitter fans kept saying, and I was asked Abdullahi. I kept saying we don't create clear cut chances. How many true balls do we make per game? Like, how many true balls do we give to our strikers per game? It's not up to one. It's not up to two. We don't make up to two true balls per game. So in the end of the day, people keep saying, "Oh, we create these chances. We don't really create clear cut chances. We create chances, decent chances, but not clear cut chances." So I think that was just a fallacy. A lot of people just saw it. Now the real problem is coming up to bear, right? Because it's not, it's not because we're not creating chances. We don't create clear cut chances for our strikers. I think
Hmm.
that has been an issue for a very long time since we lost Hazard and Fabregas in the team. Yeah, we don't create clear cut chances because get okay. Who is the creator in this team? Um, Pulisic, Mount. Do
James,
they re-
Mount,
do
and
they
James.
do they really create clear cut chances though? How many times do you see our strikers? So the clear cut chances is when. How many times do you see our striker face the goalkeeper, the opposing goalkeeper?
I think.
Very.
Uh, sorry. I
Go
think
ahead.
Nah, go
Werner.
ahead. Bro.
I think Werner is had a lot of chances last season, so people would look at that and think, "Oh, we just swap Werner for Lukaku, and he'd finish those chances." But
No,
what they
that's not
what
Mm.
how that's not how it works because those chances.
I wanted to say that those chances were created through his movement. You're not gonna
Mm.
get those movements from
Exactly.
Lukaku. So
Exactly.
But
You got it.
but
Yep.
also on that, Emmy, another thing of like the whole Lukaku thing as another reason as to why I had like such major reservations is look the idea that you catering to your striker's biggest strengths will lead to better success. The idea, in theory, sure, it works, but I feel like there's levels to this. If you're a striker like a Benzema, a Lewandowski, a Harry Kane, someone on that level, and if you cater to their strengths, then you potentially like you're guaranteed greater success as opposed to if you build your team around a striker like Lukaku. Because I still have question marks on him as an individual. Personally, I still
What
don't
question?
think he
What
can
question?
be.
Yeah.
I have question marks on his level of individual performance when you need him to perform, like in highest leverage moments. So whether that's in a big clash where there's going to be a lot of pressure on the game and you need to win those points. I have reservations on him on that. I have reservations on him in on like whether you need to win a trophy or not, or like progress to like next rounds in deep competitions. Like I have so many reservations about Lukaku and also just his not natural footballing ability. I have question marks on like his game. Like, can he involve other people? Like, can he involve other people within the game in difficult moments? Like, even if he can't score goals, if he's not scoring goals, can he involve other people within the game
Can you
like
play?
to a great level?
Can you play with other people? Yeah, I think. Yeah, I see what you're saying. The
I understand what you're saying, Coach, but you see, this is my issue because I love what them is saying. When I had that discussion just July that came back before we bought Romelu Lukaku. I said it.
yeah,
Lukaku in Inter Milan defender Lukaku in Chelsea because
correct.
in Inter Milan you had Ericsson, you have Bonzovic, you have
Barella,
Pablo Martinez, Barella.
yeah.
So there were so many.
You had Hakimi. You had Hakimi.
Exactly, Ashraf Hakimi, Baston. So they have like so much creativity in their team that when Lukaku makes those movement and run, they know where Lukaku is. And Ataru do most of the dirty job for Lukaku for him to score those goals. Now tell me, this Chelsea team, who is the Barella? Who is the Christian Eriksen? Where's the Bonzovic? Where's that Chef Hakimi? So it's like when we talk about Lukaku is improving his game a lot. But I think he needs to do. He can still do much better with a better quality player around him. Like because people may say he has issues. I agree with that. But
But
this man is following close.
don't we have quality? So let me ask you this question:
Mm-hmm.
if we play a front four of Lukaku, Pulisic,
Mm-hmm.
Hudson-Odoi, and behind them Ziyech,
Mm-hmm.
can that front four give us goals?
We can give us goals, but the chemistry will not work very well.
Why?
I will tell you why. Because if you play Pulisic, if you play if you play
Hudson-Odoi, and Lukaku,
Pulisic, Ziyech, and Lukaku together, and also
and
Odoi.
uh-huh.
Odoi and Hakim Ziyech always drove Asabi between each other, and I don't like that because as a team, you need to play more as you need to play more together, not as an individual.
No,
You know, so
the two of them combine with each other though.
they combine,
Ziyech,
but
Ziyech.
they are too much of individual because they want to score good, they want to score good. Instead of them opening up their eyes and pass, sometimes they make pass when they don't need to make pass, and sometimes they shoot when they don't need to shoot. I have a question mark with that as a fans watching. The only player I can trust in that scenario is Kai Havertz or Christian Pulisic, who actually make a very good pass. And also sometimes Mason Mount also does that too. So if you're gonna tell me we need more creative, I need more of a player who is more of a creative player and a winger who can kind of big player and bring in our striker into play to see the best of Lukaku. People say Lukaku needs to adapt to the game, adapt to the way Chelsea play. I agree with that. I'm not disputing that. But we have to question the front three behind him because they have been abysmal. Abysmal because sometimes Lukaku make runs. I'll see Odoi running. Pass him the ball. He wants to shoot. I see Ziyech on the ball. Lukaku make runs. Lay up the ball to this man. You want to shoot from midfield. So
No,
those are
but no,
details.
but the thing Abdullah is, see, it's easy to say, oh, pass him the ball. Where would they pass him the ball to?
When the player is making runs,
Lukaku wants the ball to feet. Or okay, let's say he's making runs. Do you know Do you know the distance between where he's making his runs to where the goalkeeper can actually get the ball? It's not even up to 10 yards, right? It's not up to 10 meters. So how 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 good are you of a passer? Only very few players can ping a ball and drop it in between that 10 yards between him and the goalkeeper for him to get that ball. So it's easy to say, oh, pass him the ball. How good of a passer are you? You have to be a Fabregas to be able to ping that ball to him in a low block, because in a low block, remember, there's no the distance between the last defender and the goalkeeper is very small.
Yeah.
So if you're going to ping that ball, behind that defense, you have to be able to ping the ball to a certain area and then hope that he gets the ball there. There's just so many ifs. I don't know if maybe I just believe that if we change, I think the best thing would be to play players closer to him, because Lukaku looks like he is too far away. Like he's a
Yeah.
different team.
Yeah.
He's in a different team than the Chelsea team.
Exactly.
Two things have to happen. Either he drops in and becomes part of the build-up play and comes deep to pass the ball to create. Because when he comes deep, he's going to drag a defender with him, right?
Yeah.
And when he drags the defender, he can combine and someone can run into that space where that defender has vacated to be able to cause an overload, that can create chances. The problem that is there is this, right? He's not coming deep. Okay, he wants us to play the ball to his feet. Meanwhile, the DMs of the opposition team have closed up the space between him and the most passers. Another thing is our midfielders don't look up a lot. They just pass sideways. They just want to keep the ball. You see where Jorginho, Loftus, all of those guys in the midfield, they rather, pass the ball 7 times. They'll pass it to the wing back will pass it back to the central midfielder will pass it to the other central midfielder. They'll pass the ball to the number 10. They'll pass the ball back again to the central midfielder, pass it to the other wing back. It's as if there's no penetration in our possession. We are just holding the ball as a means, right? And that's where the big problem is. And that's why I said, until we buy that midfielder, that can actually create for our striker, we'll keep having this problem. No matter the striker we'll buy. If you like, buy Haaland with this Lukaku, buy Benzema too, you'll have the same problems. We have an imbalanced midfield, a midfield that doesn't create. And also, we also lack a wide player that creates too. And that's why I think that's why they're looking at Chiesa. If we get Chiesa and we get someone like maybe Trameni or someone, I don't know who the central midfielder we're looking at, then all of a sudden we'll be able to now create, we'll now be able to move the ball faster and actually, occupy those spaces and actually create chances. Right now, we cannot create chances with the team that we have. So we're going to keep scoring this odd goal here and there to keep, grinding out results. I hope our defense, keeps us, afloat. That's the only way we win games now.
Yeah. Because you want to say something to that, or before I go to the next person?
Wait, pardon? I didn't hear that.
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, you want to say something to what Emmy said, or I want to go because I want to go to my fellows. Okay, so my fellows. Firstly, your take on them, Jorginho versus Eduard Mendy fiasco, and give me your deep down Romelu Lukaku. And does Tuchel need to change? Do you think Tuchel need to change the lineup now to a back four?
Man, listen. Like I said, and like I've been saying in the past streams that we've had, typically this season when we beat teams, aside from the Juventus game, I don't think we've had an overly convincing victory, right? We usually will beat a team and we'll keep a clean sheet. So what we'll do as Chelsea supporters is we'll sweep a lot of our mistakes under the rugs, right? And in the past 3 match days, so against United, Watford, and now against West Ham, those mistakes have become increasingly difficult to be able to sweep under the rug. Let me go through the whole team. right? Mendy. Mendy has had a poor 3 game stretch, right? The mistake that he made today, he also made it against United, but
Yeah,
he was lucky that
it was
I don't
built
know
up.
who pressed him, but he was able to kick the ball away, kick the ball
But
out.
wait, but wait, but wait. After the post match, Tuchel said Mendy is losing confidence in himself a little bit because he said he doesn't know exactly what is going on with him. In his mind, he's losing confidence. Then what is going on with Edward Mendy? If he's losing confidence, what exactly is going on with him? Is it the Ballon d'Or, Yashin Trophy, or is it Hina? Something is going on with Mendy. We fans, we don't know. We need to know what's going on with Edward Mendy. He's a starting goalkeeper. He is number one.
Well, we can't speculate. I don't even look. I don't want to give a deep dive on Mendy because I also feel like Mendy has overperformed. So it might be a case of him leveling out. What I mean by that is he had something to prove when he first came to Chelsea, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just gonna say this quick so I can move on. I don't want to get
Mm-hmm.
into a back and forth. It might be a case as to where his form and his ability is leveling out to what it actually is, right? He feels like his spot is secure. He's no longer as motivated. He
So that's
feels like
one.
his next contract is secure
Mm-hmm.
because unless I'm wrong, Mendy isn't supposed to be the goalkeeper that you expect to be good with his feet. Chelsea fans started this whole thing about Mendy being this Edison esque goalkeeper, and I sort of let it rock. But the truth is, he's never been, you know, that type of player. I saw Vishwa in here. He knows better than to stay. He better run. Anyway, like I'm saying, so let me go through the whole team.
Mm-hmm.
For the last month and a half, I've complained, and a lot of people have said we do that so as to bring out the opposition, and I agree. I know that's why we do it. But my thing was always, why do we unnecessarily do it? Meaning, we compromise ourselves. It's almost like we're overly confident that we're going to be able to pass around the opposition press,
Yeah, continue.
right? So when you have a Thiago Silva, there were a few passes today that were questionable. It's
Yeah.
just that West Ham were a bit slow out of the blocks, right? So they weren't able to like get on those passes. But when you have Mendy, who has the option of letting the ball go out for a corner or toe poking it out for a throwing,
Mm-hmm.
and he opts to like dance on the ball and diddle daddle and like it's almost like he's trying to play perfect football. He should he should have did the right thing and just let it go out for a corner or let it go out for a throwing.
Do
But
you
I
blame
do
Mendy or do you blame Jorginho? Because for me, Jorginho needs to have a fault
I
because
look
Wait, what Tuchel
I've
said
said it
is
time and time again. I'm coming to Jorginho. We
Mm-hmm.
put ourselves in that predicament with unnecessary passes in our own 18-yard box.
yep.
It's too close to the goalkeeper to where if a team is pressing us fully,
Mm-hmm.
by the time you pass the ball to Mendy, there's already two players swarming at him from opposing directions.
Yep.
Mendy isn't good with his feet. That's why I said he's overperformed. He's done things that are like out of his characteristics, right? So people are expecting it from him. But if you think back to when he first joined Chelsea, anytime the ball would come to him at feet, he would just kick it out.
Yeah.
So it's almost like he sort of started to develop that ability, but it's not something that comes to him naturally. So let me move forward.
Mm-hmm.
Thiago Silva was a bit dodgy today.
Mm-hmm.
I think he was between him and I would say Rudiger and Christensen played equal games, but Thiago Silva he played well offensively in terms of getting the goal and but as far as his defending and his passing, there were questionable moments. Our whole defensive unit as a whole, they
Mm-hmm.
need to understand that as defenders, their primary objective is to defend first,
Yep.
right? When you're a defender, You have to shore up shop at the back before you can even think about going forward and scoring goals. So they need to not pass between each other, and it's just it's too ceremonious. The aim should be to move the ball to the midfield as quickly and as efficiently as possible and not pass amongst your back line. You know? Jorginho, look, I don't know the type of like ashaworism that's going on, the type of like, because even at certain parts of the game, there'd be instances where he's supposed to kick the ball out and he'd start trying to control it, start trying to give deft touches, start trying to rainbow
No,
flick the
Tuchel said
ball.
Jorginho is suffering from hips problem. That's why he doesn't want to. He doesn't have after him. We do have another midfielder we can toss to
He's
play together.
suffering from what?
Hips. He has an hips problem. So
Hips. His hip.
he's
His hip.
playing with injuries with painkillers. So now there's a problem. Yeah, he said he's been having that problem since 2 weeks ago. That he's just playing me because he has no other option to play. And I was like, oh Lord.
See, I appreciate everything that Tuchel has done for Chelsea thus far, but he needs to start coming up with better excuses. These excuses don't sound or read well. Last week it was the floodlights, right? This week his hips are on painkillers and steroids and oxycodone. Just admit that Jorginho is... Look, everyone in Chelsea makes things harder for themselves. It's like we abandoned the basics. Jorginho, it's okay to just pass with strength. If I can count the amount of times that when the ball would bounce awkwardly, rather than kick it away from trouble, he'd try to flick it away from the rushing defender. It was over 5 or 6 times in key positions. That's unnecessary. That's not what's going to win you the Ballon d'Or. You know, what's going to win you the Ballon d'Or is if you continue to be as efficient as possible. Making these silly mistakes only work against your cause. It's almost like he heard the whispers and people saying he was undeserving of his 3rd place finish or of the Ballon d'Or, and he's been trying to actively prove people wrong. Look at the mistakes he's making. Why are you... Like, that pass was so like nonchalant and weak. It's almost like he was like, it's gonna get there, or Mendy's gonna deal with it. Unfortunately, Mendy tried to do too much also. I heard you speaking earlier. We have a squad of... It's either they're passengers or they do too much. They compromise themselves.
Oversabi.
Then you come to Ruben. Lots of cheeks, Mr. Two-Step. I mean, look. I can't remember the exact quote. Maybe NK might be able to remind me. But I think the quote goes something like this. When you're young, everyone talks about your potential. I think Mourinho actually says this quote. But as you get older, at some point, they hope that your ability matches your potential. Because if it doesn't, then you become forgotten. People have been talking about Ruben Loftus-Cheek's potential for like the last 5 years, since Conte introduced him into the first team. If he's not driving forward with the ball, he's useless. He doesn't know how to really play from deep. He doesn't know how to switch play efficiently or quickly. He stays on the ball for too long. By the time he's done like looking up, done running around, and he decides to look up, the West Ham players are already man marking to the point that he has to pass backwards. That in itself stops our attacking phase from being as fluid as it should. Ruben Loftus-Cheek is not good enough. He can still improve. He's 25. The other day on HH's platform, he heavily criticized Saul, and then he went light on Ruben, and his argument was the fact
Guys,
that...
look who came in today. Oh, today is a good day. Just look who turned up today. That's a good turn up.
Who turned up?
Just look who turned up today.
Who? Okay, so
Sam's back. Sam's back. Sam, my
Sam's back,
man.
man.
Hey,
Sam.
correct. Sam, where you
Sam.
come from? See this guy. Sam,
so
okay.
so he
How you
oversees.
guys doing, man?
We're good.
Well,
Samo.
See, I think it's time to release Kepa. It's time to
Hold on,
release Kepa.
hold
I'll
on.
just say it
Sam,
right
Sam,
now.
Sam,
It's time to
Sam,
release Kepa.
Sam is
Sam
back.
Let's
shows up.
release
Sam
Kepa.
shows up with Kepa, man.
Mendy needs a
Hold on,
rest. Let's release
hold
Kepa.
on,
Wait.
hold
Now,
on.
I
Mendy
will not
needs
tell you,
two
Sam.
game rests.
Let
My
my brother
brother,
finish. Let
preach.
my brother finish.
Sam
Let
is
my
back.
brother finish. I will come to
So
you.
his argument was Saul is an older player
Mm-hmm.
and Ruben Loftus-Cheek is young. Look, Saul is only 14 months, a year and 2 months older than Ruben Loftus-Cheek.
Yeah, it's
So
28.
this whole
With
talk
2 years,
about
it's 28. That one is 28.
Saul is 27, Ruben
27 or
Loftus-Cheek
28.
is 25. This whole
And
talk about potential. At one point, does his ability match his potential? Because if it's all potential, that means you're not developing. That means you're stagnating. If every time people talk about you, they say, "Oh, he has the potential too," then it means he's underperforming. He's not stepping up a gear. He's not going to that level. He's stagnating, and it's unfortunate because that injury that he suffered,
mm-hmm.
was it Achilles or was it
Yeah, Achilles
ACL?
injury. Yeah.
It really set back his development, but that's neither here nor there. Jorginho and Ruben Loftus-Cheek, they don't work. Saul and Ruben Loftus-Cheek, they don't work. So we have a big dilemma in that midfield pivot, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now
Yeah.
moving forward.
Here comes my question to you now, Marvelous. This is because I've been saying this for like 2, 3 months now, and I keep repeating it. I understand the back three has been working and it's been successful. I think it's time for Tuchel to switch the formation.
Back four would be much worse for us. Let me just continue. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Don't you guys find it strange that since the Juve game,
Mhm.
Tuchel hasn't started that front three?
Exactly. That's what I said earlier. I
The
said
most
that was
the,
our best front three: Pulisic,
hold on.
Hudson-Odoi, and Ziyech. Right?
Mm-hmm.
The most cohesive, the most fluid, and apparently the most efficient because we scored the most goals.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Back like we it's almost like we blitzed them. They didn't know what hit him. He
Mm-hmm.
hasn't replicated that front three in the last 3 games since
Correct.
the Juve game. And like I
Correct.
said last stream, Tuchel is starting to become a bit of a tinkerman. It's almost like how congested this festive period is, this December and January. He's thinking to himself, or he's overthinking to himself, how am I going to rotate these guys? The rule of thumb is you keep playing players until they either tell you, hey, boss, I need a rest, or you
Mm-hmm.
see that it affects their performance. You don't just drop a player that appears to have hit form just for the sake of it. So that's kind of look like Blue Eyes often says, we might need to start reviewing Tuchel a bit closely. Now look, 3 match days ago we were at like 3 goals conceded. We're already at 9.
No, we're
Oh, we were
four.
4. We're already at 9, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this whole talk about us being so defensively assured, it's looking like at the end of the season, Manchester City might have the tightest defense. They're at 9.
They've considered 9 goals already too.
We're at 9 too. But
Yeah.
look, they see it's like for them, it's like every 3 games they concede 1, or every 4 games they concede 2.
Mm-hmm.
But in the last 3 games, we've conceded 5 or 6.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of like what's going on. If Rudiger and Christensen already have their eyes set on somewhere else and they're not concentrating and doing the job for us,
Put them
then
on the bench. It's simple.
I can't wait for Chaloba and I hate to say this, Malang Sarr.
What?
If no, hear me out. If Rudiger is hell bent on leaving, he doesn't feel appreciated, and Christensen, his contractual talks are always breaking down, and he's halfway out the door, then give a shout to those that are going to be in the club for the future, for at least 2 to 3 years to come. Let me give my whole take on Lukaku so I can shut up. Lukaku, why do you run into the box or jog into the box and then just stand there? Like there were like 6 incidents today, right? Where he would stand behind two players and then he'll be pointing at his feet. How do you expect whomever's on the ball to get you the ball to feet behind two players? They're not magicians. As much as they're talented footballers, there's only so much they can do. There has to be some movement. There has to be some attempt to free yourself.
Marvelous. I really don't want to cut you off, but I think
Yeah,
you
go
have a
ahead.
point there where you say they're not magicians. I do feel when Chelsea were at their heyday, we had midfielders who could do something like that, who
Yeah,
could
those.
pass the ball, who could find a way to get it to Lukaku or get it to the striker. I don't think the
You,
midfield has that yet.
Sam, do you think if we had Fabregas in this team, do you think he'll unleash Lukaku?
Stop with this Fabregas thing, Amy.
No,
Fabregas was our
Stop
creative,
with, and he
was our
can't do
creative
no.
general.
no. Emi, I
midfield,
want
right?
I won't only say Fabregas. I'll say Mata. We've
Yeah,
had
Mata too.
midfielders
Yeah,
who actually they
or
made
Deco.
magic. Or
Yeah, or
Deco, you
Deco.
understand.
Yeah,
Even Lampard, I think Lampard is underrated too when
yeah,
it comes to
Lampard too.
creating
Yeah,
chances.
yeah,
He
He
Lampard.
has
created a lot
Yeah.
of chances.
a lot of
So
chances.
I
Yeah.
don't think we have that in a Mason Mount. Ziyech, we see that once in 4 games.
Ziyech had that ability at Ajax, but it
Yes,
hasn't
but
translated to Chelsea.
Pulisic injury. I just feel every player has their own. But Sinadoy, zero consistency. He's been consistent for a while now, but apart from that, it's like
It's
every
either
player
it's
has the
either
issue.
on any given day, Chelsea players are either passengers or they're like ITK. I too know. They take like
Obasabi is
600
Obasabi.
touches before they pass the ball. They we either don't do enough or we overcomplicate things. And I always said this, even when we were winning games, the issues that are plaguing us now that are causing us to drop points existed, but we wouldn't bring it up because we were winning. All these risky back passes amongst our defenders, we did it when we were winning. Jorginho making mistakes, he was making mistakes and we were winning.
No,
And
but
we used to win a lot of games 1-0, or we'd have, and then when Lukaku got injured, right, we'd win like 7-0, 4-0, 3-0. But for the most part, our us keeping clean sheets was what was really saving us.
So let me ask you, Marvelous, why can't we play the same team that beat Juventus?
That's what I'm wondering.
That's
Aside from Chilwell,
apart from Chilwell, why can't we play everybody else?
you should
Everybody
be
else is
playing everyone
available.
else.
Because
That's
that's
what I'm
our
saying.
best team. That's the
Tuchel
best team performance ever.
Tuchel is turning into Tinkerman.
Is
Like
he
Blue Eye said last stream, it appears like EPL winter he's having the wintertime blues. Why are you rotating the teams? How do you expect them to have any familiarity? Against Watford, the whole team looked like strangers.
I
Guys,
swear.
see, you know
Against
the
Watford,
reason.
guys,
You
we're
know
gonna
the
get
reason
roasted.
though. You know the reason though,
We're
and this
gonna
is
get
one
roasted
thing.
now. Somebody's coming onto the stream now, and I have to praise myself.
Who's coming on?
Is it Tosin? Is it Tosin?
Oh, Tosin.
Tosin, they had
Is
a
it
poor
Tosin?
game. They played
It better not be
Lens.
Tosin. They haven't won in 2 games.
Yeah, they haven't won. Let him come. I'm ready for him. Tosin, if I enter you,
PSG is the only club that can make Messi look ordinary.
I tell you, man. Yeah.
Yeah, but
Go on,
Abdullah,
Sam,
real
go on,
quick
Sam.
on Chelsea though. I have to
Okay,
just
go
say
for it.
this.
Go.
Like
Firstly,
Tuchel,
Edward Mendy and Jorginho, Fiesco, Romelu Lukaku, and what's going on? Because for me, it's been long since I've seen Mendy perform this way. It's been very long.
I mean, would Mendy
away,
make
though.
that?
The last time he did it was against Everton. Since then, it's been
Everton
consistent.
Abdullah,
away, that
this
was
is why
last year.
Would
this is why I
Mendy
say
would
you need
Mendy
to
make that
unleash
mistake?
Kepa.
Would Mendy make that Would Kepa make that mistake that
No,
Mendy made
it's not
today?
about Kepa make that mistake or not. Mendy needs a rest. Jorginho needs a rest.
Let me
I think
wait.
it's not complicated. Like
Let me
Kepa is not a bad goalkeeper to play some games. I think he should play one Premier League game or two, and the Champions League game that really doesn't count at all. Mendy needs like a week or 2 weeks of rest. He should forget about this whole Ballon d'Or shortlist stuff that people are like Forget that.
I don't even think that's a problem with
I
him.
know I'm not saying that, but like just
Are
forget
you
it.
sure? Are you sure? Are you sure?
Let me
That's not problem.
Because
let me take off my
Marvelous,
Chelsea lens.
because
Let me take off my
because
Chelsea lens and say something.
because Tuchel said he doesn't know what is going on with Mendy. He said it's a little bit. He's like he's not himself. Eduard Mendy is not himself. He said it. It's
Abdullah,
just
the
a bit
guy
of
needs to rest.
Let me.
He's a human being.
He's a
He needs to
goalkeeper.
rest.
He's a goalkeeper. What rest?
It's not about it's concentration. I get the whole. I'm not talking about physical rest, but
Fatigue. Yeah.
Okay, okay.
exactly. I just feel
Mental
sometimes it's
fatigue.
good. Yes, sometimes it's good to take them off, especially if you have Kepa, who is not horrible. Play him sometime. And you know the funny thing, Tuchel did this when Chelsea won the Champions League. He
Mhm.
picked some matches where he actually played Kepa and rested Mendy, which
Yep.
made Mendy perform way better. But this season, he's not been doing it. He might have his reason. But Mendy, for me,
Does, mhm.
for
does he
me,
start?
Mendy,
Does he
I just
start
feel that
Kepa? Does he start
next
Kepa
match for
against
sure.
Zenit?
Let me tell you
Next
guys
match
something.
against Zenit, he should. But just real quick on Mendy. Mendy is a great goalkeeper. I do think there's another level to be reached. I don't think he should really be listening to all this because the way people were campaigning for him to be a Ballon d'Or, this Ballon or this that, I personally feel that all that doesn't matter.
Exactly.
Even this guy that the people were against, the guy who won it, I feel he deserved it more. He made his country win a Euros with on penalties. They were basically on penalties when they won it. So he was very impactful in that tournament. But Mendy's own, just relax, take a rest, and forget about this talk and just play your game. Because I don't want to blame him too much. It's one game. I don't want to be reactionary, but Kepa needs a chance too, for sure.
Okay, let me say something. Let me
Yo,
remove.
fellas.
Hold on.
Oh, here we
Worry
go.
about lens, man. Lens,
Hey,
lens.
wait. You gotta worry about West Ham, bro. We seen that, bro. We seen what happened, bro. We seen what happened
Is
with
that
West Ham,
Chris
bro.
Lawson got it back? Is
Tosin,
that
mute
Chris
yourself.
Lawson got it back?
Mute
You're
your
a
mic,
clown,
please.
Chris.
Yes.
Look,
We
Marvelous,
gotta
round up
talk
your
about
people.
let me
Edward, man.
Round
remove.
up before I go to the next.
Okay, let me
The
round
next
up.
people. Just round up.
Let me remove my Chelsea lens.
Mhm.
Right? This is just me talking unbiased. I think a lot of players in our team are settling into their level. For example,
In what way? In what way?
okay, settling into their level as in they've been on a high for the last 8 months. They've overperformed. For example, Jorginho. I think he's like settling into like what he actually is, who he actually is. He's error prone. He's prone to making these mistakes, right? There's no
Uh,
no no.
No,
I'm
you
not
don't, you
saying.
don't,
marvelous,
no,
marvelous.
Oh
marvelous.
That's
my
No, no,
harsh.
no.
god.
That's
That's
harsh.
that's that's
That's
No
harsh.
extreme.
no.
That's extreme.
I'm
I'll call you
Extremely
out
no,
there.
but
harsh.
That's
I was
extreme.
saying this. I
That's
was saying
extreme.
this.
Marvelous.
That's
Even when
No,
we
no,
extreme.
were
no,
You
no,
know
no.
winning.
why?
Let's stop you there.
That's
No,
extreme.
Marvelous, let's
I
stop you
was
there. I'm
I was
not a
saying it
Jorginho
even when we
supporter.
were winning.
Sam
Marvelous,
is
just real
back.
quick.
Sam is
Man,
back.
I'm
Abdullah,
not a
I pulled
Jorginho
up. You gotta let me
supporter, but
speak.
I can
Abdullah,
count how
I
many
pulled up. You
mistakes
gotta
he's
Let
let
me
me
made.
speak,
land. Let me
Let
Abdullah.
him
You
land.
land.
gotta
Let
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 me
him
me
land.
land.
speak.
Let me land.
All right, man.
Listen, okay.
A lot of people haven't spoken, bro.
Mendy,
Join the line. Join the Tosin, queue, you're the bro. lane. You join the queue, man. Join the You're late. line,
What
join
do
the
you mean
queue.
what queue,
Get
bro?
your
Come on,
ticket.
man.
Get your
I'm
ticket. You
royalty.
get
I'm
control from my line,
royalty.
man. Get your
Men,
What,
ticket.
what royalty?
Men,
Oba of what?
Agriculture
Tosin, you're
sciences,
Oba
and you
of
want to
what?
come and move things
Land,
around.
land,
Tell
land,
me your
land, land.
Nigga,
village,
this the
Oba
blue
of what?
studio. This the blue studio, right?
Yeah, it is the blue studio, bro.
Exactly,
Blue,
right?
blue,
Chelsea
blue.
blue, PSG blue, right?
no, no, we
Come
don't
on,
play
man.
Just get your
PSG.
ticket and join the
Listen,
line. Simple.
listen, Mendy.
Just get
Okay,
your ticket.
Collect your
Marvelous,
tally. Collect
Y'all
your
gotta
Collect
tally
your
let y'all
number.
tally
gotta let
and
me
join
Collect
the
spit.
your
line.
Y'all
tally
gotta
We'll
let
number.
call
me
you.
spit.
You will be called when you're needed, sir.
I'll,
Collect
I'll,
your tally number. Tally
I'll
number.
say this one, then I'll mute my
Man, y'all
mic.
holding me, man.
Mendy,
Okay.
this has nothing to do with him using his arms, his hands. He's exceptional with that.
Mm-hmm.
But as far as him being a goalkeeper that plays out from the back, I
Mm-hmm.
think in the last 8 months he sort of developed that skill for the sake of the team. But I don't think long term he's the goalkeeper that you want to be playing these risky back 18-yard
Oh, here
body.
we go.
He's
Here we
not the
go.
goalkeeper
Marvelous,
that
just
can do
stop.
Here we
that to
go.
Stop.
you.
It's enough.
I'm
It's
Marvelous, man.
enough,
telling you. Look.
Marvelous. It's
United, he
enough.
Marvelous,
made
man.
the same.
It's
United, he made
enough.
the same mistake. He was lucky to clear out the ball.
Marvelous. Which goalkeeper has never made a mistake on the
But the
Come on, let's calm down.
Alisson had an error.
3 games in a row, the same exact situation.
No,
Alisson had
Alisson,
words. Marvelous, calm down.
You guys are too Chelsea.
Marvelous, wait. I am a
Wait,
biggest fan.
I'm too Chelsea.
I'm a biggest fan of Edward Mendy, and I keep saying it again. He has a level to reach. Because
See, when I come on here and say we overhype our players. Our players are not as good as we think they are.
But they're Champions League champions, though.
Wait, let me explain, Marvelous. For me, Edward Mendy is borderline world-class goalkeeper. He's proven it and he's shown it. But every goalkeeper make mistake. Alisson Becker does it. Ederson Moraes does it. David De Gea make mistake. So we've seen top, even Thibaut Courtois also make mistake.
After that, I call the goats Neuer. Come on.
Exactly. Exactly. So every top goalkeeper make mistake, and I keep saying it. When Tuchel said he's lost confidence a little bit, I agree with Sam.
Would Kepa had made that mistake with his feet?
You can't say
Abdullah, mute this guy. Mute Marvelous. Please just mute him. I'm not going through this.
Mute Marvelous. Mute him.
Before I come to
would Mendy had made that? Would Kepa had made that mistake with his feet? No.
I would say
against Arsenal. Against Arsenal.
Beating eggs, man. Kepa would not in that situation. Kepa would not make that mistake with his feet.
Well, so what happened against Arsenal?
What happened? Tell me.
Oh, Liverpool. What happened against Liverpool?
Liverpool. He rolled the ball with his hands to Mane. Come on now. He rolled the, he didn't kick it. I said with his feet in that situation.
It's still an error.
No. Okay. Look, an error is an error, but listen to the point I'm making. I'm making a specific point. Against United, in that same angle, the exact same angle, the ball was passed to Mendy against United, and he was like tripping all over it. He managed to poke it out for a corner. Against Watford, same angle to his feet. The ball came to him. He was tripping over it. He managed to poke it out for a corner. Or I think he cleared it to the halfway line. Against West Ham, same angle. He takes too many touches. Bowen gets in front of him and he trips Bowen. I'm not talking about making errors in general. If it's errors in general, Kepa makes more errors. I'm saying in that specific situation, playing these like 6-yard passes, these like passes that aren't even weighted, these light passes amongst defenders and goalkeepers, Kepa would not have made the mistake in this situation on his feet.
He's better in his feet than Mendy. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Man, all I'm saying is Mendy has been playing. Mendy has been playing the same. And you know the worst thing is, Marvelous, you're lying because 2-0 Liverpool 2 Chelsea 0. Kepa passed the ball to Mane. He
rolled it. No, he rolled it.
Watch, I'll send the clip in right now.
Okay,
you
send me the clip.
See for yourself. I'll
pretty sure
send it
he
right
rolled it.
No roll. He might have bull rolled it.
Are you watching it right now? He rolled.
I'm watching it.
With
I'm
his
watching
hand.
it right now. No, I'm watching it right now. He kicked it at Mane.
Send it to me.
I'll send it right now in the comment section. Come on, Marvelous. What's going on, man? What's going on?
Look.
Before I come to Blue Eyes,
I would be angry, but I'd rather just be factual. Our team isn't as good as we're touting them up to be. People are leveling up. They've been on a high. They're selling.
Marvelous. I sent it in the YouTube comments, man. Check that.
Thank you, Dons. Firstly, Jorginho versus Edward Mendy, Romelu Lukaku.
Man, y'all been here for an hour, so y'all trying to tell me none of y'all have spoken.
I joined
that.
And also because after the post match, when there's Tuchel, he said he don't know what Mendy has been suffering.
Man,
wait.
Look, man, just say the truth. Mendy stinks. Just say it.
Wait. So is it time for you to bring in Arrizabalaga in for you to trust me? For me, I still trust Mendy. Because I know he's a
Abdullah, listen. I'm gonna do quickly. I'm gonna give a quick 3 minute, not too much. First things first. The league's done. Just for information, the league's finished. We're done. It's done. It's done. Great mission failed. We get them again next time.
It was over after Burnley, to be honest.
We failed. We the league's done. Jorginho on the hip pass, do better. Mendy, simple football. Kick the ball out of the pitch. I don't know what you're trying to
NK, where did you put the link to the video?
Oh, it's on the YouTube on this video, the YouTube comments. It's just that link. But yeah, as I'm saying, Mendy, just kick the ball off the pitch. I don't know what you're trying to prove to anybody, but to me, I know what you are. You're okay. I love you. There's no need to touch the ball like that. Hold it and try. No, just kick it out for a corner. It's okay. We live to see another day. You know, and it was just relatively poor, barring Mason Mount. And you know, I'd always do this, but even then, everyone has to improve. Barring Mason Mount, and even I think Loftus-Cheek had a great second half. No, this team's stale. This team, it's and as soon as I hate to be this guy, and I don't want to bring down my black brother, but as soon as Lukaku stepped onto that pitch,
I completely agree.
I already knew what time it was.
100%.
I already knew what time it was. I said, I don't think we're going to create anything. I don't think there's going to be a chance created this half. I hope that was wrong.
I agree.
And long behold, we didn't do that.
See. I love what Mabele said the last time. He said, Tuchel said that there's a difference between a match training and a competitive match. And he said he had a face-to-face conversation with Romelu Lukaku. You are not ready to start match. You're coming from the bench. But Lukaku said he's eager to play. It was
I'm lying. This is not entirely a Lukaku problem. It's on Tuchel as well. Because you signed a £100 million striker and you don't seem to know how to use him. And if you think we have time to let's find man, it should have been there. It should have been there. So I'm gonna keep it short, man. Poor result. Well, the title race is done. It's finished. I'm rooting for City in the title race. I hope City beat Liverpool and win the league. I'm sorry. It's just, and that's the bottom line right now. And I told people about Marcus Alonso. I told people about this. This is my final statement. I told people about Marcus Alonso, and people thought I was just defending my boy Cho. You know, nah, man, this guy is trash. This guy is garbage. And I told people about this guy. I've watched this guy for 4 years at my club. Get him out, man. January, get him out. And that's it, man. I'm done.
Enki, don't real quick before you go.
I told you about Marcus Alonso, Emmy. Yeah. I told you.
Yeah. He said so. I just wanted to ask you one quick question, right? Mm-hmm. So would you push for Tuchel to change the system to back four?
No.
So you say you don't want Alonso and you still don't want to switch your system. Then who will play left wing back?
Emmy.
You gotta get a new one. Yeah, you don't have any player. Yeah,
exactly, right.
He's all you got.
Yeah, he's all we have, right?
Listen.
So it's either you play him or you switch system. What do you do?
Listen, I say, you know what? Worst comes to worst.
No, you can't.
No, worst comes to worst. Worst comes to worst. Even I'll play Ziyech there because Ziyech is not doing anything in there. I'm being serious. Ziyech, nice delivery.
That's
nice delivery.
Father.
Nice left.
That's somebody's father. You just talked
come on,
about.
Man. I mean, Emmy, we're done, bro. Emmy, listen.
You're taking a fat piss.
Emmy, if Tuchel is comfortable enough to play Cho at left wing back, then I'm sorry. And like Blue Eyes said, when you go in there and play a position, just play it well. Then I can say comfortably, Ziyech should be playing left wing back. So listen, that's on the manager, man. The manager needs to find a way. But Marcus Alonso ain't it, man. And then that's just the bottom line. I don't want to talk too much about.
What did he do today?
Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. His delivery was poor. His delivery is poor. And then watch him for the second goal. By the way, watch his defending for the second goal. Now I'm done with the guy. Blue Eyes, you could go, man. I'm finished.
Blue Eyes. Firstly, Jorginho versus Edward Mendy. See, because Jorginho did this same thing last season. He did it last season. He did it this season again. Now, this is second game in a row. He's been doing this bullshit over and over again. I call it bullshit.
Yeah.
Because a professional player like Jorginho doesn't need to make stupid decisions. He's a professional player. We know how good of a player Jorginho is. But you're doing a dumbass amateur footballer.
Wait, how good is he? How good is he really?
Things. He doesn't need to do this. Now, you're putting Mendy in a situation where I don't want Mendy to be. You're putting him there. So, your take on Mendy and Jorginho and I know you don't want to talk about it.
Right. Let's go.
So for me,
agriculture.
Agriculture. For me, Mendy, this is the last chance.
No, but
hold on. Mm-hmm. That was shit from Mendy.
Amen.
It had nothing to do with Jorginho. Jorginho is a tempo I repeat, tempo type of midfielder. So when he should have put a little more power to that pass. But the ball, listen, I heard someone say, when you make a pass and it gets to the intended target, it becomes a pass. It's a completed pass.
It's that guy's problem.
It's a completed pass. So he made the completed pass, even though it was half-ass. And what did Mendy do? Mendy thought he was Maradona. And what did he do? He gave them the goal. So that's
he shielded the player. He shielded him. I was like,
no, that was terrible.
No,
man.
Abdullahi, don't defend this. Abdullahi, no, don't defend this.
For me,
I'm not defending. I'm not defending.
Hold on, guys. Me, I think I don't know if you guys have heard of this saying before. The chicken was frowning at a boiling pot of stew, forgetting about the knife that killed it. I want you to think about that proverb. I want you to think about that proverb. Exactly, my brother. Exactly. Thank you, my brother. The chicken, when you bring chicken, I don't know, for those of you that grew up in the village, sometimes when your mother say you're going to kill this chicken for supper, she will point at the chicken, and then the children will run into the farm and go and catch it. When you catch the chicken, right, you have to tie the legs together, then bring it to the kitchen while the stew is boiling. So the chicken will still be alive looking at the stew. All that is process. The chicken is pissed or forgetting about the knife. So here we are focusing on players, forgetting about the knife. And you know who the knife is in this case?
Who?
Mendy!
No, Thomas Tuchel. Thomas Tuchel is out of his depth.
Hey! Chineke!
He's out of his depth. This guy, you know what? Listen, hold on. Let me land.
Spit that real shit. Spit that real
he's
shit.
Out of his, you know what? I just remembered. Let me land. I just remembered that Thomas Tuchel, I think I've repeated myself before, but Thomas Tuchel never had a December run in the EPL.
This is first time.
In his whole career, I don't think he's had.
Okay, but I'm talking about
non-stop
EPL.
Christmas.
Again, this is EPL. If December in EPL is like all the leagues put together and then some.
It's like 3 months in
It's like doing your master's, doing a 2-year master's degree in 6 months. Thank you. In 6 months, like an intensive program.
Okay, but December ain't even really started like that. And
we're already flopping. And we're already flopping.
Exactly. So let me be saying. What's your point?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. December hasn't even started. That's what I'm saying.
And this is the 4th of December. We've had 2 games already.
Exactly. 2.
And the 2 games are shit.
The way Tuchel is working with this project, we are a tournament-based side as opposed to a marathon-based side.
So we
like,
can't win a league.
Thank you. Like NK said, it's done.
It's done. It's finished.
It's finished. Number 3. Number 3.
Blue eyes, please just
let me just
hang on. Okay,
Eric, let me finish. I need to let this off my chest, man.
Okay.
Listen, the way Chelsea fans around the world, especially the ones that live in the UK, that's why I love international based fans. The ones that live in the UK, the way you guys carry our team with kid gloves, enough is enough, man.
Please name some names. I don't know who you're talking about.
No. I'm not naming any wherever. I'm not naming any. That was a statement. You know what the name of that statement is? Is to whom it may concern. Pick your poison, man. Because at the end of the day, I think Thomas Tuchel, man, listen, there was a time in this game we were 80% possession.
Yes. No, that was first half. Hold on. That was first half.
Exactly. Thank you.
That was first half, and that was when we were leading the game. Exactly. That's when the first half was fantastic.
Exactly.
We didn't replicate the first half.
No. It's not about being fantastic. It's about why is it that in the past 3-4 games we are being inundated.
Last 3 games, actually.
Okay, whatever. Last 3 games we have all this possession, but the end product, the ROI, the return on investment has been abysmal.
Finance guy. Really? You know why? I think we talked about this earlier. So the reason why was
no, I'm not done. You will answer later.
Okay.
Then Blue Eyes rants.
Then, my brother. You know what the biggest heartbreak was from this defeat? Because I'm really pissed, man. The biggest heartbreak was losing Kai Havertz. Hi.
Yeah, I agree.
My goodness. Exactly. When I saw that injury, man, that thing was over because he's the fulcrum of a democratic system of scoring goals.
Yeah. Amen.
I agree.
Okay,
he is the fulcrum. Okay. No, let me land now, Eric.
Okay, so I'm sorry.
Please continue, sir.
Let me finish.
So now we have the and people say why is it why is it that Kai Havertz doesn't score goal? Kai Havertz don't do this. Kai Havertz don't do that. Oh yeah, now Kai Havertz is
You don't so many stuff, but people
always
doesn't.
around.
Blue eyes. If I talk about Kai Havertz, people say because Blue eyes.
Let me tell you
If I
right
talk
now,
about Kai Havertz, people say because I love him, he's my player. That's why I keep my mouth shut because I see what he does in games. I don't talk too much, but I see what he does.
Do this.
Oh, here
Kai
we
Havertz
go.
doesn't
Here
do
we
that.
go.
Kai Havertz is this. Kai Havertz is that. Leave Kai Havertz alone, man. That boy he's not even half there yet. But for the little that boy has brought
He's
to the
getting
table,
there. My guy is getting there. Relax.
yes, for the little that boy has on the
getting there.
table,
He's getting there. He's
man.
getting
Lukaku, my
Interesting.
brother, Lukaku. Lukaku.
So Blue Eyes, there's
Yes,
a difference between the first half and the second half, right?
No, I'm not,
Amen.
no. I'm
What's
talking
the
about
difference? What's
the difference between first half and second half.
Correct.
As
What's
much
the
as
Was
Kai Havertz.
Lukaku?
Yeah, no, but the coach was terrible.
Coach was terrible as well.
When you bring in Lukaku, you're supposed to adjust.
Exactly.
To what?
Let me
just
tell you,
to
let me
him.
answer that question. If you want Lukaku to be a lone striker, right? Then you readjust and make him a lone striker. But don't try to make him a lone striker in a 3-4-3 formation. I don't know if you guys know tactics.
Okay, what you mean.
Yes. So did you expect him to switch the system to a back four with like 4-3-3 or 4-2-3-1?
Do something.
Do
better.
Thank you. Yes,
Do better.
Make
Do better.
a player
That's what I'm
closer
saying.
to Lukaku.
That's what I'm saying. Yes, Emmy, that's what I'm saying. Listen, Thomas Tuchel likes to sell this persona that he likes to take risk. Why don't you take risk in formation? When you're losing?
He did that. He had a history of doing that at Dortmund and at PSG.
go.
He hasn't done it with you guys because he don't rate y'all.
No, he has. No,
It's
he
that
has.
simple.
He
He
has.
don't rate y'all,
Look,
bruh.
wait.
He doesn't rate us, and
I'm not
rightfully
done,
so.
Guys, you guys will get your chance.
You
You
sound
guys
like
will
a
get your
scorned
chance.
ex-lover.
Hello, guys. You guys
I'm
will
marking
get your
it. Don't
chance.
worry.
Don't worry.
Keep
Go
mic
on.
The mic will come to you. And then what was the other thing? There's something that really
You're talking about Lukaku.
Yes, Lukaku, man, my brother. You see Lukaku? Lukaku, man, Lukaku. I don't think Lukaku is the guy for us. So.
Why?
My brother, you know why?
I just recorded that.
You know why? Let me tell you. Let me tell you why. And I'm going to look very stupid because I advocate when I was coming. I was excited. Let me land now, guys. Let me finish now, please. I beg you. All you guys spoke. Let me finish. It's just that I need to get this off my. Look, I don't know. I was expecting Lukaku to apply some, like Abdullah says, apply his brain in a game like this, notwithstanding what the coach told him to do, because you can tell. He was latched on to the coach's instruction, which kind of let me down. It says to me that Lukaku is not really an initiative kind of guy. He just follows instructions. Because at Inter now, it's making sense to me. It looks like he was living by Conte's instructions.
Yeah, in Inter Milan.
Yeah, so, and then the last thing before I go, guys, before I drop the mic. Are you ready for this? Let me ask the panel. Who do you think was the man of the match in this game?
Mason Mount.
Is Mason or Loftus Cheek?
No. You guys don't know ball. Declan Rice.
Oh, you're talking about both teams.
The game.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Declan
No one brings Emmy and sorry, Blue Eyes. Emmy, Marvelous, all these guys who were analyzing the game and saying McTominay is all this and that. Didn't say a damn thing about
Declan Rice.
Unless I heard it wrong about Declan.
You know what? You know what? What position did Declan Rice finish at the end of this game? In what spot did he?
Center back.
Thank you, my brother. Comfortably. I'm done.
Keep hating.
I'm done, man.
Wait, this guy asked you a question. Legendary break on the comment. Blue Eyes.
Oh, please ask me. Yeah, what's the question?
He said it's not to choose for they gave him a player who breaks his offensive system. That is the
I told you guys.
But Tuchel, let me answer this question. Listen, if Tuchel was really a good coach, he would have found a way to incorporate Lukaku into this system. Because what happened is when Lukaku came, what Tuchel did, which now I'm realizing is the big mistake, is he tried to make the team play for Lukaku, and that's wrong.
That's wrong, yeah.
It was supposed to be when Lukaku comes in, Lukaku plays for the team, a system that already works, that we won a Champions League with. So anyways, I'm done.
Go ahead, guys.
Let me come to
Westham.
Me.
I think he's
wait.
going.
Oh man, y'all ain't let me.
Wait. I will come to you, Tosin. I think maybe Sam is having a bad call.
No. Go to Eric. Go to Eric.
No, Tosin came before Eric, right?
Okay,
Yeah, he did.
Tosin,
Yeah,
firstly,
Man, look at you niggas trying to freeze me out of the offense.
Wait,
Don't worry.
Wait.
We're not freezing you out the offense, man. Don't worry.
Wait,
We're not freezing you out the offense, man.
Give me your thought. Edward Mendy versus Jorginho and your Romelu Lukaku.
Force on the game.
Just on the game. Just talk about the game.
game.
You have to talk about it.
Okay, I'm gonna keep it real with y'all. That game was on at 6:30 a.m., bro. You know I ain't watch that shit.
Okay. Rightfully so.
But I watched the highlights and it's a lot of things to say, man. It's a lot of shit to say because like looking at Chelsea overall, like you niggas is not it, man. Let's just call it what it is, man. Y'all are not it.
You don't think we have a good team to win the league?
When you say it,
compared to Liverpool, compared to Liverpool and City, no, you don't. Because I look at your front three, like when I look at that front three, like y'all couldn't score in a brothel. You know, when I look at y'all, like you guys are just it's the truth. There was a point in the season. There was a point in the season where, your defenders, your defensive players from like Reece James to your center backs to Chilwell had more goals and assists. They have more goals and assists than your attacking players. That's that's inconceivable, and that's not sustainable. You guys know that.
It's not.
You guys know that. So the reality is like there are issues from defense, midfield, and attack. All three levels you have issues. It's like, and it's obvious. Like, and Mendy, the thing with Mendy, like I think even last season, was it the game against Everton when you guys went to Everton? He gave away that stupid pen.
Yeah, he gave that stupid pen.
Yeah, for the Sigurdsson scored. Yeah, bro. Like Mendy around this time just has a drop in form. Maybe it's fatigue. Maybe it's a mental thing.
And I think it's the same time this month last year.
It was literally
because after that Everton, because we beat Leeds 4-3, then next game we played Everton. The next game we played Everton, and guess what? Mendy dropped that penalty bombshell. And from that point till when Lampard got sacked, I think we didn't win up to 2 games.
He was horrible.
It was horrible. It was like 2 points out of 16 or something stupid like that. I can't remember what it was.
We didn't win up to 2 games till they sacked Lampard.
3 points out of 16.
Nah, but let me talk about Lukaku though. Let's talk about Lukaku because Mendy. I just think it's like. It's just a blip here, like maybe he's going through a bad form, but I think he's good to like get out of it. He's good to break out of that.
He's having a little bit of difficulty.
Yeah. Mendy, I think Mendy will be fine. He's like the least of your issues right now.
I agree.
So
calm down. Just a couple games.
Yeah. Look, can I go next?
All right. So
go off them.
Okay.
So let's talk about Lukaku. Let's talk about the Tims, man.
The team's over.
Man. Like no jokes, like all jokes aside, bro. Like if you look at like when they're playing, I saw a stat that when they're playing 45 plus minutes, Lukaku and Havertz in the center forward position, Lukaku is averaging like 20 touches per 90.
Wow.
Compared to like Havertz, who's averaging like 40.
Wow.
So why are you saying who's that? Who's that? It's Enkedons.
I didn't say Chai, but you know my position on Lukaku. I didn't say Chai.
It was marvelous, wasn't it? It was marvelous.
Enkedons cannot say Chai. He's Ghanaian.
The reality,
it's a good point. That's a good point.
Thank you. I didn't say Chai.
That's a good point.
Yeah, continue.
But I think the reality is traditional nines, at least with Chelsea in this system, they struggle. Giroud, Tammy, now Lukaku. And Havertz being by nature who likes to drop deep and link up the play, he has the pace, to run the channels and combine, act as a platform for the rest of the team. So and his runs and his pressing, like against Leicester, like in the Leicester game, is so vital to the team when you're that first player to start the press. Because then the whole team follows you. Like,
and today it was the one causing them problem a lot. It was the one causing them problem.
Yeah,
Are you guys serious?
Yes,
No,
NK
this is what I'll
does.
say. This is what I'll
Okay,
say.
when he left, what happened? What happened that time he left?
His link.
Okay,
Look,
that
I'm not.
that's
Y'all know I'm not the biggest Havertz fan, but in recent weeks, like the link up in his like strength, how he holds off defenders, like it's gotten much better, like compared to last season. So
I think he's doing everything except scoring goals, but yeah.
yeah, so
Yeah,
you know, like y'all gotta answer to that because like people are saying Lukaku doesn't get service, and you know what, that is true to an extent, but at the end of the day, you make your own service, man.
Exactly.
No, but
You make your own service.
If you're not
Has to be
getting the
available,
service,
man.
And that's
you're
what
not getting the
Lukaku
service.
showed. That's what Lukaku showed at Inter. He made his own service, bro.
I don't agree with that. That's not how. That's
No,
not what
but
happened.
Inter played on the counter.
Lukaku is
Though.
average.
No, cool down.
Thank you,
Marvelous.
Tosin.
this guy marvelous, man.
Lukaku in Inter is different from the Lukaku in Chelsea.
Yeah.
Inter Milan played
Yeah, I mean,
counter-attacking football, though. Chelsea played the possession.
Oh, Dr. Leftover, is that Chris? Did you hear that? Is Chris here?
That's Chris.
Is he here? Is he here?
He's here. He spoke already.
What did I tell you? Lukaku is the best counter-attacking striker in world football. I don't care what anyone says.
You understand what I'm saying, Tosin, right?
Mm-hmm.
Inter played counter-attacking football with Barella, Eriksen, and the rest.
They did, but they know how to also
Chelsea,
run build-up. They know how to play possession as well. Because like Conte, no, they did. Brozovic, look at Brozovic is one of the best organizers in build-up in Europe. Like then you have Barella, then you have three at the back, so they have multiple passing options from the three at the back. Like so they did play possession. Like you can't say they didn't play possession because they did. And Lukaku was very good. Lukaku was very good with them because he knew when to expect the ball coming in. From the wing backs, he always knew when to expect the ball. So, like those type of automations, Tuchel doesn't coach like that. Tuchel likes to doesn't coach patterns. Tuchel coaches decision making. That's what he coaches. Like
correct, true solutions.
Exactly. So, like the thing is, like Lukaku right now, he's struggling, man, and I'm scared. I'm scared for the man's like future with y'all because like. Man, like if he doesn't live up to that 100 million price tag, damn. Like y'all were acting bougie over Holland last summer.
No. Again, Emmy, don't let them. Sorry, Emmy, 1 minute. Don't let them try and distract you from the fact that when Chelsea signed Lukaku. All these guys said, "I'll take Lukaku over Haaland." Blah 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 blah. I heard this.
What did you say?
Remember what I said, right?
Apart from marvelous, everyone said, "I'm taking Lukaku."
Wait,
clear my name.
I said that even if we buy Haaland and Lukaku together and we don't fix our midfield balance by getting that midfielder that can actually create, or the inside forward that can actually create for the striker, we're wasting our time and wasting our money. I was happy that we didn't even go spend all the money in Haaland, because even if we bought Haaland, we'll have the same problem like we're having with Lukaku right now, because we don't play for our striker. We don't play.
That's very true. We don't play for a striker. That's right.
We don't play for a striker. How many times have you seen our striker through on goal? How many times?
Let me ask a question.
No. Answer the question. How many times?
Okay. Now. Wait. Let me answer Emmy there. This is where let me get to now. I got to get to number 5 because you're talking about
J5?
why does Lukaku exactly? Why does
go.
Lukaku never get that service, or why is he never through on goal? You see,
that's
today
not his job.
it's off. Wait, no, listen to me. Listen, I know this game, bro. Trust me.
I know this game.
Listen. Look,
I know this game.
Look, what you guys missed today is in midfield. You don't especially Conte. You needed Conte today in the sense that you don't have somebody who has the ability to accelerate things. Number 5 cannot do that shit to save his fucking life. No switches of play. No passes between the lines. He's just there for 5-yard passes every 3 seconds. Even Kovacic showed a bit like of this shit at the start of the season. Your whole game, Chelsea's game, this is how Tuchel envisions your game. Your game should be a quick pass to the attacking midfielder who's ever playing in the hole or in the channel.
No, they play
Half
two.
space,
And
half space.
who's gonna
Two
look,
number 10s,
and then
right?
he's gonna look for a through ball, or he's gonna get a shot, or play it wide for a cut back or a shot from the wing back. Nothing else. But you can't do that because number 5 legit cannot play those passes. He can't. And what's worse is when you keep playing those worthless 5-yard passes, all you do is you pin back the opponent into a super compact block, and then all the space that Lukaku and Pulisic and all these other dudes need, they don't have it.
Get it. Yeah,
They don't have it. That's the reality, and that's
I agree with you.
that's where you guys struggle because like. I remember when Torreira. I used to be a huge fan of Lucas Torreira when he played in
the Uruguayan guy.
when he played in when he played in Italy.
When he played for Arsenal.
Yeah, and Torreira and Jorginho. No, not for Arsenal, in Italy when
he played for Sampdoria. He played for Sampdoria
when he played in Sampdoria. Yeah, and what I noticed about Torreira, because he used to get Verratti comparisons back then, but another one bites the dust. He's not as good, so. But the one thing I noticed in terms of the huge level difference there is in midfield from Serie A to the Prem is a lot of players look technically cleaner because they're given more time, obviously, to make the correct or even the difficult pass, right? Torreira was a guy who doesn't he would pass, but he wouldn't pass and move. There's a difference. He doesn't pass and move. And I see that a bit too with Jorginho, he doesn't pass and
move.
Everything
no,
is slow.
Emmy, he doesn't. What he does is he swivels.
Jorginho
passes and swivels. He passes and swivels. He probably gets the back swivel again.
No.
He does that.
Wait. Let me say something. He passes and gives you an option to give him the ball back, just in case you cannot move forward with the ball. Him giving you an option for you to pass back to him is actually a good thing, because guess what? If he pass forward to you and he runs forward for you to pass to him, what if you cannot get the ball back to him? The team loses the ball. Boom.
But once he receives it, can he carry the ball 10, 15 yards? Can he hold possession for more than 5, 6 seconds when your team needs it? And there's no pass option available.
No.
You can't do that. These are the things. And when I told you guys in the last hangout that I was in with y'all, when I told y'all Jorginho was not a top 10, not even a top 15 midfielder, y'all laughed at me. But this is just the reality. He's just not.
We said name
that
10
level.
10 midfielders that are better.
And I did.
You couldn't.
What did you do? I did. What are you talking about?
He did. They were questionable. They were questionable. They were questionable, but he did.
Zero were questionable.
No. They were. Ogatosin. They were questionable, but you did it. I give you credit for that.
Let me say something. Who has the most assists in this Chelsea team?
Oh, he's going to talk about Kovacic.
Kovacic, right? Now pay attention to this. When Kovacic, prior to his injury, right?
Yeah.
Lukaku was playing so well. I think he has.
I would say so well.
You know what? Marvelous.
Lukaku
That's a
was playing
fantastic
really
point.
well.
I wouldn't say so well.
Remember,
There was still questionable.
Wait. Tosi asked when was the last time we had a through ball, right?
It was Kovacic.
Through ball that Kovacic played to Lukaku against Aston Villa.
That was 2 months ago.
Who has the best connection with Lukaku?
Kovacic.
That's a sad shame.
Nobody else has any kind of connection.
But that's also a lot of things.
I'm a fan of Kovacic because
look,
man, the most underrated.
Sam doesn't like Kovacic. Wait, Sam.
I don't either.
Barring Kante, Kovacic is our best midfielder.
But you know something, Marvel.
You can't Mason Mount as a midfielder.
Marvelous.
Mason Mount, I say Mason Mount is your best.
Kovacic is our best midfielder aside from Kante.
It's Mason Mount. Does Mason Mount count as a midfielder? Yes or no, Marvelous?
No.
He's a midfielder.
He's an attacking midfielder.
Mason is better than Kovacic as well. Come on now.
I love what you said, but I remember something when you were talking. I remember the era of Ose when we had John Obi Mikel.
Oh my gosh!
Wait, when we had Deku, when we have these players.
Bobless, you see how he was the first one?
Wait, because this team, what this team need is a certain team that can hold on to the ball, let opposition go forward. He knows what to do, because I've been saying we're missing that DM of a player that can just sit, look up and pass and even make tackles.
Pass
Would you have
where?
that
Pass where?
confidence?
Pass where?
Because no.
Pass
Let me,
where?
I
No,
will
I'm
tell you.
like, tell me, where do you want this DM
As a
to pass the ball?
as a DM,
Yeah,
when the defender give you a pass, a DM, you look up, you see your left wing, right wing, a midfielder who is beside them.
What if they are marked? What do you do?
What if they're mad? You use your because Mikel uses his brain.
Yeah. So you know Mikel uses his brain.
Yeah, he uses his brain. Exactly.
Marvelous. You see how McCall
What do you think?
Abdullah, Mikel
But the thing
appreciation
is,
will not
I'll
kill
say
you.
this, man. Like, I'll just say this: when you play in midfield, you need like 5-6 attributes. You need to have control. Your body orientation needs to be on point. The way you scan for space, always looking what's around you. The number of touches before the pass, the weight of the pass, and your movement after the pass. These are basic. It's basic shit. But it's so important.
Jorginho
I don't
is
see
very,
this from Jorginho.
He's overrated. It's a
He's
fact.
overrated. Like
he
the
is.
fact that the third best player in the world over the year,
Rightfully
you're
so.
fucking having a laugh.
Rightfully
You're
so.
fucking having a laugh.
No,
It's an insult to the fucking game, bro. It's an insult to the
Tosin,
beautiful game.
wait,
It's
Tosin,
an insult to the
wait.
beautiful game, bro.
Wait, Tosin. When the guy did not play against Watford, did you see Chelsea game? The midfield was all over shop.
Okay, what would he have done
Because we
against
had
Watford?
Saul and Loftus-Cheek.
Okay, who do you have had instead of those two? That is available.
Barkley is available.
You say was Barkley in a 6?
In a 6?
That's hell. That's suicide.
Barkley would perform better than Loftus-Cheek.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
He will lose the ball. He will lose the ball so many times.
Did you not see Marvelous? Did you not see Loftus-Cheek this
season?
Have you seen?
No, Marvelous, stop.
Marvelous, you need to stop this.
You're better than this, though.
Come on, guys.
You are
We
better.
need to stop being biased.
I'm not being biased.
Stop biased.
I'm not being biased.
Did you see how well Loftus-Cheek played in the second half?
Let's get back to Jorginho. Emi said that.
Eric, go.
Okay, it's my turn. Okay, good. Okay, Blue Eye said some very questionable things. I don't even know where to start. I mean, the last person you should be talking about is Tuchel, as far as I'm aware.
What?
I mean, Tuchel is the most important.
Everything
starts with him. Everything starts with him. The success is on him.
Yes,
let Eric talk.
Let me finish.
Eric, flow.
Everything. What did you say? Everything starts with Tuchel.
Correct.
The reason we're at the top of the table. We're not first. Fair enough. We're not first. But the reason we're where we are is because of Tuchel. The reason we won the Champions League last season is because of Tuchel. The reason we have the best defense in Europe, arguably, is because of Tuchel.
Because of Tuchel.
I don't think anybody would have imagined. I don't think anybody would have imagined. And the fact that I have to defend Tuchel is crazy to me.
Stupid.
Because this guy is. I mean,
I agree with you. Go.
We are in a title race because of Tuchel. In case anybody didn't realize, we are not good enough to be challenging for the title. Realistically,
we've scored the second most goals.
No, I'm getting there.
That's
because of Tuchel.
We're joint best defense. So that's not title. I don't know.
Blue Eyes just said Chelsea are a cup team, or I can't remember how he's put it exactly. We are set up to win cups.
Yeah.
But if you look at our record, that's not the case. Tuchel has made us a team that is challenging for the title. Maybe we won't win it, but that's what we're doing. We have, only Liverpool have scored more goals than us.
You know?
We need to take time. Klopp and
this is Klopp's 5th season, right? Let's call it out. His 5th season. Tuchel has not even stayed here for a year.
Look at the squad that Klopp inherited, though.
This is not marvelous.
No.
Klopp was given time. Klopp was given time to do what he wanted to do. So don't even talk about the.
But he showed results. He made the Europa League final.
Of course he did, but he was also.
He lost.
Klopp beat us in his first season.
No.
Does he want to go for that? I don't care. I don't care what club. Does he want? That doesn't get you a medallion. That doesn't get you a medallion.
No.
I don't even remember. I don't remember.
Either way,
that was the Coutinho game.
Lampard beat Pep in his first season. What does that mean?
I mean, the fact that you're talking about, why are you talking about Klopp? That's a complete different context. Liverpool were like a top 16 when Klopp came in. Why are you mentioning
top
Klopp?
8? They finished 8th. Let us say that.
Yeah, they finished 8th.
What I was saying is, people shouldn't say this whole thing of Tuchel needs time when
I didn't.
Tuchel,
Did I say that?
okay,
I didn't say he needs
But
Sorry,
he
time.
nobody
deserves
said that.
time. He's not even
Sorry.
needs.
He
And we
deserves
said
time.
he deserves time.
He deserves time, and he deserves credit.
In
Nobody should
6
be
months,
saying
he's won the Champions League, right? Yeah.
no.
And
No
yeah,
Chelsea
this team
should
doesn't
have
deserve
any
it.
bad thing to say
How can
about
this
Tuchel.
team won?
Like, it is
These
crazy
guys
that
deserve to be in
people
the Champions
have.
League. No.
How can anybody discredit? How can anybody question? Yes, question him. Fair enough. Game by game tactics. Yes, recently you can do that. Fair enough. But talking about Tuchel in general, I mean, what
It's
are we talking
criminal.
about?
It's spoiled.
You know,
I think
It's
it's criminal.
criminal. It's
the
criminal.
only
It's
signing
criminal.
he's
I think it's
made,
spoiled. It's really spoiled because
the only
we
signing
came
he's
from
made.
Blythe to defend
Nine.
himself. Don't worry. Keep going. Keep
Yeah,
going.
of course. But I just wanted to be, I feel like I need to say it because
No, it's good. It's good. You say
you know what some people will do on Twitter. Some Chelsea fans will say Tuchel out and
no,
crazy things like
nobody,
that.
nobody will say Tuchel out at this
So
point. No.
I just need to get it out of the way. Tuchel is, for me, is the most important, person at Chelsea right now in terms of the team. He's the one that's making all this possible. But in terms of the setup of the team, yes, I agree with what Blue Eye said. If Tuchel is a good manager, he'll figure out how to use Lukaku. If it doesn't work, it's very sad because maybe Tuchel didn't want Lukaku.
No. He said he wanted Lukaku.
Eric, don't fall for that. Eric, don't fall for that. Don't fall for that trap. If that is the case,
he wanted Lukaku.
Yeah, if that's the case, and Lukaku,
yeah.
and Tuchel didn't want Lukaku, somebody needs to step down. Whether it's Tuchel, Marino, or somebody
needs to step down. Not
somebody.
Calm down. I'm lying. That's
somebody.
no.
You don't know. I'm lying. You don't. I'm lying again. I'm lying. I'm lying. No, I'm lying. You have a habit of doing this. You can't. You need to know for a fact if Lukaku was just signed, and Tuchel said, "I don't want him," and he was signed, somebody needs to.
Where's that
The
person?
reality, you guys are lying, man. The truth is, Tuchel wanted Lukaku.
Exactly. Come on, don't do this.
He just doesn't.
He
just
didn't
doesn't
want
know how.
Lukaku.
He doesn't
want Lukaku.
How do you know that?
How do you know that?
How do you know
Wait,
that?
Tosin, you're saying
How
he
do you
doesn't
know
know
he
how to-
wanted Lukaku?
Because he said it during the process when we're signing, even after we signed him.
Tuchel likes number nines that can play for the team and play for themselves. Like that's what Lukaku. That's how we described Lukaku.
Yeah.
So it's clear he wanted him. Like,
But
what are you saying? Like,
even if he didn't want him, I don't think he's opposed to having Lukaku. He's fine with him there.
no
He wants,
manager would be really.
Yeah. Why would you? Why would I know we joke about Lukaku and everything, call him Tims, but Lukaku is still a good striker. So
Yep.
I don't think most managers would like to have Lukaku in their team. But if he did want him, he needs to get the best. He needs to figure it out. Find the people. Yes, Kovacic is injured. Very
It's
sad.
early
Kovacic
though,
was.
right?
It's very early.
Yes, it's early, but it's not early in terms of we're challenging for the title. We don't have too much,
true.
So the way I'm saying it, if Tuchel really wanted him, he needs to figure it out. Lukaku, I can't be seeing Lukaku being isolated every match.
I don't
just
like
by
that.
himself.
That pisses me off a lot.
Nobody's getting the ball to him.
But that's literally all the nines that have played in that system.
Amen.
Yes. So Eric, and that's a fact, right? What Tosin just said is a fact. So Eric, now as Tuchel, why don't you adjust your system to get the best out of your striker?
Guys, the truth is, guys, look at the two guys.
Is it that he
who are the
doesn't
two?
trust? Is it that he doesn't trust?
Let me say this, Emmy.
Right.
Look at the two best teams in your league.
No striker.
Do they play with a number 9?
No. Very good question, bro.
No.
I remember when people were saying that City might struggle.
Honestly, that's the future. The future is
the
future is these number 9s, like these lumbering number 9s. These like that are like. I mean, look, football is moving past that. We're past the need for traditional 9s these days, man.
Honestly, I'm going to hate the game because I grew up where you had a striker and a co-striker. Like
I grew up watching Filippo
Inzaghi. Two striker systems. That was what I grew up watching.
Inzaghi would be a bum today, man.
Yeah, he'd be
he would, but still, he wouldn't be as good as he was.
He won't be as good as what he was then. Yeah,
we can't even talk about the other teams because we're different. Chelsea don't play the way these other teams play. So we can't just compare ourselves and expect to do exactly what they're doing to win the title. We have to do things our way and figure it out for ourselves. The way we've won the title, we've had a striker. We've had somebody to score the goals. Yeah, we
Listen,
had
guys,
6 years ago, 5 years ago.
Sorry, I don't know if I'm interrupting anybody, but if the writing is not on the wall that in the past 3 games we are averaging about 60% to 70% possession and coming out with terrible results. If that's not the writing on the wall, one. And then somebody was saying that because Lukaku doesn't get the part that if we had, or Amy was saying it, if we had Fabregas, if we had Fabregas,
you said Faber.
Yeah, Faber. That's what I used to call that fool. If we had I can't stand that guy, man. If we had Faber.
That guy gave me 2 titles. He gave me 2 titles.
No, don't mind him. It's because of
2
Arsenal.
titles.
I know he did. Yeah, I can't stand it. His Arsenal days will never be erased from my head. But anyways, people were saying that if we had Faber, that Faber will find those passes. Listen, the problem is, I think, as bad as Jorginho is, for those that think he's bad, Jorginho would have been able to find Lukaku if Lukaku, his game is supposed to be merge with the midfield, then run into space.
But
don't stand like a tree. Hold on, let me land.
Why isn't he doing it? Why isn't he doing it?
Because that's what I said. Initiative. Remember, that's why I said that it's one thing to be a striker and it's another thing to be a striker with Gragra and your initiative. You must have your bag of jazz. I don't know if you understand. Every Dibia, every native doctor has his bag of jazz. If you understand what I mean. Lukaku's bag of jazz right now is empty.
Blue Eyes. What I will say.
What eyes have gone native.
Here's what
we need to be spiritual to win this Premier League.
God bless you. Listen, if you want Lukaku, listen, you know those passes that the passes that you gentlemen are advocating for, the same passes that I've been crying for as well. But if we want those passes to come to fruition, Lukaku is the one. Right? He's supposed to show his midfielders where his sweet spots are.
Okay.
That's why I'll never.
Should I add something to that too?
Yes, no.
Before apart from that midfield I was talking about, we also need another threat in that final third, like someone that actually can, create that inside forward, like a Mane or Salah kind of, or if you want to put Grealish kind of player, or Mahrez kind of player, those kind of players that. They can actually create for the striker or combine with the striker or get closer to the striker. Because what I see with Lukaku is like he's in the opposition team. He's not a Chelsea player when he plays. The distance between him and the next Chelsea player is at least 10 yards. It's at least 10 to 15 yards.
Who are your two most creative players?
I think Tuchel was trying to do something before Lukaku got injured. If you remember,
don't tell me he was playing Timo Werner. No,
yeah, he was.
That was a faulty move because instead of pairing Timo Werner with Lukaku, he should have paired Havertz. Yeah, he should have paired Havertz because Havertz can drop deep, push that ball to Lukaku.
He can pass and he can also go to the box.
Yeah, exactly.
I think what Tuchel wanted was that threat behind.
If Tuchel want to replicate the Inter Milan's era of Lautaro Martinez and Lukaku, we can play.
Tuchel wanted that guy that could penetrate that back line. That's all I'm taking from
Enke, there's no back line. The back line is already close to the opposition goalkeeper. The difference between that opposition goalkeeper and the back line is at least 12 to 15 yards. There's no space. Where Timo Werner run to? He's always running to the throwing line or to the corner flag. There's no space.
They usher him out the pitch.
They usher him out of the pitch.
Emmy.
And I'm very respectfully too.
Emmy, what I'll say is this. If Lukaku can't score, and my thing with Lukaku is you could talk about his technique and all his stuff. But Lukaku knows how to score goals. It's not like he knows. So the fact that
his conversion rate is actually very good.
So the fact that he's not scoring,
check your DMs.
The fact that he's not scoring should tell you something about what Tuchel. I'm sorry. As much as I love Tuchel and he's done. This is a Tuchel problem because Lukaku knows how to score.
That's why. Because
Lukaku knows how to score. I'm sorry.
Because I watched. Did you watch the Classical? That's the Dortmund.
Yeah. Just now. Yeah.
No. Did you watch it? So today I said, okay, let me take my time to watch this guy called Erling Haaland. I watch him regularly, but today I said, okay, let me just watch him. He scored a fantastic goal, the second goal, probably goal of the game, right? But do you know how many chances he missed? to actually score that goal. Do you know how many true balls they gave him? At least
But
they didn't
see,
give him
that
true balls
that
today.
was not a
At
football
least,
match though.
at
I mean,
least he had 7. I know it was end to end.
That was ping pong. That was ping
Yeah,
pong.
I know.
That was
Yeah,
not
it was
football,
end,
man.
it was end to end. It was end to end. But guess what? That guy had true passes. You know, people were creating for him, but he was still missing those chances. And I said, if this was Lukaku, people are going to say, oh, he's not good enough. But this is a 150 million pound striker. He ended up scoring. So he ended up scoring a very fantastic goal. The second goal that that Dortmund scored was probably the best goal in the game. But guess what? I just said okay, because then Chelsea had already lost right before they played that Dortmund and Munich, right? And I said okay, let's take this guy out of this Dortmund team and put him in this Chelsea team. Would he function? The answer is a big no. And
people who think that Holland will just work for us. I don't know why people think
Haaland
that.
will be so
Abdullah, you saw your DM.
Let me tell you, Haaland will be so pissed. He will ask Raula for a transfer after 4 months.
I'm telling you guys right now. I'm saying this right now. This possession, tiki-taka, 100 touches, 100 passes, that City, Chelsea, Haaland not feeling that, bro. That's why I'm thinking he really thinking about Real Madrid
United?
or PSG.
Oh, Real Madrid. Okay.
Real Madrid or PSG.
I'm telling y'all.
Shameless
I'm telling y'all. I'm telling y'all, bro. Like this possession style, it's not for Haaland. It's not his game.
The same way Icardi succeeded at PSG, right?
Icardi's an O2. Icardi's not good enough. Was not good enough at Inter. Icardi was always overrated.
Eric, all I'm gonna say is this: if Lukaku
is a box striker, like
footballers move past the need for Icardi.
Exactly. So
like
you can't have a Trezeguet. You can't have a Trezeguet in the modern football. Those box strikers.
I like what Eric. I like what you said, and I have an aspect to that because I watched the Inter Milan when Antonio Conte and Lukaku was there. I understand there's Barella, there's Christian Eriksen, there's Brozovic. I know. But there's a guy called Lautaro Martinez who does dirty work for Romelu Lukaku.
What do you mean dirty work?
I'm not advocating.
What does that?
Okay, dirty work means is it does in terms of the number 10, everything.
No, yeah, with number 10,
Lukaku just stands there like a tree.
It was a legit partnership. It was a legit partnership.
What I said dirty work is, I don't think you did. Both of them, there's an understanding between.
I did.
Wait. There's an understanding between Lautaro Martinez and Romelu Lukaku. We can see that. But in this Chelsea team, Timo Werner and Lukaku doesn't have an understanding. It's looking to me that both Messi and Kovacic are already the one that has understanding for
Werner shouldn't even be talked about. Because about
now, if Werner should be sold, let's stop talking about Werner. He's a rat.
If it's our number 9, then I want to see that pairing.
What an L, man. What an L that
was, man. If Lukaku can't score, then what chance does any forward in this club have of scoring consistently?
It's better. Because you guys are overestimating Lukaku.
So
wait. So what is Lukaku? Wait, how do you rate Lukaku, Marcus?
Wait. So you guys don't see, and you guys don't see the fact that he may have only succeeded to that level because it was Italy. Is that like a crazy idea?
So what was the Euros then? Marvelous. What's the Euros then?
What are you?
This guy, man.
Like he's a top striker. He's played and he scored at 24 years. At 24 years of age, he had 100 Premier League goals.
I know.
But I'm saying when he was 24, he had 100 Premier League goals. Like,
let me ask you a question.
That's a fact. That's a fact, Marvelous. At 24, he was one of the youngest to get to
Lukaku with dreads. Young Lukaku with dreads played differently than this Lukaku.
No.
Let me ask you guys a question. Guys, let me ask you a question about Lukaku. Hold on.
Okay.
Let me ask you guys a question about Lukaku. Can Lukaku beat somebody face to face?
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes, he can.
Honestly, if it's a transition, if it's transition 1v1 and he's on the right flank transition 1v1, he will get onto his left foot and he will.
What I mean is the reason I asked this question, Tosin. The reason I asked this question is there's going to be situations where there is a complete deadlock and there's 2 minutes left, and we need a goal, and Lukaku gets a dead ball.
dribble
What
and
do you
get
do
a
with a
shot.
dead ball?
He can't.
Thank you. And
He
that's
can't
why I like
dribble
Kai
and get a
Havertz.
shot.
What
We're
do you,
not.
it's not about the
wait.
listen, when you're running.
Yeah,
When you say dead ball, what do
We're
you mean by
being
dead
too
ball?
nice. We're not saying facts.
Hold on, let me finish. So if Lukaku gets a dead, because there's going to be because the thing is, defenders are not stupid. That's why I was very wary about Lukaku playing today, because big men like Zuma, even though he got injured, the Obonas and the Dawsons, which I really like that Dawson guy.
They like the physical game.
Yeah,
Man,
exactly. They like
yo.
big men so that they can target them. You understand?
You
So
love
if
that mid, Blue Eyes.
Sorry? What's that?
Nothing.
Love that mid. You like a mediocre
like
player. That's what I'm saying. You like
Yeah,
mediocre
well,
players.
whatever. Yeah, I do. I like the. You know what? I do like the mids that will come up good in the future, like Gary Cahill. Remember when we got Gary Cahill from Bolton?
That's true.
Yeah.
And
Dawson came from Bolton too. Dawson
No,
came
you
from
go.
Bolton too.
No, I don't mind. This is Tosi. You wouldn't understand. This is EPL. Don't worry. So, the bottom line is no, guys. Can Lukaku kill a ball? You know, sometimes that's why I say initiative. If the ball comes to him, put it on your chest, kill it.
He does that now.
Hold on now, Amy. Kill the ball. When you kill the ball, attract defenders your way, then beat them. Lukaku can't do that.
He can't do it.
He
does that.
By the way, you guys are saying he doesn't. I remember a game against I know it's international. I know it's international. Watch him against I know it's Estonia, but watch the goal he scored. And don't tell me he can't do that. Come on now.
Look, let me tell you
His
guys
right foot as well.
No, stop carrying guys.
We need to stop babying these guys.
Thank you, man.
It's not babying.
It's not babying.
Just remember, Lukaku is an African guy. He grew up in Belgium, but he is deeply rooted in Congo, right?
Of course.
You cannot tell me, and he grew up there. He played football there too.
Okay.
You can't tell me that a boy that played football on the streets in Africa cannot chest a ball, beat a man, and shoot.
No.
Dude,
these are look. These are
depends on how you. Yeah, it depends on exactly.
Enke just said he did something against Estonia. Can we see the examples we're giving?
Thank you. I'll show. By the way, you want to do this? Okay, let's do it.
Because he was out muscling people from Udinese, Torino, Venezia. He played differently. When he was younger, he was actually kind of decent with his feet. He was lighter.
And you know what West Ham was doing today, guys? Guys, you know what West Ham was doing today? West Ham accorded Nama, what's his name? Lukaku no rest. You know what was happening? Anytime Lukaku got the ball, they backed off him. That's when I said, no, this is disrespect.
Yeah, because
if a striker gets a ball, he's supposed to attract 2 or 3 people.
When did they back off? No, Blue Eyes. When did they back off?
Blue
Eyes. Every time he touched the ball, there was someone at least behind him. For what I checked.
Yeah, he was getting fouled.
You know what? Because he couldn't kill the ball.
Blue Eyes. What do you mean? No, but you said he will. No, Blue Eyes. You said they were backing off him. But every time I saw him touch the ball,
guys,
there was a guy behind him, right on his doing bump and grind.
Let me help all you guys that are.
I sent you
Come on.
Lukaku was playing ball today with 2 left feet. Whether he played in Congo, whether he played in Angola, whether he played in Lagos, he was playing.
Blue Eyes, I have a question for you. I have a very important question for you.
Please.
Eric Fire.
Yes, you said that we are fine without him, right?
Sorry?
I only saw
You said-
I said we're fine. Yeah, like he can come off the bench. Yes, I think
So,
right now he's almost a bench player. Yes.
Are you content with the chance creation and the goals recently?
Let me answer
What do you
that,
think about it?
Eric. We scored 24 goals in Lukaku's absence.
No. Answer the question. No.
Okay, so you help me. You help me. Help me. He scored 24 goals in his absence. What do you think?
Yes, it was coming from a lot of places, including a lot of our defenders.
That's what I'm saying.
Did you forget
Did you hear what I said initially? I said Kai Havertz is the fulcrum of a democratic system of scoring. No, hold on. Kai Havertz doesn't need to score.
I don't know if you can ride cause. I don't know if you can ride Havertz for a full season.
Hey man, that's the issue.
Now you're talking. Now you're talking, and that's where
even in Leverkusen, there was no way he didn't play.
But you know what?
He didn't play the full season.
But you know what? The beauty of that is with Kai Havertz is that the more he does that, right, the more he brings other people into scoring form. So if you sub him After a while, then you're gonna
Who
have
has he?
other people
Who has he?
scoring.
No, okay.
Who's
So
the scorer from?
who's the scoring for?
Rich
Rich
James has how
James?
many goals?
Oh my!
No.
So
You
this
said
guy
you said
was-
Havertz brings people into scoring form. Who are the people with scoring form that Havertz has brought into play?
Oh, Mason Mount.
How come, well, we have 24 goals, man. Listen, if even if a blind man cannot
goal-
see
oh
that,
my.
listen, they say if a blind man cannot see that in Lukaku's absence, we were able to produce 24
my-
goals, and you cannot see the.
My point is that we
Is
don't
what?
have a goal scorer. We don't have people who score. Man City have like 5, 6, 7 players who score 5+ goals.
Why
Liverpool
don't
have
you know
Mo
what?
Salah.
Let's look at. Can somebody
do we
please
have?
tell me who the 3 highest goal scorers for Man City versus
Okay,
the 3
please,
highest goal
please.
scorers for Chelsea now?
Chelsea. I'll check it right now.
Yeah,
Like
like
it's Bernardo, Gabriel
Bernardo.
Jesus.
Okay,
Gabriel
how many?
Jesus.
What's the score? What's the distribution of?
Bernardo
goals?
has 7.
Uh-huh.
Mason Mount I see here on the list with 5.
Yes.
Then I see Rich James with 4.
No.
No, Rich James has more than 4 goals. He
Has
has
5. He has 5.
He has 5.
He has
And what
5.
else?
Are you guys
Yes.
sure?
In the Premier League.
Then you're not looking at it then.
No, you're not looking. Look, check the.
Pull up the Kovacic
Go to the
stat
Premier
and
League
send-
websites.
Okay,
Not
just
the
the
Premier
Premier
I'm
League.
there. I'm there. It says
You
Rich
get
James
to,
has
you
4.
know what? I'm an eye test merchant, but by the time you guys look at those stats, you're going to find out that we're about on par in terms of
No.
these 3.
No, we're
Check.
not.
Rich
No,
James,
why not?
Rich James has 4 goals in the Premier League. He has 4 goals in the Premier
Okay,
League.
who else?
And Ben Chilwell with 3.
Who's the highest goal scorer for Chelsea?
Mason, it's Mason. No, it's Mason.
Five,
It's Mason.
5.
Mason with 5.
Okay, so let's go to
City?
and remember, hold on, remember Mason Mount was out for how many games?
Yeah.
Let's talk
he was
about how
out.
many games he missed.
A couple of
Yeah, he
games.
just.
yeah.
he
And
And
just
then
came
what's it
back.
called?
Thank
Phil
you.
Foden 3, Gundogan 3,
Yeah.
Bernardo Silva 7. And that's the top 3.
So let's okay then. You guys know math. Now let's
Damn. So
calculate.
wait. It's Gundogan, Silva, and Bernardo. Wait, sorry.
Oh.
Gundogan, Bernardo, and who? Foden.
Yeah.
Foden, Sterling also has
Damn.
3. Sterling also has
X
3.
out of the
So,
picture.
Eric, it
X out of
doesn't-
this
your
Bro,
argument-
picture.
that's
Just
the thing
leave
with
it.
City, man. Like
Do you know
everybody.
what he
like,
said? You know what he said? 3, 4 players with 3
No,
goals.
click on,
Plus.
click on
How
the,
many
the
goals?
status.
How many of our players have 3 goals? Eric,
The
3.
status, not the picture.
We only have we have 2. We have Chilwell and Lukaku. Chilwell and
Yeah,
Four,
leave
Lukaku.
it.
right?
Leave this on the screen.
How
So
many
what's
do
the
Man City
difference?
have?
Potatoes, all French
No.
fries.
They're
They're all
They
French
have.
fries, man.
No. Look.
If we do not have, listen, if we do not have a lone striker that has the lion heart of Costa and the Gragra of Drogba, then we don't have a 9.
Thank you.
We don't have a 9. Right now, we have a ghost 9 in Kai Havertz, and then Lukaku off the bench as a 9. That's what we have. And until we accept that fact,
Damn, but you paid $100
100
million for this
mil!
nigga. Like, what are you saying?
What are you doing?
Tuchel never wanted
bless
him.
you, you're
Tuchel
right.
never wanted him.
That is
Oh
what-
my goodness.
Marvelous. Stop
goodness.
crossing.
That is the
straight
reason.
capping.
Marvelous needs to stop.
Straight
Marvelous
capping.
needs
Yeah,
to stop.
that's
no,
Twitter.
no,
That's
that's
Twitter.
This guy needs to stop. No, you guys aren't making any sense whatsoever. There's
Okay,
no
no,
sense
okay,
what's coming
guys.
up from us.
That's Twitter talk.
100. Do you know what 100 million pounds is? Does anyone know what that means?
I know.
That's a lot of money.
It's a
That's a
huge
lot
lot of
of
money.
Do you know what 300k a week means?
I know
It's
what
not
one.
a lot-
Listen,
it's not a
bro,
lot of money
why?
for
Guys,
Chelsea.
wait. Let me ask
It's
you
not a lot of
That's-
money for Chelsea.
that's
and
not-
Kane.
It is. You better believe it is. What I told you.
That's
You
really
better
much.
believe it.
you know what?
That's
Let me
ridiculous.
ask you a question.
Marvelous.
Guys, you know what I like?
Marvelous, what are you
Abdullah,
doing, man?
Abdullah, before you ask
Yeah.
that question, Abdullah,
Okay.
before you ask me that question, you know what I like? You know what I like about this whole situation that we're debating upon
Mhm.
is that Abramovich is different from a lot of these UK fans.
Yes.
Abramovich always Abramovich always
knows the real.
he knows Abramovich is my guy.
So
I get
Abramovich
you, man.
advocated.
Get off
So
his dick.
Abramovich advocated to sign
Yeah, I
Lukaku.
won't-
He knows.
I
Oh,
won't-
Abramovich knows the real so much, right? No. So Abramovich knows the real so right that he advocated to sign this guy.
Agriculture science guys, pack yourself on the side. Let me talk. Like I was saying, Abramovich knows the game. You fans are just talking about. It's not about price. Price is price is price. But if the guy is not bringing it to the table, he gone. How much did we spend on Torres in 2000 whatever?
50
It wasn't
million.
100. It wasn't
It was
100.
50. No, it was 50.
Inflation
It
rate.
was 50.
Let's do inflation rate.
Inflation rate.
It was 50
Inflation.
and
Okay.
it was
this is-
50 and
It was a British record at the time.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
a British
Yes,
record.
it was a British record at the time. Thank you, Tosin. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
No,
we
but
let-
the thing is, that's not what the reality is, though.
Pukki has 5 goals. And
Abramovich,
Lukaku
but
only
that
has
doesn't
3.
even help your point. That means Abramovich
What
don't
a
know shit
shame.
because
He doesn't know shit. Thank you.
Abramovich
What the hell?
wanted Torres.
Money,
Abramovich
man.
wanted Torres, and Ancelotti wanted
This
Aguero.
money. Okay, you know what? PSG, come and
So
get
what are you
Lukaku
saying?
here.
Like that's the fact.
No, that's what I'm. No, you got the Blue Eyes and Marvelous.
Ancelotti wanted Aguero. So what are you saying?
Abramovich knows so much ball that he advocated to sign Morata. He advocated to sign Timo. He advocated to sign
Who said he
Lukaku.
advocated to sign Morata?
Yeah.
Does he? Does wait? Time out. Does he not? He's the owner. Does he not? So he doesn't know what. He doesn't know what's going on in Chelsea.
Lukaku is good.
Come on,
Lukaku
man. Don't do this.
He signs up any of those transfers before we make all those transfers.
You guys are like
He signs up those transfers.
You guys. There's no link. There's no relationship before you're saying you can't
There's a
say
relationship between Abramovich and Roma. I keep telling you this.
Roman signs up every deal.
Thank you.
No matter what the deal is.
So as Blue Eye said, and the Blue Eyes, I'm not taking it as offense, by the way. But as you said, how could Roman know ball and is advocating Torres, Morata, Werner, and now it's Lukaku? And apparently,
let me ask a question.
Listen, let me tell you why we got Lukaku. Eh? One of the reasons why we got Lukaku, it would have looked bad if another team got him.
He was
literally gonna stay. Yeah, he literally would have
looked bad if another team got him. Man. Listen,
stop trying to make excuses for him.
Look, man, I'm gonna just say this. I haven't seen defense played like this in a while from y'all, man. Y'all playing some crazy defense right now, bro. Just admit it. Just admit it, man.
Let me ask a simple question.
Defending all your club's decisions, man. Like y'all make shit number 9 signings. That's a fact.
Lukaku should never.
It's even more serious than that. It's more serious than that.
No, but Lukaku is a serious buy, man.
Tosin, the reality is even worse than what you just said. But
guys, let's not forget this, right? No matter the number 9 Chelsea signed, it will still be the same result. I think that's a
Haaland would be more productive. Haaland would.
What's more productive?
Haaland will carry his boots and stone somebody. Haaland does not have the maturity.
The reality is this. Let's stay in reality. Because a person I really trust that I talked to all summer on transfers, he said that you guys were ready to make the deal on Haaland. He just rejected y'all. Like that's just how it works.
There you go.
That's just how it works. That's why you fell back on Lukaku. That's why.
Not what happened. That's not what happened. I don't know what you're talking about.
The truth, man.
Tosin, I agree. Tosin,
you guys were ready. You guys were ready. I'll tell you this right now. You guys were ready to put down 150 million euros.
Do you know what Dortmund were asking for? Do you know what Dortmund were asking for?
You were ready to put down 100 million premium.
It was
on
more
top
than
of
that.
75 million.
We did put down 150.
Yeah,
but it was
see,
still
and you were ready, but the reality,
no.
But the reason why it fell through is because you couldn't agree personal terms with this entourage because they wasn't fucking with y'all. Like that's just the truth.
Dortmund rejected.
Wait, but here's the thing. No. Here's the thing, Eric. No, here's the thing with what you're saying. Do you know that personal terms could be agreed before a club even talks to each other? You know that, right? So why did we in no stage in the summer hear that Haaland and Chelsea agreed personal terms at any point? No,
because of Mino Raiola. Did you forget about him?
Mino Raiola, Tino Taiola. It doesn't matter, guys.
Do you know what they wanted to do? Wait, hang on. You guys don't seem to actually know what was going on.
Everybody,
all right, explain.
They wanted Chelsea to pay Mino Raiola, pay Holland's dad, pay one,
which is what a club is going to do this summer. It's worth
it.
That's on
like, what are you saying?
Any club that gives into the terms of Mino Raiola and Haaland, the club is dumb because the guy said, wait, the guy said that he wants to put 3 years. He wants to only stay 3 years, and in 3 years he wants to renegotiate his deal. And that means it has to be part of the clause. That's nobody's going to sign that. No club, unless the club.
I think that was hearsay, though, Emmy. I think that was hearsay.
All I'm saying. By the way, sorry. All I'm saying, marvelous. Yeah, marvelous. I'm going to say this: Tammy, Giroud, Lukaku, and you think Haaland will be the anomaly? Continue and ask your question.
Marvelous, please, you need to explain to us, man.
Continue and ask your question.
Let me ask a simple question.
This team does not play for a striker, and that's a fact.
Okay, Emmy.
Let
me ask a question.
You said it yourself. Blue, said it yourself.
It doesn't play for a striker.
That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Why do we need a striker?
Because you know why? Because can I answer that question really quick? Because this is the only credit I'm going to give to Thomas Tuchel. Thomas Tuchel probably looked at Lukaku and said, that when he comes in, because he kept pushing this agenda that Lukaku likes to play for the team, but he doesn't. Let's be
No,
fair.
he does though. He
No,
does.
but he
Don't
doesn't.
do
No,
that.
when I
Don't
mean
do
play
that.
for the team, when I mean play for the team, to actually service the system in place, and the system in place is that 3-4-3. And when Lukaku came in, he hasn't really serviced that formation.
Okay,
and when I mean service the formation is applying his own initiative to make it work.
Is Tuchel telling him not to do that?
Exactly.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's personal. No, it's personal initiative.
It can't be personal.
Part.
It can't
I'm
be.
It has to be.
Do you think? I think that's what Tuchel is telling him to do, because he's not. See, when Chelsea, the two halves to play today was a testament of everything.
Of course,
Havertz played the first half. Lukaku played the second half. Right?
Exactly.
In the first half, Havertz was coming down, actually being the outlet. From the wing backs, from the number 10s, from the CMs. Right? Guess what? Wait. In the second half,
we lacked.
I was like, okay, let's see what Lukaku will give to this team. Guess what? If Lukaku was not playing to instructions, Thomas Tuchel will pretty much run into that field and carry him out.
Amy, let me tell you something.
Tuchel will take him out after 10 minutes.
No, what I'm saying is this. Yes, that's true. You bring a striker in, right? You give him instructions. And yes, if he doesn't go by instructions, the coach pulls him out. But listen, when you're not getting when you don't see a goal, you don't give an assist, you find yourself flat-footed all the time, pride should kick in.
He said pride.
Pride should
It doesn't
kick
work
in.
like that, man.
Remember this blue eyes.
Let me ask my question.
Let me just say this.
Wait. Let Marvelous
Now
go.
I know. Some people play PlayStation, man. Some people
Marvelous
just
land.
argument on PlayStation.
Marvelous
man.
land, man. Land.
I just want
land is so lagoon, so we can work. We can know what to do for land.
Okay, I want to ask. I'm asking everyone one by one, just yes or no. Simple answer. Abdullahi, do you think Lukaku will come good this season? Yes or no?
Absolutely, 100% yes.
Okay. Blue Eyes, do you think Lukaku will come good this season? Yes or no?
You know what? Look, yeah. I think the best we'll get from Lukaku 10, 12 goals.
So
Marvelous.
That means no. I say no. Marvelous.
Before you carry
no.
on, Marvelous.
Marvelous is no.
What does come good mean? What does that mean? What does it mean for him to come good?
Will he contribute substantially with goals?
No. How many goals? 10 goals, 15 goals.
15 goals.
Remember,
how many is he on right now? How many is he on?
He's on 3. He's on 3 in the Premier League. He's not. He's lucky to get to 10.
Yeah, he got as many as fucking Broja, the Southampton guy, man.
That's 15.
He's laughing, man.
Tosin, do you think Lukaku will come good this season? Yes or no?
Next season, 100% yes.
This season,
no.
Yes or no?
No.
Okay.
No.
Emmy, do you think Lukaku will come good this season? Yes or no?
This season with the current team, the current setup, no. We're missing a couple of players.
Why I say yes? I'll give you the reason.
Hold on. Eric, do you think Lukaku will come good this season? Yes or no?
The same answer as what Emmy said. The way it's going, absolutely not.
Okay, my answer is absolutely. My answer is absolutely
we know
not.
Your answer.
And I think Lukaku is more likely to gain £15 than to score 15 goals.
Oh man, come on.
Why I say yes?
Why
I say yes is
you're taking
my
Yo, man, a lot of honestly, man, like
taking a piss.
Honestly, man, like
why I said yes is I understand the front three behind Lukaku and not kind of helping the situation because the way they play. And I believe for me, when he has that chance, he is a clinical number 9 that will score those goals. When he has that chance. Yes.
Continue. I'm going to let you finish your statement.
I saw it Aston Villa and I saw it against Arsenal.
I'll let you finish.
Chances, he scored those goals.
Okay.
My issue with Romelu Lukaku in terms of that is I will wait to hold the midfielder in Kovacic, N'Golo Kante, and the rest are fully fit. Then that judgment for me will be able to make that judgment. Because if this way are not fit yet,
Abdullah, but you know something, right? We still lack that midfielder
Yes,
Those
I know.
three. Those three guys you just called, Kante, Jorginho, Kova. In some games,
they're not going to get the job done.
They might not have that solution to actually release Lukaku.
Yeah.
You still need that midfielder, and then also
Emmy.
to increase that threat, you need an inside forward that can also cause defenders to get attracted to them. Remember, how do teams score goals? How do people score goals? How do goals happen? Goals happen when spaces are created and the opposition, the attacking team, maximizes that space to actually, get the ball to advance to goal. See, if you have 10 players crowded in front of their box, you can't score. If everybody's just standing there and moving from side to side, side to side, you can have 90% possession. You're not going to score a goal. You need to have threats. Why does Man City play without strikers? Because they have about 6 threats. Apart from their back four. In fact, even Cancelo now scores, right? And even Walker scores. So guess what? They have almost 7 threats on the field.
Man City are on a different level, completely different level to Chelsea. The way they move the ball.
Chelsea only has 2 threats. 2, max 3. Every time in every match, we have max 3 threats of scoring on the field. Man City has 7. So teams like Liverpool has 5. Because their wing backs, there's their full backs, there are 2 full backs, and their 3 and their front 3 are threats of scoring or creating. Chelsea has only 3. Only 3.
Because here comes my question to
what I'm saying this is because Tuchel is actually working a miracle for us to be where we are.
Look, I haven't even finished.
Honestly, man, I've been shitting on Tuchel a lot recently, but Emmy, you're 100% right on that. Like,
of course,
when I look at the quality of your squad, when I look at the quality of your squad, I'm sorry, I'm not feeling it. And y'all be trying to overrate y'all team, but I don't see it.
Our team is not good.
I didn't do that.
We have to be very realistic compared to Man City and Liverpool. We don't have threats.
Emmy, now you're talking my language.
No, but let me just.
We don't have.
But yo, you know what? Like you said, you were talking about midfielders, right, Emmy? Bielsa had a very interesting quote. I don't know if it was last week or something.
I saw the
quote. Said the most important, the best player, right? Like the hardest player to find in football is the number 8. He calls it the Luka Modric, the guy who can defend like a 6 and attack like a number 10.
Oh boy, that's Luka Modric.
You don't have that. Second phase midfielders, the Gundogans, the Bernardos, the Verrattis, the Cruzes, you don't have that.
You don't have that. Yes.
You don't have it.
And that's a fact.
And like you need a second phase midfielder. You need that guy who. That's what Kovacic. That's what Kovacic is kind of for you.
No,
like,
but that's what people say.
But you need that level. You need that. You need
Mount
that guy.
Might be that in the future, but he's not there now.
That's who Mason Mount is going to be, though.
Going to be not now.
I see him as more of an attacking
Mason Mount.
midfielder.
I don't see him finish, man. Mason Mount won't get there, bro.
But
you don't think he'll get to Luka Modric level?
No, he won't get to Modric. No, I mean, you know who Modric is. He's not
Mason Mount. Just I've seen his. You know when you see somebody finish, Mason Mount just pace and power nonsense.
I thought you liked Mount.
Yeah, I'm done liking him now. I'm being straight up.
We like Mount.
Oh wait, so Blue Eyes, did you not just see his goal he scored?
Did you see that goal? That was a nice
goal. Let me talk about that goal. Perfect. First of all, Johnson pulled his hamstring. So he would have got to that pass.
Okay. So you don't give him credit because of
no, I don't. And the way he even executed the goal
from Ziyech.
Yeah, the way he executed the goal, it wasn't an in-step shot. It was like that shot was just lucky that it gone in.
It was lucky.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, no,
okay.
So
let's move on.
But let's go back.
This guy is crazy.
I want to ask
let's go back to what Tosin said, right?
Blue Eyes.
You guys now see that Tuchel is actually trying with this Chelsea team. Because we only have 3 threats of scoring. 3. Only 3 threats of scoring every time we play a football match.
When people,
Man City has 7. Liverpool has 5. Teams like PSG has 5-4. So we having just 3 threats. That's why Tuchel is saying, guess what? Because we cannot create as much. And wait, let's go back to that. Last season, a lot of people were saying, "Oh, we create a lot of chances. We're the second most creative team in the league." The only reason, the only thing was we weren't able to finish. That's bullshit, though. Nonsense. That was just we never created clear cut. And I always argue with people. We don't create clear-cut chances. The quality of chances are half chances. You still have to do a lot of, you still have to do a lot of maneuvers to actually. So the thing is, people, a lot of Chelsea fans were just deluded from I know won the Champions League,
and they're still deluded.
We're very deluded.
There are Chelsea fans who think that we should win the title this season.
You know the funny part
about you can't win the
title. You guys, it's nice and interesting. It's nice and interesting saying all this now. By the start of the season, did we not put ourselves there?
No,
come on, this is what I mean. This is what I mean.
I never said that. I never said that.
I was very realistic. I said I kept. I've said the same
I always pointed out these problems.
I just need to hear. Did anyone say we should be challenging for that's all? Because the way you acted like this should be.
I did.
We should be.
I know what we are. No.
I mean, it only makes sense. You win a Champions League, the next target should be EPL. Yeah,
exactly. So what I'm saying is, why are we acting like? Thank you. So my point is, why are people behaving like? What's it called? This team should be destined for a top 4 scrap. That's what you're saying.
You know why? Because a league is a 38-game series, right? In a 38-game series, you have to have difference makers in certain matches and in certain periods. Yes, in certain periods of the season over 38 games. It's facts. Yeah, it's facts. You can't. Someone say we're overreacting. We're not.
It's not overreacting.
Y'all need a bad boy. Y'all need a bad boy sharpshooter, man. Like
Tosin, I wanted to respond to what you said because what I'm hoping for, I don't know about anybody else, but I'm hoping that Tuchel can just stay in a job long enough to actually build a team in his image.
Yes,
a team that he wants, So I'm hoping that Tuchel.
This team is not his team.
No, it's not. I'm hoping Tuchel can do what Klopp and Pep have done. That's what I'm hoping for.
I think the club will give him all that, right? I just pray we don't have a slump in form starting now till January, right? But even though I think he will still be in charge next season, he will still be in charge no matter what. He will still be in charge. What I want Tuchel to do is look at his players that are available currently.
You guys think we'll be
wait, hold on, Marvelous. Look at the players he has currently and say, what is the best system that suits these players and that helps them to actually translate, the philosophy I'm trying to, bring to this football club to score goals and win football matches. Now, the problem is you playing Hudson-Odoi, Ziyech, Pulisic as wing backs is square pegs in round holes.
Amen.
You can't tell me that because you don't trust that our back or you can get a back four out of the defenders available. Then what you have to do is guess what? Instruct them. Hey, dude, you know what? Rudiger, you're playing left back today. Reece James, you're playing right back. You know what? I don't want you guys crossing the halfway line. Just keep a solid back four, and play a system that actually has a front four that is
so
dynamic
funny.
that can score.
But it's so funny how you're suggesting all this. You're suggesting all these, this is literally what Tuchel was known for. When he was at Dortmund, he used to get hella hate because one week he's playing 3-5-2, the next minute he's playing 4-3-3, the next week he's playing 4-2. He used to do this shit. That was literally what he was known for. And now he comes to you guys and he doesn't do it.
You know why? Because he doesn't trust that we have.
He doesn't. And why should he? Why should he trust it?
Because the previous season we shipped in 57 goals, right? Playing a back four. And he has looked at all those tapes and he's saying to himself, if I switch these guys to a back four, guess what? We're going to concede a lot of goals. Now, would the benefit of switching to a back four outweigh the costs of actually switching to the back four?
I don't think so.
And he cannot answer that question. He himself,
he can't answer that question.
He himself has watched his team train for 11 months. He can't answer the question. And because he can't answer the question, he just says, you know what, we'll just keep nicking the game, score 2 goals and
but
close shop.
yeah.
And also, I
Maybe
know that this
I
isn't
just keep
really a
possession.
footballing point, but like, yeah, but like to add to that, this isn't really a footballing point, but this could also be affecting Tuchel and how he wants to help the team. Your defense, right? Your defense, best defense in Europe, right? But clearly, like on the eye test and the numbers. But like, you look at Aspie, you look at Christensen, you look at Rudiger. Their contracts expire next season.
Yeah.
This summer.
Like
summer.
that cloud of uncertainty.
I said
I
that
think that could
they might be
also be
one foot
fucking
out the
y'all
door.
up as well.
Yeah,
One foot
I
out
think
the
so
door.
too. I think so.
It's a big problem.
Fucking
It's a
y'all up
big
too.
problem.
I think so. That's
But
a good
yeah, let's
point,
not
actually.
even. I don't want to
No,
talk about this.
that's actually a good point, because right now,
Yeah.
all this while our defense has kept us going, right? But
Yeah.
in the last 3 games, we've been seeing errors here or there. One person is not doing what they're supposed to do. The other person is not covering. And then we're leaking
Didn't
goals.
Christensen get benched on purpose because of his contract?
I don't think he was. I'm not sure about it.
There was
a
something's
report.
leaked
There was
out.
a report.
Yeah, I think Matlock came out to say that the reason why Christensen has been benched is because he has not signed a contract. I think that's affecting that boy. There's no way you tell me it's not affecting him.
But he played.
We're all human beings. It's like my boss telling me, "Oh, the reason why he's giving me this shitty project is because I've not told him I'm going to stay in the company long term."
Emmy, that's perfectly fine. Emmy, that's perfectly fine, and I admire and respect that. Get me Wesley Christensen, you could go. I'm tired of this. Nah, I'm tired, man. I'm sick and tired.
You can't throw away the baby and the bathwater, though.
I'll throw the bath with it, man. I'll throw the bath outside as well and get me a new bath. I'm tired, man. We need to stop. We need to stop. No, we need to Here's the thing.
Well, you throw the baby, the bathwater, and the bath together.
And the bath outside, and I'll leave it on the road. I can't believe and you know what? And guys, we still haven't done. We haven't said enough.
He said I'll leave it on the road.
Marcus Alonso, I will stick him outside on the road as well. Go away, please. I don't want to see this guy anymore. I'm done.
That's a problem. I don't know anybody, that's a big problem. You can't call him that anymore. You can't call it. Look,
Alonso didn't do anything bad today.
He needs to find a new look. No. We can't do it. We can't do it.
No, tell me one cross he put in the box that went to
that's Saul loan. What a waste of time.
It was a waste of cash, man. A waste of cash. I think we paid almost 5-7 million.
The funny part. This team,
okay, did Tuchel want Saul? Did Tuchel want Saul?
He did.
He did. But what he's seeing is different from what he's seeing.
Tuchel don't know football.
No.
Tuchel should be banned from signings. Tuchel should be banned
because he's the reason why we're fucked up too. We're playing niggas like Danilo.
He didn't want Saul.
Like, come on, man. Like Tyler Karen.
He didn't want Saul. He didn't want Saul.
It was the agent that recommended Saul.
Marvelous. See, Tuchel said that
his agent in Chelsea already had a deal.
He wanted Saul.
He wanted Saul. He has always wanted to sign Saul for even PSG.
How? Wait, so Marvelous needs to explain.
He's right.
Marvelous.
Marvelous, you need to stop.
You don't know Tuchel like that, bro. It's clear you don't know Tuchel like that.
He was at PSG, but I don't think
he almost signed Saul. But what's the difference?
When he was at PSG, Saul was good. When he was at PSG,
so he thought it was the same.
You thought he could resurrect his career. Why do you think he could have resurrected his career?
Saul's agent and Chelsea had already had that gentleman's agreement.
No, that's
regardless
not true.
of who would have been
No. That's not true. That's not true.
That's not true. I mean, but what he's saying is not
one at a
correct.
Time, man.
What Marvel saying? I don't because Saul
so how did Saul come to Chelsea? Tell us, how did Saul come to Chelsea?
So all through the summer, Chelsea was looking for a central midfielder. It was either Declan Rice or Tchouameni. Saul was never mentioned until the last week of the transfer window. There was nothing about Saul. In fact, when Saul was actually going to go to either Manchester United or Liverpool, one of those clubs. Yeah. And then even when they interviewed Saul said he didn't know he was going to go to Chelsea the next day. During his deal went through the last day of the transfer window. That's when he signed. As at 24 hours prior, he thought he was going to a different club. So if Chelsea and Saul's agent had agreed, Saul would have come to Chelsea long before, during the preseason. He didn't come until the last day.
Emmy, by the way, just to clarify, Tuchel was asked about Saul's role in the squad and insisted his arrival was his and the club's decision and not just the board. He said, and I quote, "A club signing? No, we don't do this. Until now, we haven't done club signings and coach signings. We do signings because we decide together because we believe it's a good pick and a good addition to the squad." And this was exactly the case. End of discussion, please.
Yo, NK.
Let's
Wait,
stop.
let me just get this now. Tuchel, amazing football coach. When he got to do this general manager shit, he like Doc Rivers.
But he's not.
He don't know what the fuck he's doing. He don't know what the fuck he's doing, bro.
He's not a manager.
When he was at PSG, I'll tell you this right now. When he was at PSG in the QSI era, no coach had more say in transfers than Tuchel. And about 80% of the transfers are duds, and they're rotting on our team right now, and we can't get better players. Tuchel is not a good. His talent ID is suspect. I need to say that right now.
But he got you to the. Didn't he get you to the Champions League final?
It doesn't matter.
Good coach.
Good
matter.
coach. I said coach.
Good coach. Good coach.
So he was able to coach the team, the players that were dog players. Though.
All I know is that Tuchel is working magic with this Chelsea team.
I agree.
I don't think that there are many. If you give Pep this Chelsea team, he's going to sell at least 7 players immediately. Like January,
he'll overhaul the whole squad.
7 at least. I know Pep will sell 7 players of this Chelsea current team. He doesn't care if they won Champions League the previous year.
City
will say he was
club.
Exactly because Manchester City doesn't sign players that are not technical.
Pep wants to do
exactly.
Before they sign a player, they actually analyze the player's technical attributes. And
I mean,
how
it's about actually technique first.
We're not even close to City's level.
No,
in terms of recruitment.
Recruitment. Hold on. You know, Man City is looking at this Fiorentina guy, the striker, right?
Vlahovic. Hey, Tosin's guy. That's Tosin's guy.
They're looking at him and that Benfica striker. Is it Nunes?
Darwin Nunes? Nah, those aren't fits. Those guys aren't fits, man. No, Vlahovic maybe. Nunes is ass, man. He's not a City level striker. It's probably a smoke screen.
All I'll say is this. Sorry, and before you go, City and credit to City, they do have the luxury of a signing of theirs could be trash their first season and they don't care. Is that
trial and error?
Is that second season? Even most of them, there's no flops. City don't, apart from Benjamin Mendy. Apart from Benjamin Mendy,
no, they signed some flops like
and Navas as well.
Nolito.
Wait, was Nolito Pep? No, I'm talking about Pep.
Yeah,
Nolito was Pep.
Bravo was Pep.
So Bravo,
Nolito was Pep too.
Bravo, Nolito, and if Mendy, those three, barring that, the rest have been successful.
Torres is about to leave.
Torres could have been. He just got injured, but he was looking good at the start of this season. He had his.
To be fair, he was.
He was looking very good, and then he got injured. So I just say.
But John Stones was a flop before last season.
Every club will have that, but they're still a different level to.
City, the first season of Bernardo Silva, Gundogan, you thought they would get rid of them in 2 seasons. They provide. Yeah. Trust me.
I still believe
guys, that's the best player right now. Another guy from agricultural science.
Bernardo. I would have loved him at Chelsea. He is.
The guy was up for sale. Bernardo Silva. He was up for sale.
You know what? I can't argue with you. He's top.
Yeah, Arsenal almost bought him.
That goal he scored, put it to the top corner.
In the summer, in the summer they were interested.
In the summer,
they were offered, and
his family. Apparently, his girlfriend hates Manchester. They were desperate to leave last summer, but it just never happened. So they stayed.
No big club came for him. If someone had come for him, dropped 70 million.
Oh my goodness, man. He's on a different level, man.
The guy is incredible. So that guy that you talked about that is close to Modric. That is a 6 and a 10. It's Bernardo Silva.
Yeah,
he's the guy actually was thinking about. Yeah. He has that ability to play as a 6 and as a 10. Like
can tackle.
That guy can tackle. He can press
for Chelsea right now in our squad.
Oh,
Let me see who can answer this question. Do you know who can do that if coach
Nobody.
if coach properly?
Are you talking about Barkley or Chalobah? Or Chalobah?
No, Kai Havertz.
Oh my goodness!
No, he's not. He's not. No,
He can play that position very well.
marvelous.
Yeah,
He's not that type of player.
Like
He's not
Bernardo
that type
Silva
of
and Luka
player.
Modric? No. He's different.
He's more of a 9.5. Like,
What
he's
role?
not.
What
He's not a.
Blue Eyes, he ain't grinding.
Hold on.
Blue Eyes, he ain't grinding.
Hold on. Let me ask you a question. What position do you think this guy plays? What do you think?
He's a striker. He's a false striker.
What do you think? This guy, what's his name?
Can do it.
What's the name of this guy? This guy that plays for Germany. That plays for Bayern. He's 33 now. One of my favorite. Müller. What position do you think Müller plays?
Second striker.
He plays second striker, 10.
Okay. In our system right now.
4-2-3-1.
Somebody asked me a question. Do you think Pep system El Bernardo Silva a lot? I don't see the same Silva for Portugal.
You could say that for every single Pep player. You could say that for every single Pep player.
No, but I'll say this. I'll say this though. When Bernardo was always a top player. When he was at Monaco,
he was good.
No, he was great. But I'll say this though about Bernardo. In the bigger games, like you could easily like mark him out of the game, and he would just be rendered quiet. Like, but at City, they just have the ball so much, and that chemistry is just so good. Like, it's just different.
But he had a good performance in the Nations League. Remember in 2018.
In the Champions League final against you guys, he was stinky. Bernardo had an awful game.
Yeah, he had an awful game because he played out of position. All right, they played him and Gundogan as their holding midfielders, and that was that threw him off. Normally, Bernardo is that kind of midfielder like Luka Modric that needs the freedom to actually move up and down between that 6 and number 10 role. Like he needs to be able to move. But in that final, Pep restricted him and Gundogan, and sometimes Gundogan was the guy that moved out of.
Gundogan does that shit too. Gundogan can play as a 6, as an 8, and a number 10. He can do all three.
So,
and that's what I call them in basketball. There's something called 3-level scorers. In basketball, there's something called 3-level scorers. You can score at the rim, you can score from mid range, you score from behind the three pointer.
Exactly. Oh, I love this.
In football, there's something called 3-level midfielders. You can play the 6, the 8, and the 10 at a high level, and that's what I'm saying. A lot of these
we don't, and that's true, Marvelous. We don't have that player in Chelsea.
Kovacic is the closest thing to it now.
If Kovacic is not even good enough.
He's the closest profile. He's the closest profile.
If Kovacic is that guy, then we're in trouble. We're really in trouble. We're in trouble.
There's no way we can win.
Let me say something. Kovacic can't shoot.
Let me say something.
Kovacic is not close to it.
Hold on. If Pep Guardiola had Kovacic, he would coach him to the point
make him shoot.
that it'd be
make him
scary.
It's a lie.
You don't need Kovacic shooting is not what you need. What you need from Kovacic is more like eye of the needle passes, like that shit. That's what you need from Kovacic.
If Kovacic
being dynamic and him using his dynamic ball carrying ability to help the team.
But you know something too.
Dynamic ball carrying ability.
If you're saying that.
Bro, Kovacic is good at car carrying it, bro. Come on.
He can carry his
backpack. He can carry his backpack all over the pitch.
You said he Draymond?
I'm saying he's Dora the Explorer. That's what I'm saying. If Kovacic is the number one, we have a huge issue. I'm saying that right now. If Kovacic is number one of this profile, and this is my final. And this is my final point. Sorry, this is my final point. Chelsea in this title race, Chelsea are the Arsenal of this title race. That means the squad is nowhere good enough to be challenging those guys, but we're there anyway. And our big game record against these guys is shit.
It's bad.
It's shit. And we can consistently
we drew to Liverpool though. In Anfield, playing 10 man.
That is the only and there's a draw.
In any team in the top four.
I just wanted to say
lost
something
to
about
West Ham, lost to City, and tied to Liverpool. We haven't beaten any team in the top four.
Correct.
We don't also of the
I just
title
wanted
race.
to say something really quickly about Romelu. I want to go back to Romelu Lukaku. I know it's a dead horse.
Yeah,
you see, I know.
Let's
I know. Let's leave him to rest. But You know I don't know if you guys know what a sales guy is, like a salesman, right? And you know what the traits of, what the qualities of a good salesman is.
Yep, identifying opportunities.
There you go. So those kind of things. But a lot of people think how you identify a good salesman is by how many deals the salesman closes. No,
it's how many big deals the salesman brings.
Not only that, it's what's called activity in the pipeline.
Yes, the pipeline. Correct.
Thank you.
Yep.
So if you want to judge a salesman, it's not because he closed 10 big deals. No. It's what you got in the pipe.
Yeah.
Because what's coming up? Thank you. Prospect, what's coming up in the pipe, so that we can measure you, we can forecast you, and we can build around you.
Yeah.
Romelu Lukaku's pipeline is dry.
Why? Well, that's what was said. Why is it dry?
Why is it dry?
Why is it dry?
Because you know why? Now a salesman.
Why we're having two
Let me land. A salesman who has a healthy pipeline. A salesman who has a healthy pipeline. Guess what? You know what makes that salesman different from the next salesman? It's his drive and his initiative.
It's
motivation. That is why when I was talking, Abdullah asked me a question, and I said to Abdullah, if Romelu Lukaku is not scoring, if he's not assisting the ball, if he's not defending, his pride alone, his initiative within himself is to fill up his pipeline to keep him active. And the guy is not active. I don't know if it's related to his injuries, if it's the coach's instructions.
I think it's the injuries.
I think because Blue Eyes, Thomas Tuchel said it before yesterday and today's match. He had a one-on-one conversation with Lukaku that he doesn't want him to start match because of his injury, that he's not ready yet to the level.
Yeah, he said, I heard that.
And he said Lukaku is in training, in different than in competitive match. In training, you can do whatever.
And he said,
exactly. He has to be concentrated.
He has to be match fit and he has to be EPL fit. That's true.
Exactly. So
he said it's different between competitive and then EPL standard. Yeah.
And he said Lukaku is rushing himself to start, and he said, I don't want him to start because I want him to come from the bench and isn't him.
One last thing I'll say, and Eric, sorry. One last thing I'll say, Eric. The best thing Lukaku can do for himself now, the best way he can, like Tosi always says, the best way Lukaku can lift that piano off his back right now is belly facing the opponent's post.
So how's he going to get his belly? How's he going to get his belly facing the opponent's post?
You tell me.
That's why I'm saying it's on the man. That's why I'm saying. That's why I'm saying. That's what I've said for the past 2 hours. Is on the manager, because let me talk.
He's carrying the piano right now. He's carrying the piano
again. I'll say this. I'll say again. Tammy Abraham, Giroud, Lukaku. If Lukaku can't score in this team, what forward do you think can score in this team?
Nobody.
What forward? What forward?
Haaland can't score in this team.
What forward do you think can score in this team?
Benzema might struggle.
Benzema might score like 5
actually,
goals.
Benzema
is
over 38 games. Over 38 games.
He'd hit 20. He'd hit 20.
Over 38 games in this Premier League. In this
no, he wouldn't.
Team.
No,
yes, he would. Yes, he would.
Look, Tosin, don't underestimate. This league is different, man.
Man, y'all need to stop. Y'all need to stop.
No,
he can't score 20 in this Chelsea.
I saw the West Ham winner. Come on, man. I see that shit happen in the Turkish league. Come on.
Listen. Let me ask you. What I'll say is this: he might get 20. He might get He might get 20, but he will go dry. There will be a spot where he goes incredibly dry.
Tosin, we're talking of this current Chelsea team. And you're saying this current Chelsea team that Benzema will score 20 goals in 38 matches. It's not
I'm saying he might. I didn't say he will.
Benzema.
I said he might.
Yeah, Benzema can.
Benzema will not.
That's what I said. Like I don't see. Like why? What are you guys saying? Benzema won't score. Like what are you saying?
No, I'm not saying he's trash.
No, I'm not saying he will.
This team,
exactly.
This Chelsea
team. He will score 20 goals in 38 matches. I don't think so. No,
he might. I'm saying, Tosin, I'll say he can, but
I think he can.
I'll say he can, but he will go dry. There might be a 4 or 5 game stretch.
Every striker has a dry
spell. Okay. So let me say
in any league, they have dry spell. Like, that's not
games now, right?
Okay, so I'm going to say there might be but even Costa had a 10 or 12 game stretch where he didn't score. Was it more than that?
It was 12. I think.
Was it 12?
No, I think it was more than 12.
No. In the title winning season, no.
Yeah.
No, not in the title winning season. In the other one, I'm pretty sure he went a while.
His second
season.
Yeah,
He scored 15 goals. Yeah.
Yeah. Costa was
15 is still good. Right?
No, 15 is still good, but he had a drought. That's what I'm saying. He had a drought. I'm gonna find out how long it was. I'm gonna find out right now.
Yeah, but yeah, like I said, there's no striker that you put in this Chelsea team that will score that 20 goals. I don't think in this current team, without getting that particular increase in threats in in an inside forward. No, I don't think.
I was going to what you guys said.
Yes.
Because, like I said,
yes,
in Chelsea we really have two clinical goal scorer, and that is Romelu Lukaku and Kai Havertz.
Kai Havertz isn't clinical.
Kai Havertz.
He's not clinical.
I'm
like, okay.
Let him learn.
See,
relax.
What
did you drink?
If they have me to put money on a striker that can score goals for me, I would trust Kai Havertz and Romelu Lukaku when keeping
Yes, true. Yes.
Because they will put it into the net. I can have my money on Timo Werner. I will swear for him for the rest of my life. I will swear for him.
What about Mount?
You are talking.
Mount,
yes, but in this
Mount's not consistent.
I beg Mount is a secondary school player, man. I'm done.
Look, man. At the end of the day,
Christ, are you guys?
What is the question, Abdullah? What's the question?
Yes. You guys are talking about Lukaku being like he needs to like ease himself in and understand what he needs to play. I think we need more of an inside forward and more of a creative midfielder.
You know what kills me?
Because I look at this team in terms of Pulisic or Doi, Ziyech. Both of them are not on the level of Mo Salah and Sadio Mane or Federico Chiesa on the score because what they can see show more. Mahrez and Co. They can show more. But you guys think Purely
can be as good you guys said you don't want Chiesa. I thought you guys said you don't want
I still don't. I still don't.
I think. Do you think selling?
Who do you want?
The likes of maybe selling the likes of maybe Timo,
maybe Salah,
Ziyech, and maybe possibly Pili, and buy more of an inside forward that very direct and can score goals. Do you think that will help Lukaku more and bring?
No. Let me tell you what will help. Let me tell you what will help for me. I know this is a question for Emmy and myself. What will help me? For me, I would rather sell all those and bring Declan Rice. You know why? Let me land.
Wow.
You know why?
You sell all our attacking threats and buy Declan Rice.
Hold on. It's a figure of speech. It's a figure of speech. No, it's a figure of speech. But the reason I make that statement is because Chelsea builds her entire play from the midfield. And right now, you can tell the story now that stories that we've been told right now that we've been I don't know how to speak that English, but the story we can tell right now is that because we have a broken midfield, we haven't been able to keep somebody consistent in that midfield. It is affecting the entire team. It is affecting the entire team. And today was a perfect example where Declan Rice played as
Did you mention Jorginho? I don't know if
he's part of that. He's part of that problem.
So you will sell him as well, right?
No, Jorginho stays. Okay. No. Jorginho stays. No. Go ahead, Amy. Go ahead.
Blue Eyes, you see that profile that we just talked about, that Luka Modric profile. That's what we need in our midfield. That Luka Modric.
But where are you going to put him? Where are you going to put him in that? Where are you going to put that Luka Modric?
Change it to a back.
Change to a back four.
You changed to a back four. Sorry, you changed to a back four.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which is why you also need Declan, because again, Jorginho is.
I don't know why people don't see Declan, man.
Jorginho is too limited to play a DM. I've seen too much. He's too limited to play in that position.
He can't do it. He
can't do it. We need a DM, and we need Declan. It's as simple as that.
I don't know why if people don't see the value of Declan,
do you know what Tuchel said about Declan Rice today? He had a comment and he said about Declan Rice today.
What did he say?
Maybe this will tip Emmy's.
What did he say? What did he say?
Let me line.
Wait, was it post-match or pre-match?
I think in the presser today, before the what's called Westham match, they asked me about Declan Rice and he said
pre-match.
Yes, because I listened to the presser. Is it? Yeah, presser.
Okay.
So they asked him about Declan. He said he knew Declan Rice is from Chelsea Academic, and I think let me find it.
You can find it. It's in the quotes, right?
So let me answer Blue Eyes, right? So you see the two things we need. I think you saying we need to bring Declan. Declan Rice is fine. We can get anybody, but you see that central midfield. You see that central midfield.
is key.
Is key. Is key, and also an inside forward is key.
I
So
agree.
you understand that we only have 3 threats. Like we just analyze it now. Man City, Liverpool. Man City has 7 threats to score. Liverpool has 5. Chelsea has 3. Only 3. Even that 3, struggling 3. We're struggling to get 3 players that can actually score in every match day for Chelsea Football Club. So we need an inside forward. See, we know we never replace Eden Hazard.
Amy, what's the difference between an inside forward and a forward?
So an inside forward is the characteristic.
Okay.
So you see.
So
let me give you an example of an inside forward is Salah. Salah is an inside forward.
No, Salah is a forward. He's
inside. He's inside.
Inside forward.
No, guys, inside forward. No,
this inside forward and forward, inside forward and forward are the same to me.
My brother, teach them. Listen, this inside forward thing is a new thing. It's a new thing.
Actually, wait. To be fair though, a forward can be categorized like a winger. So like Kingsley Coman is a winger.
Is a winger.
Is a pure winger, but he's a forward, right?
But he's a forward. But he's not an inside forward.
Inside forward.
No, he's not.
An inside forward is someone that plays from the wide, in between the fullback and the center back.
In the channel. The nerds call it the half space. That's what they call it.
Okay, I've seen it.
Wait, Abdullah, before you say that, the inside forward is that person that actually plays in between that fullback and the center half, that half space. They attack the half space.
They run in behind that whole space. Exactly. They run
an example of an inside forward is Salah. Robben used to be an inside forward. Let me think of another.
You guys have an example. There's an example on your team. Timo Werner is an inside forward.
Wow.
No.
He is. No, he is. When he's on the left, when he's on his left, his role for the team.
How many times?
He's supposed to be, but he's inconsequential. He's supposed to be, but he's inconsequential.
I agree, Marvelous. I agree.
He runs to the byline.
He's supposed to be an inside forward if he was functioning properly, but he doesn't know how to play.
An inside forward should be able to dribble a player, and he can dribble.
He can dribble.
Not necessarily dribble, but make space. Make space.
But I can't call him an inside forward. I'll call him
personally.
He doesn't know how to use
this is what he said.
to make space. That's
But they asked
backward.
him in the presser today, and he said,
"Okay."
I quote what Tuchel said. He said,
what did Tuchel say?
"I'm absolutely aware that he is a Chelsea boy, and he came to the academy and is very close to our guys. Declan's an important member of English national team, very strong in the build-up, and is very intelligent in passing. I'm absolutely impressed."
Enough said.
But the thing with Tuchel will hype anybody, man.
Doesn't mean that he wants to. He wants
That doesn't mean he wants
If you ask him,
that was probably
like when
the
Tuchel
same
was in Ligue 1.
sentiments he said when he was asked
guys,
about
if you
Lukaku.
guys didn't see the
Oh my
When
goodness.
Tuchel was in PSG,
But he never said, "I want Lukaku."
Yeah.
I'm telling
Exactly. He never
when
said
Tuchel
it.
was at PSG and we were about to play Lille, they asked him like, "Can Nico Pepe play for PSG?" And he went on like a 2-minute soliloquy about Nico Pepe. I'm like, damn, bro. Like, it ain't that deep, bro. Yo, I swear, people just be talking.
At Arsenal?
From here,
Arsenal.
guys, I don't like. I'll be honest with you personally, and maybe maybe I have a very, very myopic view of this game called football these days. But I don't really like this whole title of inside anything. I rather a wing. I'll tell you why. I rather a winger.
Blue Eyes just showed his age.
That's dinosaur right there, right?
Exactly. But what I'm trying to say is this: I rather we get a winger that
we already have wingers. We have wingers.
But I rather a winger that can assume the position of an inside forward.
Hazard was an inside forward when he played for Chelsea.
No, but Hazard is different. Hazard is a metronome. He can actually play 10 as well.
Exactly.
Hazard is a 10. You don't want to call him
Hazard. Hazard was an elite.
He's a spider. He does everything. So keep Hazard on the side. I'd rather a winger, a natural winger that can hog the wide line and as well, like you guys were saying, open up the channels when the need arises, because that makes him more versatile. Because when you say inside, if you call somebody inside, it limits the person.
because Morris developed his game. Morris developed his game.
Morris is an inside forward now. Morris is now an inside forward.
What's it called? Bubble Christian Pulisic was showing me that, man. I was seeing that. I was seeing what you're describing. I was seeing that from Christian Pulisic in the bubble, man.
Too bad he's always injured.
You'll see that in the run to the playoffs. Playoff Pulisic. Yeah, he was looking nice.
Pulisic is nuts. He was nuts.
He was looking nice, and then he's done nothing like that since.
There you go. I rather a winger like a 11 or a 7 that can also play as this inside forward that you guys have created from I don't know from a back.
No.
Blue eyes.
These are new positions that most of the modern coaches have introduced. Like if you watch Pep he plays the inside forward too.
So Amy, do we have wingers on our team? Do we have wingers on our team now?
Yes, we have one natural winger, Hudson-Odoi. That's our only natural winger is
Mr. Shakara.
Hudson-Odoi is a winger.
Look at this guy. Look at this guy, marvelous.
Mr. Shakara, aka
Hudson-Odoi is a winger.
People still haven't apologized to me about Alonso, by the way. I haven't seen my apology from Alonso. Blue Eyes, I'm waiting for you as well. Blue Eyes, I'm waiting, man.
There needs to be a solution with Alonso, man.
Blue Eyes and Marvelous, I'm still waiting for your apology. Continue. Continue.
Talk to these dudes.
We have Mr. Shakara, Hudson-Odoi on the wing. Then we have Mr. Two-Step.
Be careful.
Mr. Two-Step. Loftus-Cheek in the middle.
No, Loftus-Cheek is not a winger.
No.
See,
all of our pitch. Then we have all speed, no brain, all speed, no break. Ogavenga.
Okay, guys. Before tossing answer, let me put this to the panel. Blue Eyes, NK, me.
I'm still waiting for that Alonso apology. I'm like,
two questions.
I still haven't heard it yet from anybody.
I need that J5 apology from Blue Eyes.
Can somebody play Justin Bieber's I'm sorry?
And you're gonna give me if I this 2 questions, you're gonna give me 2 replacements. Let me come to Blue Eyes on this. Blue Eyes, Hakim Ziyech and Timo Werner out in the summer. Give me 2 players for once.
Ziyech is not going anywhere.
I want to say Maximo and Declan Rice.
Oh?
That means you want our sport to fall into mediocrity.
Who do you want?
That's what everybody says.
I want Declan Rice and I want either Leroy Sané or Kingsley Coman. One of the two. I know that'll be hard, but I want one of the two.
Good shot. Okay. Good shot.
Marvelous. Two wingers out. Hakim Ziyech and Timo Werner out in the summer. Who do you think are the replacements?
Chiesa and Haaland.
You guys are saying Chiesa, but guys, I need to give you a guy I really trust. I really trust this guy. He gave me a scoop. He gave me a scoop about Chelsea, guys. Guys, next summer, do not be shocked. A reunion might happen at Stamford Bridge.
What reunion?
Ousmane
Dembele. What are you talking about? Salah?
Yep. Ousmane Dembele. Dembele to Chelsea might happen. I'm saying it right now. Like, yo,
I'll take him.
Yeah. You know what?
He's free.
He's free too. He's free. He's free.
Hey, Blue Eyes. Don't worry, that's great, man.
Why
Actually, Abdullah, those were my two. So my two,
I like them better because
my two
when you
was
talk about direct talent. For me,
he's injury prone.
Eric, we've already got the white Dembele and Pulisic. We're gonna get a black one. Yes, I'm all for Dembele. Yes, let's do it.
So my two players to replace. I don't think Ziyech is going anywhere.
Okay, based on
just in case we're going to let Ziyech go and Werner. For sure, Werner is gone. I'll get Us. I'll get Chiesa. Those two. My God!
I thought you said we need. No, I thought you don't know. I thought you said we need a midfielder.
No, I know. No,
two players will get.
Abdullah's question.
Oh, are you talking direct replacements for those two? Oh,
yes, 2 direct players. Yeah, 2. Yeah, so I'll get the Us and I'll get Chiesa.
Have you guys heard?
I know those two will deliver.
Have you guys heard the rumors that we're in talks with Bayern? If we give them Werner, they'll give us Lewandowski.
Yeah, I saw
No,
the
we
news.
don't want
You
Lewandowski.
saw the
I don't want
news?
that.
Yeah, they're
want
currently
that.
talking behind the scenes. I would take Lewandowski. Get Lukaku
I
out
don't
of
think
here, man.
Bayern are
Lewandowski
not that dumb, man.
Lewandowski has
Lewandowski
high
doesn't want to come
IQ.
to England. I don't think.
Calls
No, that
whoever's in charge. I don't know his name. Tosin, you know the guy's name that's in charge of Bayern.
Karl Heinz.
Is he?
I like to call him Karl
Is he
Heinz.
still? Is he still? Oh, is he still there? Rummenigge? Okay, fine.
He's there,
Rummenigge.
Yeah.
And listen, he's not stupid.
Actually, no. I think did Rummenigge
Werner would
retire?
work in
Yeah, I
Germany.
thought it was the other guy. I forgot his name. He
I
has
think
some
it's
weird
Oliver
name.
Kahn. It's Oliver Kahn and
But
Brazo.
marvelous.
Brazo is their sporting director.
How is it
Brazo,
possible?
yeah, him. I don't know his full name. Brazo, him. He's not dumb.
How is it possible that Werner would now go to Bayern and become their main striker? Because Werner has never been a main striker. He always played as a point man. So who is going to be the point man?
Nagelsmann has the juju. Don't they
No,
have
Werner. This might sound weird.
So who's
but
going to be the point man for him?
Don't they have Choupo-Moting?
No, Werner kind of. Werner kind of. I think if he were to go to Bayern, he would be like playing where Muller is playing, basically. You know, like he would be playing underneath
under the striker.
That would be suicide. That would
like when he
at
Leipzig with Leipzig, he played beside Poulsen and shit. Like that's how he played. So he always played with a striker in front of.
Yeah, there has to be a striker. So if they sell Lewandowski, who's going to be that striker? That's what I'm asking.
Exactly.
Yeah, there's no way in hell that they trade Lewandowski for Werner.
That's not going to happen.
That's crazy.
He doesn't want to come to England. He doesn't.
Yeah.
So I don't know where that came from.
He could if the money good.
He
why
won't,
not?
man. He won't. Not at this age.
I don't see any of those. So
two players.
Bro, you have Cristiano is 36.
Okay.
You know, Thiago Silva's
Ronaldo's
36.
difference.
Two players.
Come on, man.
Pulisic, I said Pulisic. Hakim Ziyech and Timo Werner. Being a rival, what do you think?
Oh, for you guys? For Hakim Ziyech and who?
And Timo Werner.
Oh, and Timo Werner. I don't know, man. You guys should look at getting, Jared Bowen and Antonio.
Oh, Tosin, you thought I forgot. Again. No. Emmy, wait. Tosin, you thought I forgot about your team. I watched that game. For 90 minutes. You were lucky to even draw that game. You thought I forgot about that game.
Go on. You're using my house against me. I like Jared Bowen. Deal with it, okay? No, the boy is a bad boy.
Let me tell you guys something.
What about that Brazilian that plays for Ajax?
Anthony, that would be a good call. If you guys called Anthony,
I said I would take Anthony. I said I would take. Hold on. I said I would take Anthony. But let me just say this: Lukaku is supposed to be playing like Antonio, but he thinks he's like prime Ronaldo. Like, what are you doing?
No kidding.
That's
very good point.
I don't want to talk about that, but that's a very good point.
Very good point, man.
But does Antonio?
Yeah,
but don't West Ham.
But Antonio, West Ham play counts. Yeah, they
play transition. Like that's what you guys need to understand. You guys, your midfielders do not accelerate the play. Only Conte kind of does that.
I get it, but the difference.
Don't accelerate. You let teams get into their shape because you guys
exactly.
How many times did what's it called? Antonio take more than 4 touches on the ball at a time? It's 1-2 player off run. That's what Lukaku does. Lukaku could do it better than Antonio. But no one's gonna do this for Chelsea, man.
No. But Antonio goes to the wing. He drops to the midfield. He plays back to the post. He plays
on the transition. They play on the transition. If you put exactly, we play for Westham using the who's score. We will score many goals.
Who? Lukaku?
Space. Yes,
of course.
Yes.
Come on, dude. He scored at Everton and West Brom. Blue Ice, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Blue Ice, man. Everton and what are you at West Brom?
You guys are haters, man.
Yeah, good. Marvelous agrees. Y'all supposed
to ride.
Agrees with what?
Ride out for your niggas, man. Blue Ice, ride out for your niggas.
Listen. I agree with.
I ride with him
What do I agree with, NK?
You agree with this guy, Blue Ice, man. You echo his sentiment.
Listen, I'm not going to let sentimentality cloud my objectivity.
It's not sentimentality, though.
Whatever it is, that's not going to cloud my
See,
objectivity.
no,
Right
see,
now,
it's this,
this
right?
guy has 2 left feet, and the EPL is too fast for him for now.
It's not true. It's not true.
That's
What's
not
true?
true.
That's
not true.
I hope so. I hope it's not true. I hope it's not true.
A possession-based team.
No, but this whole thing. Listen, this whole thing.
And the teams that play against Chelsea play a low block, and a low block is 10 men in front of their box 18.
Thank you.
How do you want to break that up?
So
a
then
striker cannot carry the ball and break that up. No,
we struggle to do that without Lukaku as well. By the way,
we need people. We need threat. That's what we've been analyzing since.
So why did we get Lukaku? Hold on, why did we get Lukaku?
Because
that's my point.
No, why did we get Lukaku? Amy, you're waxing all this lyrical. Why did we get Lukaku? And then
because
it's funny because the guy that was preaching for us to get Lukaku the most
is now doing this.
Yes,
obviously,
Abdullah was preaching for us to get Lukaku the most.
And now you're exactly marvelous. Marvelous. No, marvelous. Abdullahi and Blue Eyes were preaching to get Lukaku. All of a sudden, I'm hearing Vico. Vico is better than Lukaku. Does that? You guys can't tell me that and expect me to be happy and chill.
Listen, I looked in Lukaku's face today. I looked in his face. Guy, even the bros.
The man has no idea of how to move forward.
Even the bros, you know when you say bros, no say, when you call somebody in third person, bros, no say, even he knows that, man. This is like Amy said, what is it? Round peg in a square hole. What is that thing called again?
Square peg in a round hole.
He knows. They know Benin people say Temagbe. They know the third person. They know the third person. He knows.
Look, I don't want to. I hope this doesn't come across as body shaming. Lukaku's
build, you're gonna body shame.
How big he became, like this build that he has post, like United, Inter, Chelsea.
I think it's
that build does not lend itself for the Premier League as a striker.
I mean, this is marvelous. This is where you've just. I mean,
you've exposed yourself.
You just exposed yourself. I don't know what you're talking about.
For me, that's an advantage.
Lukaku.
I don't know. I don't even know what you're talking about.
He's not gonna do anything.
So now he's in it. Is that what you're saying?
Guys, I've been quiet.
He was doing things in the Euros. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, I've been quiet.
He plays for Belgium.
Guys, I have to go, man.
All right,
nice one, my brother.
I've seen Lukaku. What you are saying is you are shooting yourself in like what Blue Eyes say, you're shooting yourself into the fire. But how do you put this word? I've seen Lukaku score goals. I've seen him score goals. Bodybuilding doesn't come into factor in this. He's a clinical number 9. When you give him these chances, he will score goals. He will, because you've seen West Brom, Everton, Inter Milan.
What's the name of that Nigerian guy? What's the name of the Nigerian guy that plays in the lower divisions?
Are you
the
talking?
world's strongest man.
You're not talking about Onachi.
Akinfenwa.
Look. That's so disrespectful. That's so disrespectful.
Lukaku is a glorified Akinfenwa.
Anyone watching, don't listen to what Marvelous is saying. That's really disrespectful.
I want to be clear. So, are you saying he's overweight, or are you saying he's not as big as he should be?
You don't think he's gained weight since he came to Chelsea?
You're so disrespectful.
I like his. I like his size.
Wait, has he?
Of course he hasn't. What are you saying?
He hasn't.
Of course.
I don't see. He looks lean.
Marvelous.
Look right there. Marvelous. Look at his Instagram post one day ago and tell me he's put on weight. I beg you stop. Don't do this.
What did they call them?
Don't do this.
What did they call
Emmy was
glasses shops
Emmy was here
in
saying
America.
lean muscle. Which kind of lean
What
muscle?
did they call what? Sorry, Eric.
Marvelous. In England, there's something called spec savers. When you go to the
correctional lenses.
Yeah.
Shut up, got to spec savers. Yes.
Yeah. Whatever the American version is, I don't know what they call it over there. Yeah, look, Marvelous. I don't know what you're talking about. Man.
Yo, you can tell. I'm looking at Lukaku's Insta. You can tell he's close to like Rudiger and the Ziyech and all those guys.
I mean, I'm just.
Wait, he's close to them as in how, like.
They're friends. They're friends.
Okay, look, just get a picture of him at United and put it beside a picture of him at Chelsea. And please tell me if there's no difference.
No, at United, he was huge. He looked like he was 220 pounds.
He was a kid. He was a kid at that point.
He looked like
He was still coming off. He was still coming off his
Marvelous,
teenage years.
Marvelous. I need you to look at that most recent Instagram post right now and tell me he's put on weight. That's what I want you to do.
He hasn't. He hasn't at all.
Have you ever heard of Photoshop?
Oh my god! So time out. So just to clarify, Lukaku photoshopped himself, not Rudiger, not Ziyech, but photoshopped himself in that picture.
Himself. Are you serious?
Yeah, like come on, man. Like you're just trolling, bro.
He's trolling. He's trolling. Marvelous is trolling. He's not trolling. He's trolling, man.
What's this? Photoshoot himself? What?
Yeah.
Listen, I hope Lukaku comes good. The fact that we're criticizing Lukaku,
but the thing is, he came off from a long injury, guys.
Why y'all
hating like this? He just came back.
People
y'all hating already.
I mean,
Blue Eyes was ready to hate on him. I don't know why.
Let me say this though. Let me just say this though. I know this isn't football.
I'm gonna critique him, man. I don't care.
I know we're gonna keep it football. We're gonna keep it football.
Yeah.
I know we're supposed to keep it football, but like. Yo, man, a lot of the criticism Lukaku getting, man, it's a lot of racismo.
It's racial.
Shit,
it's racial.
It's a lot of racismo in this shit.
I know, Blue Eyes. I know you're not. Blue Eyes. I know you vouch for Africa too much, but I'm telling you on Twitter, there's racial elements to his slander. That's what I'm saying.
That's different, man.
Like I'm seeing Mark Henry shit.
Yeah, Mark Henry, bro. I went to secondary school in England. I've been born here.
Oh yeah.
What I was saying from Lukaku, from these calling him Mark Henry, bro. I'm gonna leave it at that, man.
You know who it is? You know who it is? The proper Chelsea fans, the proper Chelsea. Those guys. These are the people who
I know a lot of people were looking for that opportunity to throw shade at him if he starts not scoring.
And you know the funny part, when Lukaku comes good and starts scoring, whole lot in there. So many apologies to happen to the team.
And then Mendy makes
apologize.
I will apologize.
Mendy makes one mistake. Mendy makes one mistake, and now people are saying he might not be good enough long. Are you serious?
He made one mistake this season, and therefore he's bad.
He's not good enough long term. Come on.
Crap. No, Mendy made 3 mistakes today.
Okay, so I remember one of his passes went off the pitch, right?
Yeah, and then the second
goal, and potentially the first goal. Today was a bad day in the office.
Hold on.
But the misplaced pass things, I've seen that happen with Edison Moraes.
That's true. How can you count a misplaced pass as a mistake from a keeper?
It happens to Ederson. That's into Alisson Becker.
It doesn't affect his world class status.
If you're a top goalkeeper playing off on the back, there's going to be one or two circumstances.
Listen, we don't settle. I always use this. It's a very it's a cheesy phrase, but we don't settle for anything below. That's why.
If you have 2 players out of Chelsea next summer, Hakim Ziyech and Timo Werner, the new 2 players you want as a replacement.
Okay, so we're not taking realism into account, right?
Whatever you want.
Give me your unrealistic and realistic. Give me
realistic and unrealistic.
Okay.
Because I have made sure, but just give me your own.
Realistic. Okay, so I would go with Tchouaméni in the midfield, and I'm struggling to think of specifics, but because that wing back position is a problem. But if I had to pick
left and right,
both are a huge issue. But the left is the main one because Chilwell is out. I would have to go with
Cucurella.
No.
Bro, Cucurella is not good.
Why you like this?
You know what?
This guy Blue Eyes is actually a Premier League merchant, man. Sorry.
You love that mid. You love that mid.
I love the Premier League.
I'll go with Blue Eyes' pick because this is a player who I don't think I said before that he's not good enough for a top 4 team, but I don't think we're a little bit desperate right now. So I'll go for Sam Maxima. I think that would be a good option.
Thank you.
But if it's not like realistic, if it was like an unrealistic one, I would go with Sterling. I think Sterling would be a fantastic.
I forgot about Sterling, man. Sterling's in the market, eh?
Sterling's in the market. He's available, I'm pretty sure.
I forgot about Sterling, man. That's actually
for the right price.
Yeah, for the right price.
So my 2 players I want if we're gonna sell Hakim Ziyech and Timo Werner is 1, Ousmane Dembele, because I know
we already have Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
But he's very injury prone.
Yeah, but I think
that
can be
like
worked out.
it's worse. It's worse than Pulis.
But that
How
can
old
be
is he?
worked
How
out.
old
It's
is
just
he?
as bad. It's just
It's
as bad or
20,
worse.
22 or
It's
24.
worse. It's worse.
He's
I'm
20 what?
sorry.
22 or 24, something like that. 23 or 24.
97, right? So he's 24. Yeah.
24. So I think that can be worked on because when you have a good medical, what's called is it?
Oh, how is that the case? Okay, no, you just said something.
It could be
so
worked
I have
on.
to-
So what's happened with
Police,
Pulisic?
what
Has it
was
been
what
worked
I'll
on?
tell you the
What's
difference.
happened with
I'll tell you the
Ablai?
difference.
What's
I'll tell
happened
you
with
the difference.
Pulisic then?
Wait,
Has it
wait,
been
I'll tell
worked
you
on?
I'll tell you the
Didn't work
difference.
with him.
In terms of Ousmane Dembele, for me, I think it's all about him not being serious as a football player. That's the reason. Because if he's being serious, those stuff can be treated. Yeah, you can get injured, but it can be worked out with a good physical therapist and a good medical. What do you guys call it? I don't even know what you call it, but it could be worked out and be very
Rehab.
cured. In terms of
You know,
Pulisic body is made with glass. You know
Why
what?
is why no
Nah,
why
nah,
no
nah.
Ablai?
Come on,
How
you
can
can't
you
say
say
that.
no
You can't say that about
you can't
Puli
say
and
that
then
and
say
Puli
what
and
you
then
said about
us?
Dembele. Like,
I mean,
nah,
that's
nah.
Ablai, I get it. Ablai, I get it. You know what, Ablai? I think I've got a hand on
Dembele
what
is more
on your way of
injury
thinking.
prone
I
than
get it, but
Pulisic.
Ablai, we have to be real.
Abdullah is
We already have a
crazy.
Dembele in the squad. We already have a Dembele in the squad.
do
And
you
you
know
want to
what?
add another Dembele, the
I
original?
have a solution. I just remembered. You know when Robin was injury prone for Chelsea,
Yeah.
And Madrid as well.
and then he left, and I think his dad put him through some kind of regime or something, some kind of fitness thing. I think they need to get in contact with Robin and ask him
they
what he
need
did.
to find what Robin did.
No, but it was Bayern's medical staff that saved him.
Bayern saved them.
Yeah.
Listen, on a side note, I want to be a little bit political. There's this young kid that died and he was killed in boarding school in Nigeria.
Sylvester.
Yeah. I don't know what the state of boarding schools are I went to boarding school, but I don't know what the state of boarding schools are now in Niger. But man, what the heck is going on, my people? This is sad. A 12-year-old kid, man.
Damn.
I heard the story.
I started boarding school at 10, so I know what I can imagine that little boy.
It's very sad.
It's sad. What is the
me-
state of
for
boarding
me-
schools?
What
They're
happened? What happened? What happened?
His friends killed him.
Yikes!
Oh, well,
my
they
goodness!
weren't his
They
friends,
weren't
were they?
his
They weren't-
Well,
friends.
they're not
his
his friends.
were they?
Sorry, they weren't his friends. You're right.
SS2 and SS3.
No, 12-year-old.
tried-
Imagine.
Look,
They tried to get JS1 kid to join a
To
cult.
belong.
For me, you just have to close down whatever school that was. Just close it
That
down.
one.
Just
No, but is
yeah,
that enough, Eric? Is that
of
enough?
course
to
it is.
close
No,
it
it's,
down?
it's not enough, but it's a start.
no,
Just
the thing is-
schools like that shouldn't exist. First of all,
It shouldn't,
Ah,
my brother.
and then
Only
you-
God
and
knows.
the thing is that whole culture
Yeah.
exists in a lot of secondary schools in Nigeria.
Don't let us start about Nigeria, please. Let us digress.
No, but this is
You
important.
know,
It's
even
important.
the
Right. See, the problem is, you talked about that, but look at our structures in Nigeria. It's bad.
Terrible, man.
Very terrible.
You know what I was.
It makes me feel sad because I also went to boarding school too.
Is a reflection of
Yeah,
the
like
country.
most kids in
I went to
Nigeria
boarding
went to
school.
boarding school. Yeah.
Because if you look at the structures of our country in Nigeria, like, it's poor because the government doesn't want to help. The youth also are relying on that. Shebi Buhari said this. Our government said this. So it's a little bit complicated in terms of like we fucked up already. It's like we are fucked up from top to bottom. We're already fucked up. So to replicate it is gonna be difficult right now because the people who have money don't want to help people who are
And
poor.
apparently, some of the kids
No,
that
no,
were
no, but
involved,
the kids,
some of the kids that were involved
every
are
single
already
kid
in
at
the
that
US.
one. Yeah, every single kid
That's
at
what
that
I
one
was
is
getting to.
rich.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look,
So the fact that
the
the
guy who
parents
lost his child, the family that lost their child, their father is well known as a politician, local government type of person in Delta State. So the bereaved also have money.
Exactly.
Imagine the
it has
fact
nothing
that
to no,
At those rich schools is where it even happens the most.
the thing is when you just I can't remember who exactly. I think was it Blue Eyes who said it that they flew them out.
Yeah,
That's
like
part
two
of
of them. Yeah,
Yeah, that's part of the problem. The
It is a
parents,
2 out of
problem.
4.
the parents have absolved their child of any kind of responsibility,
Exactly.
any kind of accountability for what he did, and that's part of the issue. You know, he feels like, okay, I'm rich, I can just escape this thing that I've done
Exactly.
because I have money, and that's part of the problem.
But there's no how we're gonna escape something. See,
No,
God.
but this is rich on rich. That's the thing that a lot of people are missing.
No, but you guys
Even the
are forgetting something.
school is
There's a difference
complicit
between
because they came
guys
out
in
with a
Nigeria.
statement
What does the statement say?
saying that the Sylvester kid got those injuries through playing
From
football.
playing football. That's bullshit. Obviously,
Like
that's
even
bullshit.
Sergio Ramos, even Lucifer Ramos can't do that to a grown.
Yo,
fully
guys, you
grown
guys are
man.
forgetting something in Nigeria. There's a difference. There's a thin line between rich and wealthy. When you're rich, you have the cash. When you're wealthy, you have cash and you have access.
Have access, yeah.
And influence, especially in a country like ours. You understand? But that aside, if you look at, man, this is just terrible. This is terrible, and something needs to be done. Like Eric said, not only closing the school is a good start, but what is the culture of boarding schools these days?
Yeah, apparently it's really bad. I just want to tell it right now. It's really bad.
The culture in secondary schools.
Damn, this is a dark conversation, man.
It is very dark. It's sad.
It's needed, man.
Yeah.
No. The culture of secondary schools, both boarding and day, is horrible because the secondary school, boarding school that I went to before I left Nigeria, Rainbow College, Maba, right? The secondary school of Pampas Private School.
Wait, where is
Kids
that?
would
What state is that in?
Lagos.
Border of Lagos and Ogun.
And Ogun.
Oh,
It's
okay.
in the middle. It's in between.
It's in the border, pretty much the highway. The price range is the same exact thing as Darwin, right? So you would have all these kids transferring in from here to here if they didn't like the school, things like that, right? That culture has always existed, but I think now it's becoming difficult for those schools to paper over the cracks because of social media. Because I think back to before I left Nigeria, if this would have happened, no one would know. Or maybe if people were to find out, they would find out in a newspaper, print publication, maybe 2 weeks
later on.
And it would already be swept under the rug. They won't have the information on their fingertips.
Exactly.
I think the teachers play a role. See what happens in Nigeria, especially at those schools where the school fees is like 1 million naira, blah blah blah. A lot of students themselves are even able to bribe the teachers to make the teachers turn one other way or another. Because if you have a student who's a commissioner's son, I saw this firsthand. He may be able to give the teacher more than what the school is willing to pay.
No, but the problem is, right? Like, I understand the whole rite of passage in boarding school. So you go from Form 1, for you to, when you go to, you're going to have to go through things so that when you're in Form 2, you now become a senior. I understand that journey. You understand? Because what that does is that it builds a sense of respect that Form 1, JS1 will respect JS2, JS2 will respect JS3. I understand that. But now what it looks like, the culture of what's happening in our tertiary institutions, universities and polytechnics has now permeated into secondary schools, because this is what you hear in universities in Nigeria.
Exactly.
The reason is because the era of social media we are now is different than the era, or different than those days, because those years things can be covered up because of the newspaper and everything. But now, whenever things happen, it's been put out.
So it was happening before. We just
yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine it was bad before as well.
And I think what is causing this issue, because I live so much long in Nigeria. I even kind of grew up in Nigeria very well. Grew up in Africa a lot. So before coming to America, so much stuff is happening in Nigeria that is underneath, it's secret that you can't even see how to. Because if you look at those rich people, they have the money, they have everything, but because of the money they have the power, and they have like what you said, the differentiation between wealthy and rich, because they have the influence and they have the power and they have the authority. So whatever their sons or anybody does, it's like you just don't do it because I have the
So sorry guys, I was a bit interrupted. Abdullah, go ahead, and then I'm going to say something. I'm actually going to be serious just for this conversation.
If you're gonna look at those wealth people and those poor people, it's different, because people that came out from that his family is poor, you can't expect him to pay 250,000 naira, 1 million for
something. Yeah,
that's not gonna work. It's gonna tell you, my mommy doesn't have that money. I would rather leave that school than pay that school. But look at people who are like politicians and who have money, who have like so much money. They'll be able to afford it. But if you look at the difference, the people who have money are not intelligent. But the people who don't have money, their sons are much more intelligent than the rich people. Look at it. But if you put those into context, look at the country we are. They are not ready to support the youth coming up. So the difficulties is kind of high in way because if you look at America here and other countries here, they took education very serious, whether you are black or white. Their priority is education. If they can take education as priority and serious, why our country entirely as Nigeria we can't take education serious? That's like a F.
Man, yo, I tell you one thing.
A huge
it doesn't make
it
any
is
sense.
like when I went to secondary, going to boarding school was a privilege, man.
Was a
People
privilege,
envy
yes.
you.
Okay,
People they say, "Oh
let me-
boy, when are you coming
No, I
back?"
mean, at all. I don't know.
Now it's
Let me-
like
let
I'm
me-
like, what is going on here, man?
The funny part is I am a college graduate of construction. In Africa, I studied civil engineer and I have
Yeah.
my degree already.
Yeah.
In America, yeah, I studied construction engineer. I am a
Yeah.
college degree. I got it last year.
Yeah.
I'm pursuing my bachelor's degree right now. I
Nice.
can tell you, I kind of when I brought my degree to America, you know what America told me?
What?
America told me to go back and study again. They said they did not recognize my level
Yeah,
of
they
education.
didn't accept it
They
because
didn't accept it.
perhaps
I
the
look at like
institution.
I spent almost 5 to 6 years studying engineering, and you told me those 5 years and 6 years are kind
Because-
of bullshit because it's not
because-
relevant anymore. For me, it's not
Because
relevant
perhaps
because now I have to start all over again from the beginning. Now I've wasted 5 years.
Did you get any credits at all?
No,
it's probably not
No?
accredited.
No.
It's probably not accredited to
Wow.
where they could transfer your
Yeah, but
credit.
there's some common courses now, like
yes,
general
they
studies,
asked me to take
math,
the
and all
common
those
courses.
things.
I don't want to take the common courses because it's not part of my prerequisite for school.
No, but the common courses you took in Niger should be equal to the common courses here now.
Yeah,
No?
the common courses I took in Nigeria and this one is different because they want me to use their level of education here.
Okay.
So the level of education in Nigeria for them is not useful anymore. So they want to do the level of education here because they want like you have to understand our system here. So I have to go back and kind of do like a construction engineer to fit what I did in Nigeria. So it's like
Wow.
you look at those stuff, it pissed me off because I was like, after
You
studying those
spend all
years,
this money in Nigeria. Yeah.
all this money I spent, everything. Now you're telling me to go back again from day one to study.
That one
now
is even
education here is being taken serious, and they really care about people. here.
that is taking it very
In
serious.
Nigeria,
I mean,
it doesn't make any sense.
Let me
Because
tell you
now
guys.
we're differentiating between
people
who are wealthy.
Y'all got a Discord. This is a convo for like a Discord.
No. Let me just say
Y'all
this.
got this
Let me
on the
just say this.
airwaves.
It's okay. No, it's all over the airwaves. All over.
Yeah.
Go ahead, man. Yeah.
So, like, let me address a point that Blue Eyes just made. See, maybe you would say 25 years ago, this is something that you would have expected at university level, right?
Yes.
The extent of the brutality.
Yes.
And what else, right?
Yes. That's even that's university stories. Those are university stories. Yeah.
Cult initiations and things like that.
My
Well,
goodness,
let me give you the
12
bad
year old.
news. Let me give you the let me give you the extremely bad news first. The age at which this brutality is carried out, it's only going to get younger. So now we're seeing situations where these incidents are happening between 17-year-olds, 16-year-olds.
Wow.
Soon it's going to be 15-year-olds, 12-year-olds.
You're saying soon. We just happened with a 12-year-old. Imagine.
No. A 12-year-old died, but I'm saying soon
Yeah.
it's going to be 12-year-olds carrying out these atrocities.
Chai.
The street that I grew up in Moshi, Akaron Street,
Yeah.
there's no one that's around 16 that's not
beyond.
affiliated in a cult today.
You see?
Today. And I know that as a fact because I still have friends that are still there.
You see?
Them and their younger siblings, right?
This is a dicey convo.
Now the problem is this.
I need that word now. So
it's terrible, man. It's terrible. You have no idea.
Points.
It's terrible. Go ahead, man.
I'm going to speed up with my points because I've been talking about this throughout Twitter Spaces, and I know people who graduated from Darwin. Let
How
me
old
tell
is
you
that
guys,
school? Do you know?
It's been there for a while because
Okay.
there's people who graduated from it 25 years ago.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
It's
Okay.
owned by Lamy Phillips.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
So a few years ago there was an incident where a woman complained that her daughter said she was being bullied by some of the girls, a clique of girls at the school, and the staff dismissed it, telling her that it was only horseplay, that she should just get over it. It's the girls were just joking around, and that she should either get over it or bear through it, pending when the girl would graduate. Can you imagine the girl had a panic attack subsequently in a bullying encounter?
And died.
Fainted, fell into a coma, and the school, that same Dawell, never informed her parents until like 3 weeks later, when the girl informed her parents herself. So we have this culture whereby our current crop of teachers, they're complicit. If a commissioner, like I was saying before I got cut off, if a son of a commissioner, a daughter of a commissioner is capable of out of pockets with lunch money, these are things that I've seen. They are able to pay a teacher handsomely with their upkeep money more than the school itself can pay that teacher. You don't really expect any disciplinary codes to be held up to standards. I went to school with the
So then,
ex-governor of...
then if that's the case, abolish the fucking boarding schools, man. Excuse my English.
No. It happens
Abolish
at day
everything
school too, because I went from...
Yeah, but it's easy. At least at day school, it will continue. You at home, the parents step in.
I went from day to boarding because of my football. Let me just give you guys some insights. I went to school with the former governor of Delta, his younger son, commissioner for sports, and the governor of Lagos, Fasholu, his son, right? And the daughter and son. So you would have cases where these kids would get into trouble and they would just bring out money from their pockets and just pay the teacher, and the teacher would turn a blind eye. It was almost like they were the ones, they served as the board of operation as students. So you would get punished and they would just be let go. There would be no disciplinary action. Put that
I just
to
think
what?
for me, all this ones really quick, Marvelous, before you continue. It says to me, what I'm starting to learn right now is that these so-called private schools where kids pay almost $1 million a year in Nigeria are all overrated, because a lot of these kids come into these schools with low sense of worth, because it's all about money. If you compare those kids with the federal government college kids, the government college kids, the comprehensive science, these local kids, these traditional colleges.
I would agree. I would be inclined to agree with your points, but the rascality and the levels of brutality that you see presently in Nigeria in federal government colleges, especially those in Port Harcourt and Abuja, by far exceed the brutality you see in these private schools.
I don't think so.
Because here's the difference. See, in these private schools, and trust me, I'm not for or against any of them. I'm just giving you the plain facts. In these private schools, the main problem is a lack of accountability. You have a school who's afraid to lose students and cash flow. Therefore, they don't bunker down on their students.
And they
you have teachers who are benefiting through some way, scheming. Then you have students who all their life have been pampered and they feel that they can get away with anything. They have a sense of entitlement. Now flip that coin. In the public school, federal government whole boarding setup, what you have is a very, very high disregard and value and little to no value for life. So no. I'm telling you facts because I know people still in these schools. When a kid dies in federal government college,
the sad thing.
When
in
federal government college, they write their parents a letter weeks later saying that the child ran away. These are things that happen.
No.
On a monthly basis.
Marvelous. Let me quote you stats, man. There was a Deeper Life school. This just happened recently too. Where Don Davis, the little kid, Don Davis as well, and his mother sued, and that's another expensive. That's one of the most expensive Deeper Life colleges in the south.
That's true.
So all these, what I'm saying is, with federal government colleges comprehensive, government college, government science school, all those type of schools, yes, it is known that the kids can be rascals because that's what you expect. But these so-called private schools that are putting up fronts, collecting all this money to say that when you come here, you get
better.
Thank you.
You
It's
expect
I think
better,
it's
but there's
worse.
little to
I
no
think it's
difference.
worse, man. Yeah.
There's little to no difference, and the kids have more access to vices.
Oh, there you
You
go.
know, because they're able to get devices, but both from at home,
So
like
how much is your
locally in
pocket money?
Nigeria
For
and
example, how
abroad.
much is pocket money for you, Marvelous, when you were in JS3?
I
My
know
own pocket
go. I know
money.
go tell my business. No, but let me tell you guys something. Let me
Big
guys tell you
money.
guys something though.
Yeah.
What I learned from my
Uh-huh.
brief stints in
Stints.
secondary school in Nigeria with
Yeah.
regards to bullying.
What year
If
did you
you're good at
you leave?
something,
Yeah.
just one, just two. So I
Oh, nice.
left.
Okay. Early. Yeah.
Yeah. If you're good at something,
Mm-hmm.
just one, just two is where you get bullied the most though. But I didn't get bullied, and I'm about to say why. If you're good at something that would make, back then we have like school mother, school father, things like that, right? If you're good at something that could make a senior look good, vouching for you,
Yeah, that's you're preaching.
you
That's
won't get
old. Yeah.
bullied.
That's an old call. That's
So
old
like
culture. Yeah.
because I was really good at football, all the senior kids
Ah.
always wanted to play with me. So they never wanted to do anything that would like make me say I'm not playing, I'm hurt. So they never bullied me. But a lot of these kids who they really had no appreciation for, who they felt wouldn't add to their reputation at school, they totally just like would look the type of embezzlement, molestation, a lot of things you see at that level really scars you. And we as
Look, man,
Nigerians
my
we talk
cousin,
about
my
it.
cousin has a lot of secondary school stories,
Boys
man.
used to get
Because
raped.
you know
Oh,
the
I
funny
can
thing
give
Yo,
you
is,
stories,
boys,
man.
Yo, like if we,
I was
we
used to
like
get
we
raped.
if
I
we
was
yo
in
we need a
secondary school for
we
6
need a
years, man.
private
If you want
server. We need a
stories,
private
because
server
if
like
you want,
to call our stories,
if
man.
you want
Bryce,
what
he
are
says
school
6 years.
stories, I
Bryce
was in
says, me,
secondary school for 6 years.
I grew up in Nigeria, studying Nigeria and everything.
No, same here. At
Yeah,
secondary
so
school, 6 years. I
secondary school,
lived
primary
in
school, kindergarten,
slum.
and everything. But the most annoying part about it is, see
Yo,
those stuff.
my cousin told me that like in secondary school,
Mm-hmm.
like yeah, you were saying JS1, like yeah, that
Mm-hmm.
shit, right?
Just
Yeah,
Like
one and
man.
just two.
if
Shy.
yeah, like if it doesn't even matter what level you're in.
Yeah.
If you're in a level where somebody is like even like a year older than you or
That's
like a
it.
couple months older than you,
You got
SS3,
yeah.
you have
SS2.
to call him senior
Senior,
before
of
his name.
course. Of
That's
course.
crazy.
Do you know how
Some
excited I
schools
listen
you call them master.
when I
Even
first
if
started
they are
secondary
younger
school?
than you and they're in a
Yes.
higher year, you
Yeah,
still
you
have to
have
call
to
them
call them.
senior.
Call them masters.
Yeah,
What?
of
Yeah.
course.
Yeah.
Do you know how excited I was? Do
Yeah,
you know how
man.
excited
Like,
I
no, I
was?
got some crazy stories,
Do
man.
you
But
know
I
how
don't want to say
excited I
this
was? Do you know how
online.
excited I
No.
was when I
Obviously.
promoted to second year? When I went to second year?
Stop it.
Yo, when I
Obviously,
went into second year, wow. Or when I became
obviously, I could.
a senior.
But
My
but
goodness.
Blue Eyes and Tosin. The scary part about it is in Africa we don't take education serious because if you
Why?
look at
Well, no,
UK
we
and
do
what,
though. We do.
No,
no
we
no no
take
no
no.
no.
You don't
I
even
will
take
explain.
education overly serious.
After India, let me give you a stat. After India, Nigeria has
Exactly.
the highest PhDs in the world.
I know.
Compare that to
What I mean
country.
about serious is
Yeah.
look at America and UK now.
Yeah.
They take education as their priority. They know
No, they
even
don't.
no, see, I'm in America. I study. I know what
Yeah,
I'm
but
telling you.
Okay, I'll tell you,
okay.
England for a fact is not no. I'm
Because in
saying that
America,
right
I
now,
live here.
no.
America where I
Okay,
live,
yeah,
you
okay
can
then,
go
yeah.
I mean,
mostly
Enki, what do you mean
like
exactly?
even
When you
New
say
York,
no,
Texas.
They just don't, bro. It's not valued here. Like
No.
it's
Eric and Blue Eyes. Eric and
it's
Blue Eyes, and
valued in
even
his
Abdullah.
yeah.
Let me. I don't want to call this context, but you see, it would be normal for Blue Eyes and Eric to have a difference in opinion from myself, NK, and Tosin,
No, but
because the values that are attached to education and the way you guys would have interpreted some of these experiences, your age group, your generation, is far different from how we interpret and how the value we attach to education. I know for a fact. I know for a fact the value that a 21-year-old places with education. No. I'm being serious. NK knows I'm not lying. Let me tell you guys.
No, I want to hear what he has to say.
No. Let me just finish. The value that from anyone from 16 to 20 today, 2021, places on education cannot be compared to the high value and high regard people in Blue Eyes and Eric's generation place on education.
Marvelous. I have a very good question.
There's little to no value for education today. I'm telling you.
Wait, Marvelous. Right before you continue, do you just assume my age? How old do you think I am?
I would
Maybe
say
21.
I would say you're 31, early 30s.
Wow.
How do you think I am? How do you think?
Toast is 18.
He didn't mention. Toast, he didn't mention me. He didn't mention me.
Toast 24, 25. I say Toast 24, 25.
Yeah.
I know certain tones. Toast has a tone of a 24, 25-year-old man. I know those tones.
Toast is 24. Okay. I thought you were 18, 19.
What?
Wow. You're a young buck. You're a young buck, Tosin.
No, not because of anything. No, I'm just saying. I was just guessing. Not because of anything. No.
You're like 75 years old.
I'll be out here, Blue Eyes. I'll be out here, bro.
You don't know my age.
No, guys. No, listen. Education, whether it's 30 years ago, 15 years ago, 20 years ago, at the end of the day, that structure has always been in place.
Exactly.
It has always been in place. Now, it's just what I find is diluting the educational system right now in Nigeria is this whole, the reason why I started this conversation is this whole concept of private schools in Nigeria.
And public schools.
Yeah, like this whole the advent of private schools in Nigeria has fucked up the education system. That's all I'm trying to say.
It has.
There is this sense of it's like a very, very false sense of self to go to the private school to go to private school in Nigeria now.
It's elitism, isn't it?
It is elitism, and it's a placebo because it is terrible. It is terrible. And guess what happens? Now there's a brain drain from the federal government colleges, from the government colleges, from the missionary. We're not even talking about missionary schools. There's some top missionary schools in Nigeria, like St. Finbar's in Lagos, King's College, CKC Onitsha, St. Joseph's College. If you want me to start naming them, these schools have been in place since 1930, 1920. Governors, ministers, even professors out here on this side of the world went to school there in those days.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to say. So the whole advent of private schools needs to be re-examined because you're better off sending. I'm telling you, the kids are better off going to federal government college. Spend less. Go and get. If you want, at least you see the ruggedity right there in your face. It's either you're rugged or you're a good kid. You pick and choose.
You choose one.
Choose your lane.
Choose one side. Yes, you pick and choose your lane. At least when you're going into federal government college, you know there's ruggedity. When you're going to government college, people they wait you.
Exactly. Because see, guys, you're right. There's Ajebota and there's Ajepaku.
My brother, God bless you.
So you know who is Ajepaku and who is Ajebota, you know them.
But you go to these private schools, and you can and Marvelous is buttressing the whole idea. You can tell these kids get stuffed with so much money that they can bribe a teacher, and then people on the outside are saying, "Wow, I wish my kid can be there."
I'll be like this. Exactly.
It creates a fake
image,
dream.
man. It's image. It's not right, man.
Because some of the secret that you're talking, some of the secret right now is underneath. It's not being spoken out because we have kids who are extremely intelligent, and when I tell you intelligent, it's not about reading book. They offhand they can say so many things that the kids who has money, his family has money, doesn't even know half of it, but they don't have that chance to kind of have the parent who has the money to kind of sponsor them to a higher level education, which make them show their potentials and everything. But if you see an African now who is very intelligent and smart, you tell when it happens, you tell this won't take more than 10 minutes to finish, and it won't take more than 10 minutes. Hack someone whose father is rich, tell him to solve it for you. He will be sweating under 2 hours or 3 hours. It's not done yet.
You know
why?
Why?
Because
of
the influence of his family and
what I find is crazy because obviously I was born in England, right? but obviously I'm Ghanaian, right?
Yeah.
My dad was like worked in Ghana. Like he's in Ghana. Me, my mom's, my brother's in England, right?
Yeah.
So often I'll go back. So when I go back, and I think and my dad was working in construction, and that's a whole separate category that I don't want to go into right now. But he was working in construction.
It's my job.
No, because here's the thing, right? You have especially with construction, you have a moral obligation. Do you understand? And I would like to say, and I hope so. And my dad's told me, but hopefully he stuck to his moral obligation. But to get money as your wage
in Nigeria,
certain times, I'm telling
you guys hear about that story building that's crashed? That's
yes,
what's it called?
Yes, of course.
What's it called? My dad, I think he built a block of accommodation in a uni
for kids.
For kids.
Yeah.
In I think 2012, 2020 till this day in 2021, hasn't been paid one Ghana city for that job. And they're saying, and then the government, you hear the government say, oh, to get this, you'd have to pay 50,000 cities and you'll get this and stuff. So that's what I'm talking about. That that I don't want to get into that bag of shells. But when I was in Ghana, and I'm a nice guy, but sometimes I might misbehave, and the threats.
Your Ghana entity will come in.
Listen, the threats of school again, Africa kept me away. So, but even then, right?
You know what? Did Eric say how old he is or no?
Eric's not revealing his age.
No, but you can tell he's young. He's young.
Eric? No,
Eric
sounds like he's in his early 30s, man.
But what I will say,
I'm how old do you think I am?
Exactly.
But what I'll say is,
31.
What I found alarming was that my dad, who didn't really integrate and wasn't part of. To be fair, in that line of circling, you have to know certain people, but didn't really integrate with that whole. I don't know how to describe it. That whole elitism thing.
So, yeah, elitism.
He didn't really like going out and doing all that stuff. He was more of a stay at home sort. Yeah, he was more. Yeah, he didn't like the politicking. Yeah, but what I found alarming was that he could drive by one private school in Ghana. Can name me about 20 or 30 students that go there and their parents. I think that's alarming. You shouldn't. Me coming from England.
Wow, that is alarming.
You only really know about five or six. Like my mom only really knows about max, I'll say 7 of my friends, and they were my friends. That's why you can't go and drive by a school that you have no affiliation with and name 30 students that go there based off
because it shows you that.
Based off who you. Nah, that doesn't make any sense, man.
No,
that's
not elitism.
It's not run like a school. It's right. Yeah, elitism.
It's elitism, and I think that is something that I was like, is that what goes on? Like, that's crazy, man. That's
so
crazy.
Maybe so to add to NK Dons, does it mean we need to start paying our teachers a lot more so
the
that
teaching thing helps?
So that if
that's
people
the
come
issue.
to bribe them,
compensating teachers, giving them a living. Teachers in Nigeria today don't even have a living wage. They have to borrow money just to put food on the table. And arguably, you can argue that teachers are, next to doctors, one of the most important
if not the most,
in a society, if not the most, because they train the doctors, right?
Thank you. That's what I was going to say, yeah.
Now, ordinarily, if our structure of government was functioning up to par, local government schools, these so-called schools that people look down upon.
I went to local government, LGED. I went to one of those.
Should be just as paramount and up to par with these so-called rich people schools, right?
Marvelous. You know why it's not going to be up to par? You know why? The reason is because there is money in Africa and there's money in the whole of Nigeria. But
a lot of money.
But those money, instead of us using it in a very reasonable way that makes sense, that has future, we're using it on an unreasonable way, since that doesn't make any sense.
Is anyone here from Abia? Is anyone here from Abia State?
No, but I know about Abia. Why?
Okay. Do you know we have a place?
We have
Yeah.
a whole estate in Abia known as Ochendo Close.
Where in Abia? Umaya.
Ochendo.
Where is
In
it in Umaya?
Umuahia, yeah, in Umuahia.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Ochendo is a Nigerian politician, southern
Mm.
eastern politician. He represents PDP.
Mm.
Can you believe that every single building, apartment complex, hotel, even kiosks, like um kiosks that would sell like little necessities,
Yeah.
every single thing in that whole estate is monopolized by him. He owns everything, right?
So
And
he must be
he's
Ojus Okalu's man. He and Ojus Okalu must
yeah,
live in
him
the
and
same
Ojus
place.
Okalu literally play musical
There
chairs
you
with
go. There you go.
political positions, right?
There you go. Yeah.
And they literally money that is allocated for other things, they use it to the benefit of themselves
Look at Abba.
and their
Abba is a
friends.
mess. Chai, man. Yeah. So, guys, I don't know this. So, for any of you that are planning to have children in the future and want to send your children to school in Nigeria,
And let me just say one more thing, because when I was in Nigeria, they used to be this idea of if a child is starting to become headstrong,
you send them back
send
home.
them to the boarding house or
It
send them
works,
back
though. It
home
works. I
to
know some
straighten them
success
up.
stories.
No,
Yeah.
let me.
Sure.
Now
Sorry.
it works, but Blue Eyes, again, like what I was saying earlier before I stopped talking,
Yeah.
I think the time frame of which it used to work has come and gone.
I know one that
I
worked 2
think
years
in
ago.
today's 2 years ago, maybe that kid is an anomaly, because what's actually happening now is when you send them back home, right? They're still Americanized, or they're still foreignized to an extent, to where
Yes.
these boarding houses serve as a breathing ground for them, because they're not going to go there and mingle with like the average kids. They're going to be elitists. They're going to mingle with the kids that their parents also sent them back to be straightened out.
No, but you
right?
know the
And
yeah,
that's
but
how they get to form these cliques.
I
And
guess,
that's how a
yeah.
lot of these things they start to thrive off one another. Because a lot of the kids that were even the worst bullies when I was in Nigeria before coming to the States were kids that had been in the States.
Yeah.
That
I
came
agree.
back home. And because they don't want to feel like they're still clinging on to how it felt to be in the States and those vices that they had there, they find other kids that were in the States with them. And it serves as a breathing ground for them. And because you know that at that age, kids are so impressionable, and there's
too
this like
impressionable. I was about to say that.
Very true.
mindless mob mentality.
Very
The
true.
kids that are still
They're sponges.
Nigerian, that haven't even left the States, start to say, okay, why do these 2-3 kids who used to be in America, why don't they talk to us? Let's go see why they keep to themselves so much. And that's how the whole initiation process begins. I can go into detail, but because we're on YouTube, I don't really want to get Abdullah cancelled. But it's the situation in Nigeria right now. It's going to get out of hand because it's a reflection of
society,
the abuse of power in our
Yeah.
government. It trickles down to our law enforcement.
Well said.
Don't even get me started. The law enforcement have their own abuse of power, right?
No, Lord, don't
It
get me
trickles
started.
down to it trickles down. No, no, no.
You want to start on that?
Bro,
It trickles down. It trickles down to our healthcare system, our church system, our religious houses. There's a lot of abuse of power, funds, things of that
Authorities and
nature, and our
everything.
authority.
But you see
It trickles
the
down to our
worst thing
school
about
system.
the worst thing about what you're saying.
For days, man.
I mean, but the thing about what you're saying is there's corruption in other places. There's corruption in England.
Absolutely.
100%.
But they also have a structure and things
Yeah.
work here. You know,
Their structure is well built and well defined. That even if there's corruption, there's still a system of checks and balances that prevent it from upsetting the whole structure.
Exactly. The structure.
And even if
yeah.
in these first world countries, for example, United States, if someone like, for example, our Chancellor for Education, Betsy DeVos, I'm pretty sure if you look at the way she acts, if you look at how secretive she is, if you look at her background, I'm pretty sure she's embezzling some money. But she has the wherewithal to know that this society holds people accountable. So even if I'm going to embezzle, maybe let me embezzle 25% of the money. Let me still kick back 75% to where it's supposed to actually go. But Nigeria, everyone knows they're going to go away scot-free. So instead of taking 25%, they'll just take 100%.
See, I like what you said in America. Yeah, the black people.
Wait, who was this lady? Sorry.
Betsy Davos,
Okay.
Chancellor for Education
In America, yeah, the black people here are the most intelligent people than the white people, because most white people here, I will tell you something, that they want to study, but they want to make money. So they'll prefer those black people to like study, teach them what they study, so they'll be able to pay them. The corruption you're talking about is in America too, yeah, because especially mostly in college, you want to do like in terms of a nursing program, medical stuff, and the construction engineering classes too. Those ladies will tell you, this person is intelligent. Let me work with this person. How can I work with this thing to make things work? They believe Africa has intelligence and we have the brain and the smartness to assimilate things easily than them, because they believe them. Their build structures is all about
true. Abdullah, let me tell you how true that is. Let me tell you guys how true that is. See, if you come to the Bronx, right, in New York, there's a lot of girls who are in their mid-20s.
Yeah.
You know, when they say, like, this is mostly an American thing, but maybe it's true for Nigeria, I don't know. Maybe Blue Eyes and Eric could tell me. If you ever see someone who's like too good looking, and you're like, how are you so smart? Like, your looks, usually, I don't know if like you're like someone's too good looking to be smart. Yeah. I don't know if what I'm trying to say makes sense.
Isn't that the whole concept of my language, the whole dumb blonde thing?
That's a stereotype.
Okay, dumb and blonde. Thank you.
Isn't that the same stereotype?
Well, it's an Americanized.
Eric,
it's more practical in America, because that's where you find it more often. There's a lot of girls that are like, if you come to the Bronx, girls that are 25, what do you do for a living? Oh, I'm a nurse. What do you do for a living? RN. What do you do for a living? LP. What do you do for a living? RN. Right? Because this is one of the easiest degrees to get, right? And the pipeline, you go through the pipeline quickly to get work, and you get paid well for the work you do. But what you'll find is a lot of these pretty girls, they pay a lot of people that are immigrants from Africa to take their tests.
Yes.
And this is a fact. I know, like, two of my guys that are making like over 5,000 a month. A lot of these girls from rich homes.
He said nice. A
lot of these girls from rich homes.
Nice little hustle. Yeah.
You know, they seek out these people. They're like, oh, he just immigrated from Nigeria. He's crazy about education. I'll pay you to be taking my tests. I'll pay you to be doing my lab assignments. I'll pay you to do this. And you know, here they don't really care how you do the work, as long as you do the work.
Do you know anybody that you can hook me up with?
Look, without incriminating myself.
Yes, what they said is true.
I'll go to the library and study again, man. What the heck?
There's a chick.
Even though it's been a long time I studied, I'll go back to the library and pick up books, man. What the heck? I'm ready to study, man. How much you say? 5K? Wow.
Yeah, 5K.
It's
wow. And the crazy thing is, no. 5K is on the low end. Let me tell you something. 5K is on the low end. Let me tell you. You see how it's December? Yeah. I'm about to start studying for finals, so I can already tell that 5K they're probably going to eat good this month, because if they're charging 5K for only lab and homework, who knows what they'll be charging for final papers and things like that.
True.
I'll tell you something, Blue Eyes.
Yeah.
So there's corruption everywhere.
In America college, before I graduated from college, most Americans don't want to study because they know I'm kind of good in kind of mathematics and most engineering courses. So they'll tell me, can I pay you to help me do my assignment? I'll look at them. Are you seriously kidding me? These girls will literally go to the store to buy bananas, so many stuff that you know you can eat. Yes, they'll buy so many stuff that give it to you and
why banana particularly?
Why banana? Yeah, that banana. I'm lying. The banana thing, bro.
Being funny. Abdullah's being funny with the banana thing. These girls would literally take care of you just to make sure you
guys. I've seen someone.
Are you serious?
Shout out them women, man.
I've seen
Shout out
someone
them.
an African guy. He give that guy. He said, "You help me with my mathematics assignment, chemistry, physics, biology."
I'm gonna give you some coochie.
You guys know.
He gave this person. I'm missing. He's in college. I graduated in May last year. He gave this guy. Very good friend of mine. Give him $10,000 cash.
What?
No. Look.
I'm
Look,
serious.
I don't know.
Gosh.
Tosin,
man.
where in
I'm
the United
serious.
States are you?
Holy smokes, man.
Tosin, where in the
serious.
United States are you?
Me?
Hey man,
Nah, I'm asking
this video too public, man. I'll tell you. I can
Tosin,
tell you. I can tell you off
Say
record.
sides.
Okay.
Wait,
Tosin's in
Look,
the United
yeah,
States,
I can tell
right?
you off record.
Have
Tosin's in the
you
United
Abdullah
States.
or even Abdullah? You don't know the amount of girls that I meet, right? Like maybe they're 25, 26.
Yeah, man.
They'll
Let's
say,
talk
"Yeah,
about these bitches.
I graduated high school. I graduated." They'll say, "I graduated college, and I have a degree." Literally, I met one 2 months ago. She has a biochem degree, and I was like, "Oh, so that means you're doing something in your field, right? What's your profession?" She's a stripper. She's a stripper with a
and they
biochemistry
actually
degree.
they
Come
get
to
away. Some of
find
them
out,
get away with it. Crazy.
no. Most of them, like
Imagine
99%
getting
of
to a
them.
really high
Come to
position like
find
in
out,
government, and
no.
you don't
Come
actually
to
know what you're
find
doing.
out that the chick was using her money from stripping to pay off people, and she has no intention of ever utilizing that degree. So the
That's a
whole
hustler,
value,
man.
the value that you see in education, when if someone says, "Oh no, this generation still has value for education," I hate to say this, we don't, but the value that you see is the value that our parents have for it, and the
Yes,
pressure that they
exactly.
place on
But
us.
let me say this. Let me say this. Let me say this though. Let me
Marvelous,
say this though.
amen.
Let me say this though. Let me
really
let me
good.
Amen.
let me say this.
Very
Wait. Let me say this though. Let me say this. Wait. Let me say this. Let me say this.
Let's put
Yeah.
some topic.
What are parents? Are parents putting that emphasis on education? You can't blame them. They were right, because for them
Of
to
course.
be at their position initially, they needed
They
education.
needed it.
So
They want us.
obviously,
They want us to be
but
better than
in
them.
this era, but in this
Yeah, but
era,
the
this
point
era,
Tosi
you
is
don't
making
need
is
school. You
important.
don't need
You
school.
don't need school.
You don't
No.
need school in
Well
this era.
said.
That's
Well
the
said.
truth. Like, you just don't. Like, you just need a skill, a skill that's
And a
highly
way
in
to
demand.
monetize that school.
And
But for me,
you're good. And
I
you're
think
good.
for me, and maybe I'm going to sound pro Pan African, too pro African now, but I think
Pan-Africa,
every African kid should at least have a first degree or first diploma, just first degree, and then put it throw it away and then move on. For me, maybe that's too traditional.
Blue eyes, I like what
But
you say.
Like honestly, if I didn't
Well,
get
it's
my
not necessary.
bachelor's,
Tosin, you're
I don't
right.
think
It's not
my
necessary.
my dad wouldn't look me in the eye if I didn't get my bachelor's.
And that's why
Yeah, but you
Like,
have
you
one.
know, like,
But
it's
you
that
have one.
important.
that's
I
why
bet you have
you
one.
have a lot
I
of
bet you
people.
have
Blue eyes,
one.
Yep.
I like what you say. You know what I
Yep,
like what
I
you say
do.
because
Exactly. There
I
you
have
go.
a
And
degree. I have a
exactly.
degree in construction management.
I bet you most people in this
I didn't use
panel
it to work,
either have one
and
or working towards
I'm
one.
also
So
doing a cyber
Yeah,
security.
man.
Yo, there you go.
Unfortunately,
here you go.
tired, man. I'm tired, bro. It
You
is
see?
what it is, man.
It is what it is. People, kids, you're like, if you look at all these like software CEOs, a lot of them don't have degrees.
Yeah,
You're right. As long as you're just, if you can finesse your way and
networking,
Exactly.
networking is huge. Networking is 50% of your
And
salary.
and another thing, just to add to what Tosin was saying, another thing is, a lot of kids forget going to school is not just about getting the academic degree. You have to let the school go through you. When the school goes through you, it means you build contacts, and when you build contacts, you can now transport those contacts into the world.
Yeah, networking. I'm telling you.
So those are some of the benefits. It's not really about the academics itself.
So Blue eyes, go and study in school. So people will be paying you. So you'll be making more money.
No, I want that girl's number, the one that Marv was talking about.
You want me to give it the one I'm talking about?
Give me I can do it virtually, man.
These things, these things are common.
It's
I don't know
facts,
if you
man,
guys
like-
know DJ Academics.
Yeah, I know DJ Academics. That clown
Okay,
nigga.
DJ Academics.
Yeah.
You know his first two cars when he was first starting out on YouTube, no money, were bought by women in Rutgers University who he was helping in biochemistry. In their bought in his name, but they paid for it. They did the down payments, and he talks about the story all the time.
Wow.
That's
crazy, man.
It's the fact that it's difficult right now because most American people doesn't want, especially the white people, they don't want to study.
No, it's not. Let me not even say white. In this,
Look, the trust fund kids, man.
Generation Z, the generation where anyone that's literally 25 and below, anyone where your
No.
parents.
I'm not I'm a millennial. I was born in '96. I'm the last of the real niggas. The
Oh
last
yeah,
of the
you're the
real
last
niggas
of the
was born in
millennials. You're
'96.
the last of the
Yes,
millennials.
yes.
Okay,
We was born in
but
'96. Come on.
anyone
I'm a millennial. I
who
don't care
falls
what anyone
under
says. Continue.
millennial
Continue.
and millennial
You guys
and
are crazy.
Generation Z, they
Yeah.
exhibit the same tendencies anyway. But I say that to say, this was my original point. The value of education now has never been more worthless, like from the lens of a
True.
Generation Z and a millennial.
True.
What the value that you're seeing is actually like face. So when I say face, I mean like it's on the face value of my parents will not, but left to them, it wouldn't materialize. These kids wouldn't follow through with these degrees.
Yeah.
If
And
you want to
that's
walk
why
in
you
the,
had instances. If you go look at grading percentages, right?
yeah,
During the
yeah,
pandemic, they were
yeah.
higher than ever before
Why?
because these kids were cheating.
Oh,
They could actually be
Cheating.
themselves.
Exactly. They don't want to study.
They could actually be themselves. They could open
Preach.
Google on one tab.
Preach.
They could
Preach.
open Google on one tab and open Blackboard or
I
whatever
see.
test taking thing they
Blue
were
eyes, I
using.
will
And
tell you
Yeah,
just
something.
marvelous. They
Blue eyes, I will tell you
find it.
something.
They find
I
it
tell a lot
software.
of I
Blue eyes,
remember
I will tell you
Marvelous.
something.
They find it a lot of
one of my
software for that,
uncles.
man.
In
I'm not
America,
gonna say
Yeah,
too
they
much.
are.
They find it a
They
lot.
are. They are.
I will tell
They
you
But
find
something.
it
In
software,
America,
man.
we want to do an examination.
Yeah, those
Hey,
those
people,
Proctor shit.
Blue eyes,
yeah,
there's a site.
people work, but the
There's a
devil
site.
works
Yeah.
harder. They're finding software.
There's a site in America
Mhm.
here. I don't know if
Mhm.
it's in Nigeria, but when I do exam during college, I saw those studies does it. In America, there's a site you use.
Mm-hmm.
It's a shortcut. All courses in America, in the whole entire world, you have the answers there. All
Wow.
courses. Yes. And in America, that software is built in America. I don't know the name. I'll find
it
it.
might
Yo.
be Chegg or it might be Quizlet.
All courses in the whole entire world is in that. The exam we want to do tomorrow.
But
The answer is already there.
I was only making
That's
that point.
that
because
sounds like
we were-
Chegg. You plug
Chegg, yeah,
Chegg,
Chegg,
study
or
blue,
Quizlet.
It's not check.
study
It's not
blue,
check. No, it's not
Quizlet,
check.
Course
It's either
Hero.
Chegg or
Quizlet.
I know
Quizlet.
check. I know study blue. because I know
Quizlet.
Quizlet.
Yo, when I
Quizlet.
was yo man,
No, this one I'm talking about. When we want to do like a final
See,
examination.
I'm pretty sure
Or
without
if the
sounding
question is,
ages.
this is how they do it. This is how you know. If the question is 200, if it's
Without sounding ages, what?
If the question is like
No,
1
let
to
Abdullah
200,
finish.
in that place, they'll flip the answers to you. Maybe your own number one could be the number one 200, but it's the same question and the same
The
answer.
same wording, the same.
You get what I'm saying? The
Yeah.
same
Yeah.
wording, but it's been flipped. So your number one may be the number
The
200.
only reason it's flipped,
Number 20 may be your number,
it's
be the number
so.
one.
The only reason they flip it is so if a professor or a teacher were to go online, it wouldn't
Exactly.
be easy for them to find it.
To find it,
But
yeah.
but without
Oh, I
coming
see.
across as
Yes.
ageist, right? I'm pretty sure when Blue Eyes went to school, you legitimately had to burn the midnight oil. Like you
Yo,
really had to
kids
know.
don't do that anymore. Kids don't do.
No,
I can tell you one.
no,
I can tell you like, but this is not long ago. I can tell you like in like uni days, open book exam was the hardest exam.
Yeah, because
Like,
that's when the
You
teacher
don't
would
even
really.
you don't even know how to cheat, man.
Exactly. Like I used to hate open book exams. I go to class with 4 textbooks and highlight
Yeah,
all my
and that's
answers
when
like I
the
studied.
teacher would really show out with the strength
So
of the
the
question.
open book exams were the worst. Like, it's hard. It's hard to pass.
The goal will be what if charge as extortion prices. If charge not extortion prices. He also said
That's also true.
Wow, look at yes,
9,000
£9,000.
Yeah, England, man, 9,000 a year, man.
Wow.
This is
During
why
COVID, during COVID.
Nigga, that's light. Nigga, that's
part of
light.
what-
Nigga, that's
That's
light.
Yeah, but what's
That's
that?
light.
What's that
Let
in
me say
USD? What's that
something.
in
It's part
USD?
of why
That's
Let me
people
say
$15, man.
something.
people
Let me
don't
say
focus on
something.
it
Let me say
because of that.
something. Let me say something, right?
Yeah.
NK. I saw this 9K
Mhm.
on my timeline today and my jaw dropped.
Mhm.
That's all you guys pay for university in UK?
1 year, yeah, 1 year.
It's
It's
one
27.
1 year? You
What?
guys are living.
Yeah.
You guys are living
That
good.
in
So you
US
guys
though? What is that in
graduate.
US though?
It's a
That
lot
might
more
be
in,
maybe
in US. It's
15K.
like
15K
Yeah.
US,
In
right?
America.
It's still
yeah.
cheap.
How much
No,
do you
no,
pay?
no.
How much do you pay in the US, bro?
You're
How much do
looking
you
at
pay in the
you're
US?
at least
Look,
at
Wait,
least
is it a year?
There's in-state and out-of-state.
In-state
Yeah,
and out of state, right?
I left it now.
Yeah.
And what are the prices like?
My younger
About
brother.
20K.
My younger brother is Columbia
No.
pre-med. His school fees per year after scholarship is like 35K.
Jesus Christ.
Is he an international student?
No. In states,
Okay.
after scholarship, he's a citizen. I'm a citizen
Does that include living expenses like accommodation?
room and boarding? But the room and boarding is the least of your problems because his scholarship covers that. That's just being in the school.
Is that the standard price or is that a high end?
No, it's around. It's 30. It's 30 to 35K. 30 to 40.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, exactly.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
35K.
I said that to say, Blue Eyes. It's not far fetched.
They thieves up
It's
in
not
here, man.
far fetched to imagine that like the average white person whose parents are better to do, or even African American parents whose parents are better to do, who can pay that without taking out the loan. It's not far fetched to imagine their daughter or their son giving someone 5K to take a fine out for them. It's not too far fetched.
It's not far fetched.
No, I'm being serious.
No,
like you may laugh, but I'm being serious.
Yeah, it
makes sense.
Yeah. Wow.
I don't want to incriminate myself, Sha, but
I know I don't have a number because I changed my phone, so I'll try to find that for you. Maybe
I bet find them. Tell them say that I'll do it for 2,000. It's okay.
That's too small.
Tell her I give her a discount. And she'll get
small.
No, she'll get minimum 95.
2,000. She'll wonder if you're not legit.
Blue Eyes, shouldn't you be doing this off air?
No, it's okay. I know, no. Off
he doesn't care. Blue Eyes, I respect that, man.
2,000, man. I'll do it for 2,000, man. And I'll give her minimum 95%.
Eric, I'm curious. How old are you?
Look, I might tell you off air.
Listen, guys. By the way, just for your information, 9K. It was originally.
Y'all should stay on this post stream.
Yeah. Well, I will say 9K. Yeah. 9K was what it was out since 2011, 2010. It was before that. It was 3K. When the government in the UK decided to do it up to 9K, let me tell you what was going on in the central London. The riots, the protests. Serious? I'm telling you, the protests in this, bro. And I'm hearing that it's 35K in America. That is crazy.
You know something that I admire about Europe.
Light.
Europe,
so
they don't mind.
Europe, they got those socialist initiatives.
Yeah, they have socialism. Yeah, they actually look after their people.
Well, that's what I was going to say. You can tell.
The thing is, it's smaller,
I can tell with
that
price that I can with this price that Abdullah quoted, you can tell that the quality. I'm just guessing the quality and the structure of education there is probably better controlled and managed. Than where you have to pay 40 grand. No disrespect to Colombia. Colombia is an Ivy League, but if I look at the UK, maybe NK jump in, please, and Mav and PSG and Tosin jump in. If I look at Ivy Leagues between the UK and the US, which territory do you think has the best Ivy Leagues?
It's the UK for me. I think it's the UK.
Ooh, is that so? That's crazy.
Oh, really?
Yeah, UK has the best Ivy
because
Leagues.
So Cambridge. Let's name it Cambridge, Oxford.
By the way, it's called Russell Group in England. But yeah, I get what you're saying.
I've been to Columbia before.
Yeah, the Russell Group. That's it.
In New York.
What was your? Yeah, what was your?
So LSE. So name three in the UK now. So Cambridge,
Oxford,
LSE. London School of Economics.
You can say UCL. You can say Warwick. You can say Nottingham.
Wait. Aren't there just two? Isn't there just two? Isn't it just Cambridge and Oxford?
No, they are top tier. They're top tier, but
HH went to UCL.
No, it's called Russell. It's called a Russell Group.
Russell.
What are the other ones? What are the other ones apart from?
You could say Warwick,
King's College,
King's College, UCL. LSE, Birmingham, Manchester
College.
No, but these are Ivy League. These are Ivy.
I said Ivy. I said Ivy
League. When you say
Oxford and Cambridge.
When you say Ivy,
that's it, right? That's it.
LSE, no, London School of Economics.
When you say Ivy League, I don't know what that. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is in UK terms. I only know.
We're right. Look, the names we mentioned are correct. All the universities we mentioned are right. So yeah.
Okay.
You guys are right. You guys are right.
So
So
I
Harvard.
I just googled Ivy League for the
US,
UK, and it's like a
it's
bunch of shit
Harvard,
came up.
Yeah,
Harvard,
it's Russell
Cornell,
Group. Yeah, it's 24. It's
The main
24.
Harvard,
the main
Harvard
ones
Cornell,
are
Eagles.
Columbia.
yeah, the
There's
main ones are Oxford
Columbia.
and Cambridge. Yeah.
I see.
In America,
Cornell.
there's
America,
Harvard, there's
Harvard, you
Columbia,
have
There's a Cornell,
there's
there's
Columbia.
Cornell,
UMass,
there's Brown,
There's so many.
What about
Very,
there's
Caltech?
Yale.
you
there's
have
Yale.
Yeah.
There's
Caltech is
Listen, you know
Caltech is
Yale.
what
Yale is
about
a
MIT?
man.
MIT it has to be
MIT,
Ivy League.
yes, and then
Yeah, MIT is,
University
yeah.
Michigan, University of
Michigan
Michigan.
Wait,
University.
so all these
Don't
unis
forget,
that I
don't
hear
forget,
about in America,
don't forget
are
Penn.
they?
Don't forget University of Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania.
University of
Wait, so
Pennsylvania.
time out. You guys, all these unis I'm hearing in America, then,
Mhm.
and you're telling me that England's like UK's are better? Is that what you're saying?
It's
Yeah.
The
possible.
reason I say it's
Possible.
better because it's
No,
better.
I don't think so. I wouldn't
I
know.
don't think
I
so.
wouldn't know.
I don't
I
think
wouldn't know,
so.
but I'm
Look
100%
at
sure
the
if you were to
rankings and
Google the
do the
rankings,
research, man. Do the
it's
research.
mostly US schools for sure.
Harvard and all these guys and Yale and all these things I see on TV. You're telling me
Yo,
is
Oxford is
these
Oxford, man. Yo, Oxford is Oxford. Let's
Yeah,
be
Oxford is
respectful
huge
here,
though.
man.
Oxford
Come
is
on,
big.
guys.
Oxford is
No, I
big.
know
Let's be
Oxford and
realistic.
Cambridge. No, I know Oxford and
is
Cambridge.
Oxford, man.
Yeah,
No, I
Cambridge
know
and
Oxford and
Oxford are
Cambridge.
huge.
Don't get it.
Yeah,
Don't get it
exactly.
twisted. I know that, but
We got
even
people
then,
from
still, come
Yale.
on.
We got people from Yale going to Oxford to do 1 year attachment just to get that
And
Oxford feeling.
and let
like
me also say this.
foreign exchange.
Another
Yeah.
thing with university and even high school
And
culture.
Stanford and them. Sorry.
High school would be like
Stanford is the best school in
college.
the country.
High school
Are you
would be
serious?
college,
Oh yeah, okay. Stanford.
equivalent of college in Nigeria, right? The thing
Yes.
about the whole culture in it, like just becoming sort of, I don't want to use the word barbaric, but the thing is when you have a lot of people who don't really want to be in school, who have little to no value for education, chances are their interests, they're going to do other things. They're going to be a lot more subversive because they're trying to pass the time as quick as possible.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, SSB. I'm googling right now. I think it's US. I'm googling right now.
Oh, and how many Ivy League do we have in Nigeria? I have a cough. Sorry.
In Nigeria.
Sorry. I don't know why I have a cough. Sorry.
They're trying to silence you. The
Sorry,
one time
man.
you don't want to talk about football, they're silencing you.
I think in Nigeria.
Is that Juju, man?
Yeah, Juju, man.
Yeah,
Oh,
what's up, guys?
What's
We
up,
have
man?
in Nigeria. We have Ivy League. It's tough to find because I've
No,
heard
there's,
Do we
there's
have
top
an Ivy
schools,
League
but
in Nigeria?
no. But we have
No,
top
but
schools.
we have like
top schools.
University of Calabar. University of Calabar.
No,
There's
no,
Calabar,
no,
there's
no,
Nam,
no,
there's
no,
For
no,
Igbo,
law,
there's
no,
for law,
no,
for
no,
law.
no, no,
there's
no, no, no,
Nnamdi.
no, guys, please. If you want to talk about in terms of history though, and if you want like that could be considered maybe Ivy League just based on history, Ibadan,
Yeah, the best
Nsukka,
of it.
ABU Zaria,
Zaria,
OAU, Ife.
Ife, yeah.
Those
Those
four.
are top levels.
Those four. Those are like
Of
those
my
are
dad-
the
my
babas.
My dad went to Ife.
There you go. Those are babas. Those are if you hear somebody that went to one of these four, and then the rest.
Nsukka, Nsukka.
UNN, of course. Nsukka is, of course. Nsukka was built out of the war. Like during it was there during the war, yeah. So yeah, those four.
See, those are top schools in Nigeria too, and those schools are like equipped that you know that those are number one, number two. You know them well.
Harrison Ekwenugo. Yeah, my village people, they choke me for real. Now, like, put that his comment up, man, Harrison. There you go. Yeah.
It's a village people should be sharp.
Harrison Ekwenugo. It's true, my brother, man.
Spiritual forces are working everywhere.
My brother, I hear you, man. They choke me sharp. I asked the question.
Bless is vexing to do.
Someone at Dawa said, "Oh, he wants to talk about Sylvester case publicly." Oh yeah, choke up.
No kidding. No, that Sylvester case, it hurt me, man, because I was that kid. I was that kid. I went. I started my boarding experience at 10, and I was there for 6 years.
Let me even.
And I know that journey. So for that kid to be broken like that, man.
And apparently he told his parents he wanted to change school, but they get their reasoning, and I think this is what the father said. Their reasoning was they have 4 kids, so he was the last of 4 going through the same school.
To let him go.
No, going through the through the same school. So their reasoning was, if your siblings went through with no problem, why do you want to be like the contrarian? You should be able to go through also.
So
Yeah, but it's always
those
good to have a
schools,
sibling, an
no,
elder sibling in the
listen,
same school, though.
I saw
In the same school, yeah,
the
that's
university
true.
talking
Yeah.
about the university are talking about.
But
I
his
saw.
siblings had already
Let me show you.
graduated. That's the
Oh,
thing.
okay,
Listen,
no wonder.
these are the university you're talking about. I think because I think it's in USA. Look at this university here. This one. There's Brown, Harvard, Cornell, Princeton, Dartmouth,
Dartmouth.
Yale,
I forgot
and Columbia
Dartmouth.
University.
Yeah.
Columbus and the University of Pennsylvania. These are
the Ivy Leagues.
in US. So this one here are the Ivy schools. This one 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Yes, sir.
7,
Yes, sir.
and 8.
Those are the ones. Those are the ones, man.
Mm-hmm. Those are 8 Ivy school, and this one here are not just like Berry school. These are Wardy. This one
Like better.
It's not like Berry means. It's not like Berry school. Though. This one are like sharp. If you're not serious, they'll put you out of the school. If you're not serious.
Are you serious? Which school did this girl go to? That girl Chimamanda. Which school did Chimamanda go to? Adichie? Do you guys know that girl?
SSB.
Oh wait, is that the chick? Is that the chick that wrote that was known
Half
by
of the
Beyonce
Yellow
in
Sun.
there?
Yeah. Yes, that's her. Yeah. She went to. I think she went to Harvard or Yale. One of them. Yeah.
SSB. What schools? What schools did you play against?
I'm trying to speak. I'm trying to talk with her, yo.
SSB said he used to play against
man,
some of
hook
these
it up,
schools.
man. I think she hot.
Nah, you gotta hook me up, man. That's what I'm saying. Y'all gotta hook me up, man.
Oh, you want? Look at that. Look at Tosi.
Yeah,
You just got
wait.
no,
Tosi,
Tosi, you know the best way to go. You know the best way to go around it. Harvard. Okay, good.
She went to Harvard. Oh, she a Boston gal. She be in Boston.
Who you trying to get hooked up with?
Chimamanda Adichie. Yeah.
Chimamanda Adichie. Yeah, that chick.
Yeah, she hot.
Great writer. Great writer.
Blue eyes one.
She started with medicine at UNN, and that she didn't like it, and then went to Yale and went into the arts, and here she is now as one of the best writers in the world, female writers overall.
It's kind of ironic, but our retention rate.
Damn, she married a Nigerian doctor.
Yeah, she did. She did. He's from Calabar.
Our retention rate has
go and deposit. Maybe she'll marry.
It doesn't mean she won't have a drink with you. The girl will break bread with you, but that's it. At least you can. No, she will break bread with you. It doesn't. She will break bread. No. She has to mingle with people to keep her ideas fresh. She's a writer.
She needs that.
She needs that, man. Like
letters of recommendation.
Of course.
Letters of recommendation, man. Shot.
Yeah, very right.
Plus also like, yeah, true. What's up,
but
guys?
I was gonna say it's ironic. Our engagement rate
we're talking about education.
has actually our engagement rate has actually gone up.
Oh, cool.
Since we switched the topic from.
Are you serious?
Because I
found
monitor it
all.
Very.
This was very. It's
actually gone up since we switched the topic from football to talking about.
Interesting. Abdullah, I guess we should all take notes or something. Once in a while, maybe one show a month. You do social subject, social studies. Call it social studies.
We need to do it.
Social studies.
Social studies.
Social sciences, nigga.
Yeah, like
social sciences. You know what course I hate most in college and university? You know that course?
Which one?
Psychology. I hate
psychology.
For the rest of
that nonsense. It's absolute nonsense.
I hated that.
And the people that they teach you about, like the Freuds and all these people are degenerates. They're degenerates.
They don't know anything.
They're teaching us about the degenerates.
Nothing. I was taught psychology, and I was like, I wanted to slap the teacher that taught me. I was angry.
No, but
what the heck?
Classes. Man,
I go village school.
Nah, but all the bitches be at that class though.
Let me say what I'm going to say.
Harrison Ekwenu.
Nah, what was you gonna say,
village school.
I was gonna say those are the classes where you find the hottest girls.
I accept. I went to village school.
Wait, what was that?
Those are the classes where you find the hottest girls.
Yeah, 100%. I just said that. Yep, you do.
Exactly.
Yeah, man.
Where's my Marvelous? We have two Marvelous here. What's going on?
No, that I do that so I could look at some of the engagement.
Oh, I
You could
see.
leave the other one in the background.
Oh, in the okay.
I see. This was good, man. No, I enjoyed this discussion, gentlemen. I have to run, but this was let's call it an evening. I'm guessing, right, or a morning, wherever you are.
SSB said, "Would you rather be book smart or street smart?"
Interesting.
I think being street smart gets you further in life.
SSB, my brother, man. That's
Blue
a
Eyes
very
grew up
good
in the
question.
street.
I
Blue Eyes
think,
is a street man.
yeah,
Yeah,
but I
he
think
is. He is.
most
He's a
street
street
men.
man. Blue Eyes
No,
is a
but
street
most
man, moonlighting as a.
yeah, I know. No, but I tell you one thing: most street men, right,
Mhm.
have a degree or two,
Yeah.
That's true.
especially Niger boys or
Yeah,
African
they have to have
generally.
degree. I think
Yeah,
for
Yeah,
street,
just
I have degree too. I have like
is this like a yeah, yeah, it's like
yeah.
education, yeah.
yeah,
Education
education
topic,
too.
yeah.
We're talking
All
about
right,
education.
guys, let's call it. Abdullah, are you streaming tomorrow?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. All right, guys.
You
Cheers,
could.
eh?
No
See,
problem, bro.
Peace.
Oh, Gabriel is
Peace.
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 So, Juju, we're talking about education. You can chip into you're talking
Oh
about
yeah, with
you're
education, yeah.
comparing
Abdullah,
the
do you work
African
today?
education to no. I called off
Okay.
already.
You go off tomorrow
Comparing
too.
I called off already, man.
Tomorrow too.
I'm not working tomorrow. Those
Chai, we
bastard
the
people want
hit
to kill me.
content crack go full
Those,
this
those,
place.
those bastards want to kill me at work. I have to do it, man.
No. Access questions in the comments, guys. I
So
think
you're going to
being
say something,
street
Jujima,
smart. Yeah,
because
Jujima, go ahead.
we are doing the differentiation between education in Africa and the
Yeah.
education overseas. So we're comparing the structures and everything. You can chip in
With
too.
education, yeah. I think the one thing I used to say, like with education, back in Africa, I used to say like when I because I went to school like
Mhm.
partly like in Africa, and the one thing is the one thing though they didn't do is I say this was my suggestion, like the first week of school they should tell people why it's important to learn what they're learning, because sometimes I just feel like you show up and then you just started reading books in English and you start
Mhm.
reading all these books,
Mhm.
and you don't feel like you don't know why you're doing this, because it's like you're just like, okay, I'm starting to read all this stuff and I don't know why this is important.
Mhm.
Like how would I use this or anything? If they I think if they started talking about that, I mean talking about why it's important to take some of those classes, I think that's helpful. So but yeah, I think that's helpful. And then the other thing too, like yeah, I think education is important because it's like yeah, I think it's important, but back home and here, I mean here it's like yeah, it's good, it's good. Either way, and I prefer here because it's like
Where are
I
you?
mean,
If you don't mind me asking.
I'm in this. I moved. I was in Pennsylvania last week, and now I'm in like all in the west of the country. So it's like I won't tell my location, but I'm in the west
So
of the country.
no worries, guys. Let's round up tomorrow. We'll have another conversation tomorrow.
Yeah. But I was late a
We've
bit.
been
Yeah,
talking football and education. It's that time to round up. I need to have
yeah.
some deep tomorrow.
Look, if you're in the live chat and you haven't liked the video, I am extremely
Please
disappointed
like
in
the
you.
vid, subscribe, like the vid, subscribe.
I
Support
repeat,
us, support your boy. I beg, your boy is broke. Support us. We need money.
I I repeat,
Support.
Yeah.
if you're in the live chat and you haven't liked the video,
Like the
I'm
vid,
extremely
subscribe,
disappointed in
guys.
you.
Like the vid, subscribe, guys. Like the vid, subscribe, guys. Have a wonderful night, day,
You too.
evening, morning, anywhere you are in the whole world. Have a wonderful night, wonderful morning, wonderful evening, wonderful afternoon, and stay
Yeah.
safe. God bless, guys. Peace out, guys. See you
Peace,
guys
peace.
tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Yeah, see you tomorrow. Hopefully, United lose.
Amen.